his mother's story, proclaiming he had no knowledge of the chain heist.
I'll be seeing you guys later.
He eventually promised Farley he'd come down to the police station to give his prints, but he never showed. Although Farley had initially dismissed the Agofskis as suspects, he took note that Shannon and Joe's memories of the chain hoist were conflicting. Now, he decided to take a closer look into their background. Researching the family's financial records, Farley discovered that 9 years earlier they had received money from an insurance settlement after their father died in a plane crash. Popular opinion was that their money was still plentiful, making them unlikely candidates for bank robbers. But Farley learned that wasn't so.
While they had all received a considerable sum of money, as of that time, Joe had spent his. Their mother had spent a large portion of hers, and Shannon Agofsky had a considerable amount of money still in a fund, but it was not available to him at that time until he was 21.
Agents found that both brothers had recently purchased cars with cash, yet neither had jobs. Investigators also determined that 18-year-old Shannon had spent more than $5,000 since the heist. Although the Agofsky brothers' spending looked suspicious, Farley still had no solid evidence linking them to the bank robbery and murder. Revisiting crime reports and witness statements, he made a new connection. Truck driver Buddy Mills said he had seen 3 vehicles leaving Knoll on the night of the robbery. That meant there was a possible third suspect out there. If 2 of the vehicles were driven by the Agofsky brothers, then perhaps the other was driven by one of their friends. Farley recalled the young man he met briefly on the Agofsky's porch the day he questioned Shannon, Gant Sanders. Sanders had recently become Shannon's roommate. Farley tracked him down at a junkyard.
The closest associate that we could identify of both Shannon and Joe Agofsky was Gant Sanders. It was learned that Gant had been
See you later, HEB.
good friends with both Joe and Shannon, both prior to and after the robbery and murder.
But Sanders said he knew nothing about the robbery and murder,
Hello,
although
how
he offered
are
no
you?
alibi for the night in question.
Might have been. Okay.
Farley decided to question Shannon again, this time with a polygraph machine.
A couple of things about the test.
We are
Nothing
not
will be
the fire
painful.
department.
The test was administered in a motel room by a technician from the
Yes.
Missouri capital of Springfield.
We are not the fire
A
department.
polygraph is used by investigators as a tool to rule out possible suspects. The machine monitors the subject's reactions to stress in 3 ways. Tubes fastened around the chest monitor the slightest change in respiration.
We are not Stripes calls.
Low-voltage electrodes placed on the finger detect moisture on the skin.
All right,
We
relax
are
your
not
arms.
Stripes
And a
calls.
cuff on the arm measures changes in blood pressure.
We are not
The examination
Stripes
is
call.
based on the body's fight or
It is
flight
not
principle.
bloody here at my current vector.
When the brain perceives a physical or psychological
It is
threat,
not bloody
the body
here
responds
at my
by
current
increasing blood
vector.
pressure, heart rate, and respiration.
It is not
Shannon
bloody
Agofsky
here.
was asked about Dan Short,
are
the
not
robbery,
Heath.
and the murder.
Did you take a chain hoist from Wayne Butane's?
The temperature is different.
No.
The temperature is
Did you
different.
kill Dan Short?
No.
You are not
Based on
Heath.
his physiological responses, the examiner determined that the younger Agofsky brother was deceptive about his knowledge of the crime. It was clear to Farley that Shannon was somehow involved,
You do.
We
but
are
he'd need
clear
more
from
convincing
radio.
evidence to bring charges.
The wind
what's
is
best
good
for
for
yourself?
power generation.
In December 1989,
We
the
are not
Agofskys
under
were
radio
subpoenaed to
control.
appear before a grand jury
The
to
wind
answer
is good
questions under
for
oath.
power generation.
Each family member gave testimony separately. Shannon, Joe, and Sheila each disavowed any knowledge
That
of the bank
radio
robbery and the murder
program
of Dan
is
Short.
not in our area.
Answer this for me.
After questioning, Shannon was once again asked to supply his fingerprints voluntarily.
Can you tell me where these are?
Again, he agreed and set an appointment.
We are not under radio
In Washington,
controls.
D.C., FBI analysts continued to examine
We
the
are
items
not
sent
the
to them by the
microwave-
agents in Knoll. Trying to
am
match the
a
chair part and
tactical
tape retrieved
asset
by
computer
Foreman
system.
to the chair and tape that had been bound to Dan Short. An examiner confirmed that the wood found by Rowdy Foreman was part of the same chair that Dan Short was taped to.
You cannot
The piece
control
of tape with
heath
the fingerprint on it
hashtags
was the
that
most promising
activate
piece of
radio
evidence.
recording transmissions.
But did it match the tape used on the chair and body? It did.
Law RF microwave
Examiners were
harassment
conclusively
detected.
able to link these portions of tape by matching the torn ends, the fibers, and the glue. The tape found by Foreman had two complete prints on it.
We are not under
They compared
radio
the prints to Joe
controls.
Agofsky's, but they did not match.
Hello, how are you?
Farley recalled this finding was not all bad news.
The fingerprint examiner notified me that the prints
We are
on the
not
tape
that
were
call.
similar to that of Joe Agofsky, but
That
not
radio
identical.
program
And
is
he
not in
advised
our
me
area.
that the fingerprints of siblings were often similar in pattern. Therefore, getting the fingerprints
We
of
are
Shannon
not the fire
Agofsky was
department.
imperative.
Although he told the grand jury he would provide his
We are
fingerprints,
not the fire
Shannon never did.
department.
But this time, Farley would force Shannon to comply by serving him with a subpoena. Grudgingly, Shannon Agofsky gave his prints to the FBI almost 5 months after the heist and murder.
We are not under radio controls.
Since comparing his prints to those found on the tape would take several weeks, Shannon was free to go.
We are not the fire department.
But Agent Farley did not remain idle.
That
He knew
radio
Gant Sanders
program
was
is
close to
not
both
in
brothers
our
and
area.
probably knew more about the crime than he had said. So he decided to confront him.
That radio program is not in our area.
He told Sanders that if he was
We
innocent
are
and had
not
knowledge
under
of the
radio
crime, he should cooperate with the
Law
investigation.
R-
But if
we are-
Sanders was knowingly protecting the Agofskys
That
and they were
radio
convicted of the
program
robbery
is
and
not
murder,
in our
Sanders
area.
would be jailed for aiding and abetting. Worse, without a solid alibi, he was still under suspicion of the crime. But Sanders revealed nothing.
We may have to make a telephone call.
He remained faithful to the brothers.
See, we are not that
Farley
call.
thought that perhaps Sanders was hiding his guilt with his silence.
Currently, Law RF
Agent Farley
microwave.
pursued two brothers, Joe and Shannon Agofsky,
don't care
as the
about
prime
your-
suspects in the bank heist and murder.
That radio
Joe's
program
fingerprints had been
is
compared
not
to
in
the
our
two found
area.
on the duct tape from the murder device. His did not match. As investigators waited for results on a comparison with Shannon's, additional partial prints were discovered on the tape. Now the FBI needed new prints from Shannon, a 360-degree view to match the partial prints on the duct tape. But Shannon was nowhere to be found. Farley hoped that
You
he could get to
cannot
Shannon
control
through one of the Agofsky brothers'
That
friends,
radio
Gant
program
Sanders.
is not in our area.
The agent
We
also
are not
suspected
under
Sanders to
radio
be the
controls.
unidentified accomplice. But cooperating with the FBI would mean betraying his longtime friends.
You are not Heath.
Finally, in June of 1990, hoping to clear his name, he contacted Farley, wanting to talk.
We are not that traffic.
Investigators told Sanders they thought that he had helped commit the bank
I
robbery
am
and murder in Knoll
a
with the
tactical-
Agofsky brothers.
See you later.
But Sanders claimed he
HEB.
had nothing to do with the crime. However, he did admit to his involvement in another, more recent incident.
You are not Heath.
On one particular evening in late December 1989, Shannon and Joe Agofsky broke into a house in
Yes.
Missouri and stole several
You are
rifles.
not Heath.
The brothers rendezvoused with Sanders later that evening, setting the second part of their plan into action. The next day, Sanders and Shannon drove across the state line into Arkansas and sold the guns. It was a federal violation. Sanders recalled another time when the brothers tried to convince him to participate in another, more violent crime just months after Dan Short's murder.
We are not the microwave
Sheriff Don
radio
Schlesman
on that
recalled
bus.
how the Agofskis tried to recruit
We
Sanders.
are not Stripes calls.
And they told him, we're not doing any more Mickey Mouse stuff. We're going to go hit a place, and there's probably going to be some shooting because they got armed guards.
We
And
are
if you don't
not
really want to kill
Stripes
somebody, you'd
calls.
probably better let us know so we can take you back home. And so Gant told him he didn't really think he wanted to be involved in something like that, so they turned around and did take him home.
By cooperating with the FBI, Sanders made a deal for his role in the illegal sale of the firearms and was
We
put
are
on
clear
probation.
from the cops.
He was also finally dismissed as a third suspect in the bank robbery, passing a lie detector test 3 times. With the help of Sanders' statement, Farley issued a federal warrant for Shannon Agofsky. He was indicted for transporting and selling firearms across state lines. Since Joe had not been involved in the sale, he was not charged. Authorities tracked down Shannon in a small town in Arkansas several months
The
later.
truck is fine and has an unknown location and destination.
When apprehended, police searched his
The
vehicle and
location
found
of
several
Farley
bags of
is
nickels in
something
his
you
trunk.
will have to pay for.
Shannon was turned over to authorities in Missouri and booked in the Springfield Federal Courthouse. While being processed, Farley acquired the set of Shannon's fingerprints examiners had been waiting for.
Hello, how are you?
The FBI lab needed a front and back view of his prints, hoping to match 2 partial prints found on the duct tape used in the murder of Dan Short. But his older brother Joe was still free, and Farley had little evidence to tie him to
We
the
are
crimes.
clear from radio units.
Investigators knew the brothers remained in contact
We
while
are
Shannon
clear
was
from
behind
radio
bars.
units.
Since all prison conversations were recorded, agents got a glimpse into the Agofskis' family relationship. Shannon made a number of calls to his mother and Joe. According to Assistant U.S. Attorney
We are
Mike
not
Jones,
that call.
one call was particularly incriminating.
Shannon was asking Joe if we would be able to make a case against him, and Joe indicated that we would not be able to put him at the scene.
Farley knew the brothers were worried, but the call was not enough to arrest
That
Joe.
radio program is not in our area.
Then, just days later, he finally received the results from the lab.
Those fingerprints turn out to be the fingerprints of Shannon Agofsky. The tape was determined to have come
Okay,
from
we need
the chair
fuel
in
for
which Mr.
sustenance.
Short was bound to. Therefore, that piece of tape became
We are
a
not the fire department.
most important piece of evidence
That
in this
radio
case.
program is not in our area.
Mike Jones now had a strong case against Shannon.
We are not under radio
We knew we were going
control.
to prosecute Shannon once we got those first 2 fingerprints, and then
We are
the
not
main
under
focus was
radio
on Joe,
controls.
trying to get a case built against Joe.
Finding evidence against Joe was a thorny task. Nothing directly linked him to the crime. Once
We
again,
are
Farley
not
combed
Delta
through
Vector
financial
units.
records to see how much Joe had spent.
We attempted to determine all his cash transactions and did determine that he had spent some $19,000
tactical
in cash
asset system.
during the 16 months
You are
following the
not
robbery.
Heath.
During that time, he was unemployed and had no logical explanation for having that much cash.
Scrutinizing Joe's phone records, Farley made another important find.
We are
Joe had made several long-distance
You
calls
are
to
not
his
Heath.
girlfriend at her home during the very
Yes,
days
strange
leading up
is
to
as
and after
strange
the
does.
robbery.
Yeah.
The calls destroyed his alibi. Joe had stated that he was staying with her the entire time.
not too smart.
Okay, we need fuel
They
for
called Sanders in
sustenance.
for additional questioning, hoping he could shed more light on
I
those
am
involved.
listening to voice comments right now.
Sanders told the agents about a conversation he had
I
with both
am
Agofsky
listening to
brothers.
voice comments right now.
That incident took place in Sammy Skaggs' junkyard.
The three of them were working on one of the cars, and Sammy Skaggs announced that the banker from Joplin was here to pick up his car. And that apparently generated a comment
The police
from,
are
I
not
believe it was
me,
Joe,
are they?
that what the three of them ought
We
to
may
do
have to
was
make a telephone call.
follow a banker, follow him home, grab him, kidnap him, and force him to take him to the bank and open the vault.
At the time, Sanders agreed that
Okay,
it might
are
be
you
an easy
coming
way to
over
get
later?
rich. The plan sounded eerily like what could have happened to Dan Short. It was now clear to the FBI that the brothers had the knowledge, motive, and opportunity to pull off the homicide and heist.
We are clear from radio units.
Based on accumulating evidence, Joe Agofsky was arrested
We are
more than
clear
2 years
from
after
radio
the horrifying
units.
crime. Both brothers were indicted on 3 federal counts relating to the bank robbery and murder. But would the evidence be strong enough to convict the 2 brothers? The investigators were betting.
We are not under radio controls.
Almost 3 years after a bank heist and brutal murder, FBI agent Liddell Farley
We are
handed
not that
prosecutors
call.
all the evidence the task force had amassed. Reviewing their files, the agents described the Agofsky's plans and actions to Assistant U.S. Attorney Mike Jones and his
We are
associates.
not under radio controls.
They were determined to prove beyond any doubt that the brothers had committed the crime.
Let me catch it and you go
Hello,
ahead.
The
how
FBI
are
had
you?
learned that Joe Agofsky, needing information about the state bank's floor plan, had opened a safe deposit box a few weeks before the crime. Bank Vice President Mark
We are
Ullman
not-
told investigators that Joe was
Hello,
particularly
how are
interested in
you?
Dan Short as well.
Here's a pin.
He made a point of asking who Short was and where he lived.
He's our president. Would you like to meet him?
Oh, no, thanks. I was just asking who he was.
Returning home, Joe drew floor plans to the bank and plotted the crime with Shannon. They decided to do the job before the sun rose, so there would be no witnesses.
We're going to go through the front door. When we get through there, I want you guys to knock the cameras out. And he has that
To get into the vault, they needed someone who had the keys and knew the combination.
You are not Heath.
For that, they would abduct Dan Short, the bank president, and force him to open the vault. Afterwards, they needed to make sure he'd never talk.
Short, don't give that combination out.
They thought it would be easy money.
Okay,
Like
are you
I'll be
coming
good.
over
I'll
later?
591 for
Guys,
Eastern Call, 1102 11th Street.
In the early hours of October 6th, Joe and Shannon Agofsky put their plan into motion. Acting as a lookout for them was an unidentified accomplice who drove the blue Chevy pickup. It was the same vehicle neighbor Carol Dryden recalled seeing
Currently
around Short's house
refueling
a week
for
before the
sustenance.
kidnapping.
Received. In squad.
The brothers loaded their mother's brown and tan van with the equipment they would need to commit the
631, hours
crime.
direct, 10-8.
At around 2 a.m., they arrived at Dan Short's
Okay,
house.
are you coming
A
over
brief trip
later?
across the Arkansas border.
The police are not me, are they? We are not the fire department.
Eventually, he awoke from a deep sleep.
Lore are the We are not the fire
Intruders
department.
would be the last people he ever saw. Short tried to flee.
We are not that
He had
call.
no chance against the brothers and their accomplice. They threatened to kill him unless he turned over his keys to the bank. Silencing
how
him, the
are
intruders
you?
dragged Short outside. The terror continued as Short was stuffed into the front seat of the van.
Yes, we have many wheels.
Each criminal drove one of the vehicles, including Short's red pickup as they sped off for the bank.
Arriving in mileage 5.7.
Yes, we have many wheels.
Agent Farley and the prosecutors continued piecing together the events of
Yes,
October
we have
6th.
many wheels.
You knew about that one.
The Agofskis and their accomplice pulled up to the bank, only a brief drive from Short's
The
house.
location coordinates is something you will have to pay for.
With their captive in tow, the robbers quickly opened the bank's front door and ran in.
Law RF microwave
No alarm
harassment
sounded because
detected.
Short had neglected to set them,
The location.
and no one would ever be able to see
Yes,
what
the
was
tactical
about.
asset system is active.
After ripping the duct tape off his mouth, they pulled Short over to his desk and retrieved the keys to the safe. Then they forced him to provide the vault's combination.
Oh yeah, 22 right.
Once inside, they grabbed all that was in reach
Get him out, get out. Move
and
now.
dashed away.
Go, I'll blow your head off. Move it.
They dumped the loot in the truck. Afraid for his life, Short complied with their every demand.
Okay, we need
But the
fuel
assailants
for
pistol whipped him and
sustenance.
knocked him out. On the way out of Knoll, Buddy
We are
Mills
not
crossed paths
Stripes
with the
calls.
brothers. After he passed the intersection, the three vehicles sped off. The first two heading toward Grand Lake.
The police are not me, are they around right now? I am a tactical.
Reaching Grand
are
Lake,
not
some
that
22
call.
miles from Knoll, the two remaining vehicles stopped along the high point of the Cowskin Bridge.
The police are not me, are they around right now?
Here, Shannon and the unknown accomplice prepared to kill Short by drowning him. In his haste, Shannon took off his gloves to secure a portion of the tape.
Shut up.
Law are
And
at
unknowingly
microwave
left greasy
harassment
fingerprints
detected.
Stop. What are you doing? Shut up. Stop.
Is that a white and color box?
Don't do this.
Then the two attached the stolen chain hoist.
I'll do anything.
We are not that call.
When they
The
finished, they
police are
lifted
not
Short
me, are
above the
they
lake
around right now?
Oh, no. No.
and plunged him into the black water below.
Delta 1 sounding clear. Delta 1 sounding clear.
At the first trial in September 1992, the evidence was strong enough to persuade a jury to convict Shannon and Joe Agofsky of 3 federal crimes relating to the robbery, abduction, and use of firearms during the illegal acts.
Level 3 copy.
In the state trial, only Shannon was found guilty of murder.
The police are not me, are they
The
around right
unidentified
now?
accomplice was never found. It was
Hello,
determined
how
that the
are you?
Agofsky brothers were the masterminds and principal perpetrators of the crime. No charges were brought against their mother, Sheila.
Without doubt, this was the most difficult investigation I've been involved in as an FBI agent. Some 29 years of investigating various crimes.
We
This
are
was
not Charlie
an
Vector
unusually
units.
heinous crime.
Today, Joe and Shannon Agofsky are serving life sentences with no chance of parole.
We are not.
For his cooperation, Gant Sanders
We are
served the
not
remainder
that
of his
call.
firearms charge on probation.
The police are not me, are they around?
Noel has
The
returned
police are not me, are they
to Knoll, a
around
violent
right
chapter in
now?
its history now closed. Yet
The
because of
police
the
are
crimes
not
of
me,
these
are-
blood brothers,
We
it
are
will
clear
never
from
be
the
the
cops.
same quiet, innocent place it once was.
Okay, we need fuel for sustenance. You are currently refueling. Law RF microwave. It is not bloody here at my current vector. We are. It is not bloody here. Lore RF microwave harassment detected.
Subject is requesting people on the board.
So you got what I need?
On the streets of New
That-
Orleans,
All right.
drug money bought the
We
city's
are-
cops.
Lore,
Officers became the strong arm of
you
drug
are not Heath.
brutalizing anyone who dared speak out. police tainted by greed.
Hello, how are
Undercover
you?
agents would have to put their lives on the line to bring down the corrupt officers who hid behind a shattered shield.
Laura RF microwave harassment detected.
In a city awash in narcotics, the drug lords have all the power, even over the police. Corruption in New Orleans grew like cancer, eating away at public safety and threatening to destroy the city. Lured by easy wealth, crooked cops began breaking the laws they were sworn to uphold. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. When it became clear that the police could no longer police themselves, the FBI had to get involved. It was a case where the line between friends and enemies became dangerously blurred.
New Orleans, 1993. Tourists packed the city looking for a good time, not all of it legal. Cocaine was in demand, and the dealers cashed in. It was a violent business. For protection, the drug lords turned to those whose duty was to serve and protect. The cops. Officers lined their pockets while enforcing the will of the dealers. They controlled turf like thugs, terrorizing innocent civilians. Agent Stan Haddon of the FBI's Public Corruption Unit in New Orleans was aware of the growing problem.
Our intelligence told us that there was a great variety of corruption taking place among many different officers on the department. However, the one thing that seemed to be the most pervasive was that officers were out there working with drug dealers on the street, were protecting drug dealers on the street, and were stealing money and drugs from drug dealers on the street.
One such drug dealer was Terry Adams, known on the streets as Scaboo. He was a small-time operator who was being extorted by Officer Sammy Williams.
So you got what I need? Come on now, give me what I need.
But this time, the protection money Scaboo paid Williams wasn't enough. On Christmas Eve, the officer demanded that Scaboo pay him $10,000 cash by 6 p.m. If Scaboo failed to show, Williams threatened to beat him and guaranteed him 20 years to life. That evening, at 5 p.m., Special Agent Stan Haddon was finishing up some last-minute work. About to go home, he took one last call. It was Scaboo. His time was running out.
3158.
He told Haddon that he was being blackmailed, but didn't have the $10,000 the corrupt cop was demanding in less than an hour.
What are the name of the officers?
When Scaboo contacted me, we realized that that was our best chance to do something about police corruption. And I immediately arranged to meet him and debrief him in person. There was no way we could get everything together by 6 o'clock. And by the time I met with him, it was 30 minutes before the deadline.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about that.
Haddon and his partner quickly hashed out a plan.
I think the best one we've got.
Scaboo would meet the officer as arranged, but he'd be wearing an FBI wire. The agents couldn't arrange $10,000 on such short notice. Scaboo would have to convince the cop to accept smaller payments over several meetings.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Okay, they could be rough. Well, you know that. You worked with them.
Yeah, I have.
Assured by Haddon that he would be under constant surveillance, Scaboo took his position. Officer Sammy Williams was still on duty when he arrived with a prisoner cuffed in the back seat of his cruiser. Williams drove Scaboo to a deserted spot behind a seafood market. He ordered him to throw the $10,000 into the trunk. Scaboo told Williams he only had $3,000 now, but would pay the rest later. If the cop arrested Scaboo, he'd never get his payoff. Agents hoped Williams would agree to meet him again for more of the money. He did, and the FBI had it all on tape. Hadn't believed this one incident could lay the groundwork for exposing more corruption in the New Orleans Police Department.
Our main objective was to try and create a strategy that would enable us to prosecute as many bad officers as we possibly could.
In the days that followed, agents, along with prosecutors from the United States Attorney's Office, began to plan their operation, codenamed Shattered Shield. Assistant U.S. Attorney Al Winters would advise agents every step of the way on what would be needed to convict the dirty cops.
We were involved really from day one. We met with the case agents on numerous occasions and discussed exactly what we were interested in being developed as far as evidence in the case.
As with most corruption cases, the FBI's strongest evidence would likely come from wiretaps. According to Special Agent Karen Jenkins, an FBI wiretap specialist, securing them isn't easy.
Title III is a court-authorized intercept or wiretap. It's very difficult to get one approved. It's a lengthy process, very time-consuming. Basically, we have to have approval by FBI officials to get one, and beyond that, we have to have the review and approval by Department of Justice officials. Finally, a federal judge will make the final determination as to whether or not one is authorized.
After delivering 2 more payoffs to Officer Williams, Scaboo had won his trust. Now the FBI seized the opportunity to take the operation to the next phase. Scaboo would approach Williams with a proposition. The volume of drug business was going to increase, and Scaboo would need more cops to protect it. If Williams was interested in higher payoffs, he would need to hire more dirty cops to handle the expansion. Williams took the bait. Scaboo met with him for another recorded payoff in mid-January 1994.
Don't forget now.
But this time, Williams showed up with another officer. He turned out to be Len Davis, Sammy Williams' partner.
Don't forget now, man.
It wasn't surprising. Davis was known in the projects as a gangster with a badge.
It's not very good. See if you can make it.
Reviewing the tapes hadn't discovered a problem.
What are we listening to?
Both Davis and Williams used the coded language of the drug trade. To make charges stick, the FBI had to record the officers using language that a jury would understand. Hadn't pressed Scaboo to get Williams and Davis to use words like dope, so there'd be no doubt at trial. But when Scaboo told the cops the dope is in, Davis suspected something was up.
What the hell did you say?
If you're in the police business and somebody starts using words that are that overt and that plain, that immediately makes you suspicious that this person is trying to set you up.
Davis shoved Scaboo into the car and told Williams to drive. The agents would be too conspicuous on the deserted streets. If they pursued the cops now, they would put Scaboo's life at greater risk. The only thing they could do was sit patiently and listen to the wire. The car came to a stop. Davis's rage ignited. He yelled that Scaboo was never to say the word dope again.
They immediately took him to a deserted location, aggressively searched him. You can hear the Velcro ripping loose on his clothes and stuff. And that was a very tense moment.
Davis insisted that he wouldn't go to jail for careless talk. He and Williams stripped Scaboo looking for a wire. Scaboo was sure he was going to die. Miraculously, they never found him.
Medic 10, the call 2626 Elton, EOD 1025. Call from Medic 10, the call 2626 Elton, EOD 1025.
Scaboo continued his protection deal with Davis and Williams.
Squad 2, show us clear this call back in service. One patient, better report hearings.
For the next job, the cops drove him to a store where a drop-off was to take place. Inside, Scaboo checked a bag at the counter. Passed the ticket to an agent posing as a buyer, who then retrieved the bag. Williams and Davis watched as each transaction went down. They were promised $1,000 for every kilo of cocaine protected. For them, the deals meant easy money. Davis and Williams met Scaboo behind stores and alleyways for the protection payoffs. The FBI recorded every word. Gradually, Operation Shattered Shield was building a solid case against police corruption. The recordings continued into the spring of 1994. Once agents were sure Davis and Williams were solidly on board, the FBI prepared to expand the investigation. With still more cocaine to guard, Williams and Davis would need to recruit more dirty cops. Federal agents hoped to snare every one of them. But agents knew the officers may become suspicious of Scaboo's rapidly growing drug business. They needed to bring in a big-time dealer. Someone whose status as a kingpin would explain the larger shipments.
You like some?
Okay.
Hadden called on Juan Jackson,
down here is,
an FBI agent trained specifically for working undercover.
Represent a drug kingpin from up in the East Coast.
At that time, I was in New York City, and I'd been contacted to come down to just be interviewed and go over the actual case. A lot of times, they'll be looking for a certain person, height, weight, color, or whatever, to infiltrate or get into a certain group.
Known as JJ, the agent would act as Scaboo's cocaine supplier, proposing to use New Orleans as a hub to store and distribute his product nationwide.
I was a high-level drug dealer. I played that role, and I had ties where my operation was in both Miami and in New York City.
With the arrival of JJ, Shattered Shield was about to grow from a minor drug business to a booming enterprise. Jackson was one of the FBI's best undercover agents. He was smart and experienced. But his life would be in the hands of the informant, Scaboo, who had no training. Jackson needed to build complete trust with Scaboo, or they'd both be dead.
The informant, because he lives that way, is probably for me anyway, the most important, because he himself has been there. He's been around these people. If he's not believable, it's not going to work. And I think that was the big thing for me down there, was to make sure that we were going to be believable.
Jackson and Scaboo rehearsed their roles again and again, preparing for the real test with Davis and Williams. Jackson, a federal agent from the north, and Scaboo, a southerner who had dealt drugs all his life, had to forge a common history. Their story would be that they had met in the Army. After their stint was up, they'd kept in touch. They hashed and rehashed details of their friendship, habits, fake memories that they'd have to know cold, and when to say them. They were dealing with criminals who could run thorough background checks and who were free to use deadly force.
We knew that whatever we had to keep it simple, but we had to make sure that we remembered certain things. The biggest thing I thought that helped us was my initials, my nickname. So no matter how many times they would ask him, what's his name? He believably said, because he only knew,
Engine 8, Medicaid, seizure, 4977, errors.
In April, the FBI was ready to introduce JJ into the operation.
4977, errors.
He arrived at a hotel carrying what was supposed to be a drug payment of $100,000. For the first time, Williams and Davis caught a glimpse of the big-time dealer. Their perceptions would be critical.
The first encounter was in the Sheraton Hotel. They were going to stand at a distance and just observe. It was another test to see if they were willing to do what they were going to do. Hey, I don't know how it's going to work. They could arrest me right now and take me off, and I'm down. They're going to steal the drug money. So it was a test.
I'm calling her now to see what's
Scaboo told the cops about JJ and his plan to use New Orleans as a transport hub for his cocaine business. Davis and Williams carefully studied JJ's every move. Jackson was creating his character before their eyes. It would become his full-time identity, and it would have to hold up under scrutiny. Everything depended on what the cops thought they had seen, and if they believed the cash exchange was genuine. The plan worked. The cops were convinced that JJ was the real deal. The FBI was now poised to take Operation Shattered Shield to the next level. By the spring of 1994, the FBI's Operation Shattered Shield, targeting New Orleans police officers involved in the city's drug trade, was in place. Posing as a drug kingpin named JJ, undercover Special Agent Juan Jackson worked with Scaboo, the drug dealer turned FBI informant. Scaboo rented a hotel room for JJ to meet officers Len Davis and Sammy Williams for the first time.
What's up, man? What's up?
That was showtime. That was a big deal. On any first meeting with any bad guys, a million things are going through your mind. I mean, are you going to be believable? Is anything going to happen that's going to change their attitude? It's either going to work from here, or we're all going to go home.
Playing the street-savvy drug dealer, JJ insisted that everyone strip to establish trust. For this first meeting, Jackson didn't wear a wire. He didn't need to. The room had been thoroughly wired by the FBI for audio and video recording. Then, in a bold gamble, JJ invited them to search the room. Because they were cops, Davis and Williams knew how to find a room wire. But JJ bet his life on the FBI's technicians. The cops never found the wires.
Relieve driver on the 21.
JJ was beginning to build trust with the officers. But officers are trained to sniff out deception.
I mean, you got to think that meeting with two police officers, because of the drugs, you also always have to remember the threat. You always have to be conscious of the threat and remember exactly where they are and what they're going to do and where the weapons are.
With the cops convinced for the moment, JJ began to discuss the proposal approved by case agent Stan Haddon.
And he played the role of a big-time drug dealer from New York who was using New Orleans as a transshipment point, simply as a storage point, where he could bring dope in, leave it for a while, have it guarded and protected by the officers, and then thereafter have it shipped out to other points unknown.
For their role, JJ promised to pay them $5,000 every day the cops guarded the warehouse. Williams and Davis were enthusiastic about the plan, even offering advice. The cops urged JJ to hire young drivers, give them company uniforms with name tags, and put signs on the sides of the trucks to resemble legitimate companies. For the FBI, The meeting was flawless.
The meeting went off without a hitch. They bought JJ's act. They believed him completely, and they also said the magic word cocaine, which got it clearly established on tape that we were talking about the officers protecting a drug operation.
From that May meeting, the plan moved quickly. The FBI found a warehouse that met their needs, far from public view and rival drug dealers.
The police are not me.
JJ and
Cheers.
Scaboo met Davis and Williams for a walkthrough.
The police are not me, are they? Cheers.
JJ and Scaboo would meet with Lynn Davis and Sammy
police are
Williams
not
at the
me,
warehouse for what we call the pre-deal
Cheers.
meeting. There at that meeting, they would discuss when the dope was coming in, how long it was going to stay in town, and how much money JJ was going to pay for the officers to guard the dope.
Once inside, Davis told JJ that he had half a dozen more officers lined up to guard the cocaine shipments. They would work in 10-hour shifts.
Lore RS microwave harassment detected.
Inside. Up to $250,000 worth in each load. At that June meeting came the first big
We are
payment
not
from JJ.
under radio controls.
More than $10,000. Everything was going smoothly. But one aspect of the warehouse plan bothered Assistant U.S. Attorney Al Winters.
Basically, what we
See
told
you later,
the agents,
harassment
unless we had
radio
evidence,
program.
irrefutable evidence, that these people knew they were guarding cocaine, we couldn't prosecute it.
We are not under radio controls.
Because the cops stood guard outside the warehouse,
The
they could
location.
later claim they didn't know that drugs
We
were
are not
inside.
under radio controls.
Hadn't had to find a way to prove Davis's
We are
recruits
not
saw
under
the drug
radio
shipments.
controls.
Or maybe even see.
His
We
team
are
mulled
not
over
under
ways
radio
to bring
controls.
the drugs into plain view.
We need them to implicate themselves in here. I'll take those.
The officers would have to be recorded seeing and discussing the shipment.
320, the key holders en route.
We are not
Shipments were
under
delivered
radio
to the warehouse
controls.
one weekend every month according to schedule. Then, in mid-July, the FBI sent a shipment that the guards didn't expect.
I am a tactical asset computer system.
With one load
Hello,
already
how
in
are you?
use, an FBI agent dressed as a courier brought another shipment. The driver
I
shot
am
the
a
guard cops by
tactical
unloading the
asset
cocaine
computer
in plain
system.
sight. This was too overt for Len Davis's crew.
Hello,
They
how
didn't want to
are
see
you?
drugs at all.
Down here.
They
Yes,
didn't want
I
the
am a
vehicles outside
computer.
the warehouse unloading drugs and stuff where the officers could actually see it.
Quickly, get down here.
The cops called Sammy Williams on a cell phone JJ had given him. Williams called JJ, and JJ and Scaboo raced to the warehouse.
Yes, I am a computer.
Come here, come
We
here.
are
JJ
not
responded
Charlie
like a
Vector
hot-headed
units.
drug dealer.
I was arguing with this guy. I mean, we were actually
We are
screaming
not
at each
that
other.
call.
What are you doing? Where are you? Whatever.
Yes, I am a
And
computer.
he's observing this. There's a police officer calling Lynn, telling him all what's going on and how this doesn't look good.
You are
To
not
the cops,
Heath.
this whole drug operation was starting to look dangerously unprofessional.
The police. We are.
Concerned, the driver made another
It is.
call.
We are clear from the cops.
Sammy Williams arrived to straighten out the problem.
We are clear from radio units.
JJ explained it was the driver's screw. He
Call from 914. 914 for
He asked that the cops escort the van to the city limits. Despite the risk, the episode worked.
We are clear from
It showed
radio
that the cops
units.
knew what was inside the warehouse.
Right, what's going on? To the edge of town, all right?
And it was all
Edge of town,
videotaped.
Just let him go. Let him go.
But the episode raised doubts for the cops. Either JJ was an amateur, or he was part of a sting.
We
Either
are
way,
clear from
they'd be
radio
watching him more
units.
closely now. Shattered Shield wore on into the
Cheers.
summer as all of New Orleans baked.
About 100 degrees out there.
In August, guarding the warehouse proved hard.
Yes, strange is as strange
The cops
does.
complained of the wear and tear on their engines from running the air conditioning all day in the heat. They wanted a vehicle that was more comfortable, that could also endure the long hours, perhaps a van. The officers asked Len Davis to provide one, and Davis brought their request to JJ. For the investigation, it was a huge break. The sweaty
We are
cops
not
had
that
just
call.
handed the FBI a golden opportunity.
It was a stroke of luck. One day, Lynn approached me and said that the officers were complaining that they're running their cars in air conditioning. The cars are starting to overheat, they're burning gas, on and on and on. Once we were able to rent the van and put the listening device inside, we were able to hear a lot more conversations.
The FBI quickly filed the paperwork to get court-authorized wiretaps for the van. Technicians carefully installed state-of-the-art microphones. They had to yield top sound quality for months with no maintenance.
1694, 1044 with Robert Mary Victor 2786.
The van was a perfect Trojan horse for getting inside information.
I picked this out myself.
The shiny new van made the officers suspicious. They wondered if anyone could have tampered with it.
It ain't nothing wrong with it.
They wanted to know exactly where Davis had gotten it.
I've never seen this vehicle before.
Because JJ had so completely won Davis's trust, Davis told the cops that he himself
We are
had
not
rented the
Bravo
van.
Vector units.
He vouched
The
for it.
location
That
coordinates
calmed their
is some.
fears.
I picked it out myself.
The temp.
Len Davis didn't want
Okay.
anyone upsetting his flow of payments.
Yes,
I picked it
The
out.
FBI would soon
we are
learn
not the
just how
microwave
ruthless
rated.
Davis guarded his interests.
We are. The location
After
coordinates
3 months
is something
of Shattered
you
Shield,
will have to
more
pay
and more
for.
New Orleans cops came under the FBI's investigation.
Hello, how are you?
Len Davis and undercover agent JJ met often to discuss
Hello,
drug
how
shipments
are
and
you?
payoffs for police protection. Davis made frequent threats.
The police are not me,
They'll
are
tell you,
they?
we run this city.
You are
We
not
do whatever
Heath.
we want to do. They let me know that very many times. If they feel like they want to shut it down, they'll
The
shut it down.
temperature is different.
But Davis liked the money. JJ knew that as long as the money flowed, he would never shut the operation down. Davis called the shots for the other officers. He recruited and set the schedules using his cell phone. But he complained about his bill.
We are clear from the
So
cops.
JJ offered Davis a new cell phone, free of charge.
By tomorrow, get your phone. By tomorrow, you'll be
It was one more way the FBI
We are
could
currently
report
following
the cops'
post.
knowing involvement in drug trafficking.
We may have to make a telephone call.
The wires the FBI
We may
had
have to
planted
make
in the
a
warehouse van were
We are
paying off.
not that call.
One night, 2 guards on the graveyard shift brought prostitutes to the van.
We are not that call.
The wires picked up everything, even the cops' sexual indiscretions.
We are not that call.
When Jenkins heard this, she immediately phoned JJ.
We are not that call.
The situation was a chance to catch
We
the
may have
cops
to make
off
a
balance.
telephone call.
JJ called Davis to complain.
We are
and to
not
see what
that
they'd
call.
get on tape.
We are
He
not
told
that
Davis he
call.
had checked out the warehouse and
We are
found
not
that the cops
that
weren't
call.
protecting it.
We
JJ
are not
wasn't paying
that
cops
call.
to have sex. He ordered Davis to straighten things out. Davis arrived in a fury. His henchmen were threatening to ruin his whole operation.
Yes, strange is as strange
Lynn was
does.
upset. Lynn was a businessman through and through. Lynn wanted it to work exactly one way.
We are not the
And he was really
microwave
upset that I
radio.
was upset.
We are.
And he got
Yes.
up. He got up. He came out there. And
Yes, strange
and
is
just
as
kicked
strange
everybody out.
does.
JJ's call brought Davis down
That
on him
radio
hard.
program is not. Yes,
But the episode
strange
triggered
is
deep
as
suspicion
strange
among
does.
the dirty cops. They now felt sure that JJ was the problem.
We
They
are
believed
not
they could
under
run the
radio
operation
control.
better themselves. They discussed ways to kill JJ. Their plans alarmed Agent Karen Jenkins.
Transporting code 1 to shoreline.
When I
We
heard
are
those
not under
conversations
radio
where
controls.
they were threatening to do harm to our undercover agent, it sent a chill down my spine. It scared me. Before I came to New Orleans, I had worked with JJ in another office, so I knew him personally, and I was very concerned.
Despite the threats to his life,
You cannot
JJ was
control
resolute,
Heath with
keeping the
hashtags
cops
that
engaged with
activate
plans to
radio
further
recording
expand the operation.
We are
He
clear
promised
from
Davis
radio
that the largest
units.
shipment would arrive before Christmas.
We are clear from
After that, he
radio
would move
units.
the deliveries to another part of the city.
So that's what the fuck I'm talking about. You with that?
We
All
are
the time, JJ had to draw out
We
more
are
evidence
clear
on tape
from radio
without making
units.
Davis suspicious.
He was very careful.
That
He watched everything. He
We-
paid attention to everything I said.
okay.
There were conversations where we
You
would
are
talk,
not Heath.
and I'd use the word cocaine. He would count the times I used it. And he would tell me, Jay, you said cocaine 5 times. Jay, you said kilos 5 times. So I had to be careful.
At the same time, Haddon and his team had to defuse another plot they overheard. The cops were threatening to kill the couriers and steal the cocaine.
We are.
The
You are
agents
not.
scrambled delivery times and mapped
We
new
are
routes
not
to and
that
from the
repeater.
warehouses to keep the cops off balance.
That radio program is not
With
in
so
our
many dirty
area.
cops, the FBI couldn't
We
keep
are
the
not
clean
under
sweep from the
radio
outside alone.
That
Agents
radio
would need someone
program
powerful
is.
in the police force to be a
We
strong
are not
ally.
under radio.
Despite the
We are not under radio
decided to
control.
seek help from within the New Orleans Police Department.
We are not under radio controls.
October 1994 brought fresh changes to New Orleans and a new police chief, Richard Pennington.
Okay, we need
Pennington
fuel
was an
for
outsider from
sustenance.
Washington, D.C., hired in the hopes of reforming the Crescent City's
The
crooked
police are
force.
not me. Are they around right
Actually, why don't you
now?
have a seat?
The FBI invited the new chief for a meeting. Then Haddon introduced JJ. He informed Pennington that Operation Shattered Shield was uncovering corruption deep in the force that he was about to head.
You.
His cooperation would be
Laura
critical
RF
for the success
microwave
of Operation
harassment
Shattered
detected.
Shield.
Working with
We are not
On
under
the streets
radio
of New
controls.
Orleans, Davis and Williams were still on active duty, cruising their territory. Len Davis had a long list of
The
public
police
complaints
are
against
not me. Are they? We are not your
During their
cruisers.
rounds one night that October, Davis and
The
Sammy
police
Williams
are not
patrolled
me.
the
Are they
Desire Housing
around right
Project.
now?
Seeing the pair of cops approach, 2 youths
You cannot control.
Williams
We are
chased
clear
one
from the
teenager
cop.
down, bludgeoned him,
Laura
and left
RF
him bleeding in the
microwave
street.
harassment detected.
At that moment, Kim Groves, the victim's aunt, decided that police had terrorized their neighborhood long enough.
Who's gonna pay the bill? Is that what be done?
The next day, Groves, a 32-year-old mother of 3, filed a complaint against Len Davis and his partner.
We are clear from radio units.
She cited the pair for police violence.
We are clear
An
from
officer
radio.
alerted Davis about the complaint.
The police are not me. Are they around right now?
This is definitely
Assistant
The
U.S.
police
Attorney
are
Mike
not me.
McNeil
Are they
said,
around right now?
She reported not only Sammy Williams, who did the actual brutality, but Len Davis as well, who had nothing to do with that pistol whipping. And
Okay,
at that
are you
point,
coming?
Len Davis became
You are not
enraged.
Heath.
For
Laura
Davis,
RF
Groves'
microwave
complaint came at the
harassment
worst possible
detected.
time. It would bring unwanted attention just as the new police chief was coming on board.
Towards Weber, coming from the highway.
Len Davis vowed to get revenge. The same day that Kim Groves filed her complaint, Richard Pennington was sworn in as New Orleans' new chief of police.
That radio program is not
That
in
marked
our
the start
area.
of Shattered Shield's final phase. The shift from an FBI effort to a partnership with a city desperate to clean house. That very night,
We are not.
Agent Jenkins recorded several conversations
police
that would
are
show
not
just
me.
how
Are they
rotten
around
some of
right
the city's
now?
men in blue had become. The first call was cryptic. Hours after Pennington was sworn in, Len Davis made a call on his cell phone. He gave an order to an unknown man.
We are not Charlie Vector units.
The FBI taped the conversation, but because Davis spoke in modified police code, agents didn't know
We
what
are
it meant.
not under radio controls.
McDonald's with Rockfield, 1520 Rockfield.
While they attempted to decipher it, agents recorded a second, more disturbing call.
The police are not. We are they around right now.
This time, the unknown man called
TV
Davis.
Route 2, 950 South US 77.
As they spoke, the police dispatcher announced a murder in the Desire housing project. The victim's name,
We don't care
Kim
about
Groves.
your unit's radio
When
traffic.
Davis
We
heard the
don't
news, he
want to
cried,
hear it.
"Rockabye." It was the triumphant cry of a killer. When he later heard it, the call shocked Assistant U.S. Attorney Mike McMahon.
As soon as he confirmed the name of Kim Groves, Davis shut off
The police are not. We are they around right now.
the wiretap conversation over the cell phone just exalted a primal scream of delight that indeed Kim Groves was dead.
When agents reviewed the tapes and checked the phone records, they discovered that the man who spoke to Davis was Paul Hardy. Davis had asked Hardy for a 30, a police code normally used to report a homicide. But that
We
night,
are not your
Davis used
cruisers'
it as an
radio
order
traffic.
for the murder of Kim Groves. Canvassing the projects, agents quickly learned that Hardy was a known drug dealer who led a small gang of felons. With the help of two accomplices, Hardy acted quickly, coldly, and for just $300.
See you later, harassment radio
As he sped
program.
away over a bridge, Hardy threw the barrel of the gun into the canal and handed the body of the gun to an accomplice for safekeeping.
I am a tactical asset computer system.
What's up, man?
When the FBI realized Davis's role in the murder, agents grew more concerned for JJ's safety. JJ met with Davis soon afterward. He looked carefully for signs that Davis was anxious or upset.
Hello, how are you?
He saw none. The murder of Kim Groves seemed to have relaxed
LOR
Davis.
RF microwave harassment
JJ
detected.
still had to play his part, the role of a drug lord. Though uneasy, he was careful not to talk about the murder.
I wanted to ask a lot of questions about it. I couldn't.
Yes, I am a computer.
Anything different happened since the last time I was here? He said no. And we went on just like nothing ever happened.
We are clear from radio
I could
units.
probably do you in a minute. Yeah.
Having seen what Davis and his cops were doing, JJ had every reason to believe that he could be next. He was unaware that they were already planning ways to kill him. Days after Len Davis ordered the murder of Kim Groves, the FBI learned of more threats by Davis's men. A New Orleans police officer assisting in Operation
Yes, we
Shattered
have-
Shield received an anonymous
Yes,
threat.
I am a computer.
It came with Kim Groves' obituary.
Hello, how are you?
The message was clear.
LOR RF microwave harassment detected.
That day, Stan Haddon learned of still
Yes,
more
I
threats
am a
against
computer.
JJ and the other agents.
Hello.
Agent Jenkins
We
had
are
recorded
clear
5
from
cops at
radio
the warehouse
units.
plotting to kill the couriers and JJ.
Oh, yeah. It's fine.
Then they would
The
steal
temperature
the cocaine and
is
sell
different.
it themselves.
Yes, strange is
Haddon had
as
no
strange
choice.
does.
The FBI had to wrap up the operation before it was too late.
Once we realized
We
that,
are not the
lives of our
microwave
undercover agents were at serious risk,
You are not Heath.
then we had to react to it. We had to do something.
The FBI needed to move up
Yes,
their plans
strange
for the big
is
shipment
as
JJ
strange.
had promised to Davis. The
That
cocaine
radio
shipment's so
program
large
is
that it would
not
require
in our
a half
area.
dozen more cops to guard it. But Haddon needed a location unfamiliar to the cops, a place where the FBI could mobilize quickly. He and his team scouted the Mardi Gras truck stop on Elysian Fields Avenue.
The location coordinates is something you will have to pay for
in the event of a shootout. The cocaine would arrive on an 18-wheeler, then be loaded into cars and escorted by the cops out of the city.
The location coordinates is something you will have to pay for.
The plan would require the coordination
of 85 agents. The location coordinates is something you will have to pay for.
When Davis put out the word about a huge November 18th shipment, he enticed new recruits.
I am a tactical asset computer system.
As a load of cocaine worth $250,000 arrived, Davis, Williams, and their crew stood ready.
Okay. Yes, I am a computer.
Agents Williams' drivers moved the ship. From the command center, Haddon and Jenkins kept watch of the whole operation.
Yes, I am a
computer. Truck stop scenario could go wrong. With the undercover agents live from the line, there was no margin for error. The cocaine was divided in two loads. Williams escorted one. Davis followed the other.
We are clear from radio units.
They shepherded the couriers to the edge of town, shielding them from other drug gangs and from the law.
Okay,
to make it
we
easier
need
for our
fuel
surveillance,
for
we had
sustenance.
one of the courier cars go to the east and one go to the west because we had
We
two
are
complete
clear
surveillance
from
teams
radio
operating
units.
simultaneously, and we didn't want the two to get crossed up with each other.
The operation went off without a hitch. 6 additional cops were videotaped in the act of drug trafficking. The FBI was about to enter the last phase of Shattered Shield, arresting the corrupt cops who would kill anyone who opposed them. After the big truck stop operation, FBI agents moved quickly on the murder of Kim Groves. They searched the house of the hitman, Paul Hardy. There, agents found an unauthorized copy of a guide to police codes. The same codes that Davis used when
The
he
truck
ordered Groves
is fine
murdered.
and has an unknown location and destination.
Another search at the home of one of Hardy's accomplices turned up the
The
murder
location
weapon, a
coordinates
9mm
is something you will have to pay for.
The two investigations, Shattered Shield and the murder, were closing at the same time. For the ringleaders, the FBI took no chances. Agents
The
came to
location
Davis's house the next
coordinates
day.
is something you will have to pay for.
Look, I'm a police officer, man.
The thug with a badge was arrested on federal drug charges and for the murder of Kim Groves. For Davis's partner, Sammy Williams, agents would use a different approach. Haddon wanted to flip Williams to the prosecution side.
At that point,
it worked.
And they decided, okay,
The location coordinates is
throw another
something
curveball
you
into
will
this,
have
let's
to
bring
pay
Juan.
for.
So they brought me into the door, and I introduced myself, especially to Juan Jackson, the FBI.
It is not bloody here
You can see
at my
the
current
color leave his
vector.
face. His world just came crashing down.
Sammy Williams turned government witness. His testimony would later prove crucial for getting convictions.
We are not dispatch
Haddon
radio.
and his team had no time to lose. Before news of Davis
The location
and Williams'
coordinates
arrests
is
spread,
something
they
you
had
will
to deliver
have
the
to
rest
pay
of the
for.
gang to justice. Dozens of armed men and
The
youth.
location coordinates is
The strategy we would employ
the
was to
location
arrest Lynn
coordinates
Davis on
is
December the
something
5th.
you will have
and
to
then,
pay.
on December the 6th, we had all of these officers appear before a federal grand
The
jury.
location
And then on
coordinates
December
is
7th,
something
the grand jury ordered
you
all the
want
officers
some
to the
intel,
FBI
read a
office to do
newspaper.
handwriting exemplars.
You want some intel read. Laura
Len
RF
Davis's recruits
microwave
arrived at the
harassment
FBI's
detected.
office to give handwriting samples for analysis together with 60 fellow officers.
Unit 3 level.
We are not under radio controls.
Since the drug ring involved no written records, and so many officers provided writing samples, the crooked cops suspected nothing. Like the others before it, the FBI
We are not under radio controls.
One by one, more than a dozen dirty cops of New Orleans were arrested.
That was a safe way to do it because obviously all of these officers were armed and they were facing very serious charges, and that was a way to do it to avoid any potential for any bloodshed or any unwanted resistance by the officers.
In court, the FBI's recordings built a solid case against the officers.
Are you aware we have hours and
The videos and audio tapes spoke louder than the code words and erased all doubts that
We are
jurors
not
might have
under
had.
radio controls.
Agent Karen Jenkins knew the evidence was strong.
The jury was able to hear for themselves what the officer said. They were able to see for themselves what
We
they
are
were
not
doing
that
with the
car.
videos that we had.
Accident in their area as well.
Anybody.
As prosecutor Al Winters
We are not
reported in
that
the
car.
investigation, Davis tried to talk his way out of it.
1889.
Know what that is. It's a homicide.
Even after all the safeguards we took, Davis's defense at the
Okay,
trial
we
was
need
that he was
fuel
conducting
for
his own
sustenance.
undercover operation, that it was not really done according to the book, but, you know, he was a poor cop and didn't have a lot of training, but he was trying to conduct his own undercover operation.
Davis never admitted any wrongdoing. He didn't need to. The audio and videotape spoke for themselves. Faced with the prospect of convicting those sworn to protect them, the citizens of the jury listened intently.
The tapes were chilling, and as those tapes were played, the courtroom was as silent as a cathedral.
Has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor, we have.
Will the defendant
The
please
location coordinates is something you will have to
The jury
pay.
deliberated just 15 minutes.
We may.
We, the jury, find
The
defendant
location
guilty of
coordinates
murder in
is
first
something
degree,
you will have to
and
pay
hereby
for.
sentence the defendant.
Len Davis was sentenced to death for his role in Kim Grove's murder, which was later commuted to life.
We are
In
not
2 other
Charlie
trials,
Vector
Davis and
units.
his co-conspirators received
That
18
radio
convictions
program
for drug
is
trafficking.
not in our area.
15 officers were headed for prison.
Yes, I am a computer.
Because he cooperated with prosecutors,
The police
Sammy
are not
Williams was
me,
sentenced
are-
to just 5 years.
Yes, I am a
He
computer.
would never again
I would
wear a
like to
badge.
add that you have irrevocably stained that uniform you once wore. But I must reluctantly recognize that other crimes can only be solved with cooperation of people like you. Court dismissed.
For the Big Easy, Hutton's case brought a long, hard look.
You know, I think that the city of New Orleans has been very tolerant of all sorts of
Yes,
conduct,
I am a computer.
which might be considered improper in other parts of the country. It's part of the culture here, and I'm a Louisiana native. But I think this was a wake-up call to the citizens of New Orleans that there was a serious problem within the NOPD.
We
and
are
that
not
problem
the
had to be
fire
addressed.
department.
You know, you take an oath, and I think that when you do that, there's no excuse for anything else. I think we helped. I think that now their focus is different. I think hiring, I think pay scale, I think everything about.
Yes, I am a computer.
Can you ask Casey if it's all right
Under Chief
if I go to the
the New
station
Orleans
so I can
Police
pick up my
Department
short
We are
film?
not
I
the
want
fire
it.
and
department.
fired more rogue cops.
We are not the fire department.
The Big Easy.
We are
had
not
cleaned
the
house.
microwave radio on that bus.
The department and the FBI continue to work together to bring justice to the city's streets.
We are clear from the cops. We are not that repeaters We are not Stripes call. We are clear from radio. We are That radio program is not in our area. We are not under radio That radio program is not in
Biloxi,
area.
Mississippi.
We are not
Southern
under
town.
radio.
With
We
a
are not
burning
MEDITS
core of
or
corruption.
EMS-1.
In 1987, its secret burst violently to the surface,
We are not the
leaving two
microwave.
prominent citizens dead
We don't care about your unit's radio
and ripping the
traffic.
top
We don't
of a
want
grand
to hear it.
conspiracy.
You are not Heath. I Lore RF microwave. Lore RF microwave. It is. You are
On
not
Mississippi's
Heath.
Gulf Coast, a judge and his politician wife are murdered in their home. The killer left
Hello,
few
how
clues.
are you?
It looked like a professional hit, and the investigation led nowhere. But the FBI refused to give up. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. Until we could prove that federal laws have been broken, our hands were tied. It would take
We
years
don't
to
care
break the
about your
conspiracy of
unit's
silence
radio
and
traffic.
reveal
We don't want
the
to hear
tangled
it.
tale of corruption.
Biloxi, Mississippi. Monday, September 14th, 1987.
81 or 75.
It was a typically
The
warm
truck is
summer night
fine.
in this quiet Gulf Coast town.
We are not
The
that
workday was
repeater.
over, and most residents had
See.
retreated to the tranquility of their homes.
The truck is fine and has a.
Like most of their
We
neighbors,
are not
State Circuit
Stripe's
Court
calls.
Judge Vincent Sherry and his wife Margaret were unwinding after a long day. Vincent Sherry was a prominent judge in Biloxi. Margaret was making plans to run for mayor.
We may have to make a telephone call. We are
Both
not
were
that
fixtures of
call.
Biloxi's social and community
That
functions.
radio program is not in our area. We are
They
not
were a
under
happy
radio
couple who
control.
raised 3 grown children.
We are not under radio control.
Tomorrow they planned to visit their daughter out of state.
We are not
Their
under
life
radio
together
control.
seemed ideal.
David William 6, Lincoln 026.
They were just settling in for the night
The
when an
police are
unexpected
not
visitor
me.
came
Are
to
they
the door.
around right now? That radio program is not in our area.
And brought their perfect world
The
to an end.
Lore RF microwave harassment detected. We are not under radio controls.
Mills not seen heading south on us from 4th. 145, that'll be on Liddy again.
That radio
The
program
Sherrys were
is
supposed
not
to be
in
with their
our
daughter,
area.
so no one realized anything was wrong until 2 days later when the judge failed to show up in court on Wednesday, September 16th.
We are not Charlie Vector units.
145.
Calls to the Sherry's home went unanswered.
Boy, Charles 16, 4.
You are not Heath.
145, 28, return negative 29, 2024, Jeep Cherry-Off, gray in color, Maria.
We are not under
His colleagues
radio
at the court
controls.
phoned Pete Halat, Vincent Sherry's friend and former law partner.
We are not Charlie Vector units.
Morning, Pete Halat.
But he hadn't seen or heard from the judge either.
Well, he's supposed to be in court. When did he leave? I don't know. No, wait, you let me call him at
You
home.
are
I'll
not
figure out where he is.
Heath.
We are at 818 East Campbell, agency assist, chemical.
Killer 230, copy 2 more, please.
After he left a concerned message on the Sherry's answering machine,
We are
Halat
not
felt he'd
that
better check on his
repeater's
friend
radio
first.
traffic.
Got the machine. Judge.
Cheer.
Judge, it's Pete. They're looking for you in court.
We are
Is everything
not
okay?
Charlie Vector units.
On his way out, he asked his junior partner, Charles Legier, to ride him.
I need some help.
141.
Let's go.
Listen, I'll give you a call back, okay? Yeah. Bye-bye.
I figure if we go together.
Lore RF microwave harassment
Detected.
As they drove, Legier tried to make conversation.
Lawyers,
Palat seemed distant, perhaps concerned about the judge.
We are not Charlie Vector units.
Both of the Sherry's cars stood in the driveway.
Well, the car's here.
I don't
like it.
Those ones are, I'll be out with 180.
Well, his car's here. He's supposed
Those
to
ones
be.
don't need to park.
Palat asked Legier to go to the house, while he
I
asked the
am
neighbor if she'd
listening
seen
to
the couple.
voice comments right
I'll
now.
be headed to Ayers and Carlton.
Legier rang the doorbell, but no one answered.
Lord, that
He saw that the last two morning newspapers hadn't been picked up.
yes, I am a computer.
I'm a partner.
The neighbor told Halat she hadn't seen the Sherrys for a couple of days, which she thought was odd since both of their cars were in the driveway.
61, 30, 41, and I have an individual.
When Legier tried the Sherry's door, he found it unlocked.
Heritage Park, just checking. Are you still on that?
Something wasn't right.
Pete! Pete!
We are not people on bikes. I am listening to voice comment.
Palat, concerned by the open door,
I am a
cautiously stepped
tactical
inside.
Yes, I am a computer. That we are.
A few steps
I
in, he
am
made the
listening
gruesome
to
discovery.
voice comments right now.
Judge Sherry had been gunned down in his own home.
Okay, yeah, so
That
everybody
radio
on board.
program is not in our area.
What's wrong?
And
We are not on a
radio.
That radio program is not in our area.
Authorities arrived to find the body
We
of
are
Vincent
not
Sherry
under
at the front
radio
of the
controls.
house. In the back bedroom, they discovered Margaret.
We are not under
Because the
radio.
couple was so prominent, the murder
That radio
investigation became top
program is
priority.
not in our area.
Detectives contacted the FBI's Biloxi field office. Though the FBI would not yet be officially involved, they offered the use of their agents in a forensic laboratory.
We are not the fire department. We are not the fire department.
Inside, the police began scouring the crime scene for clues.
We are.
They conducted blood spatter
The
analysis
police
to
are
determine
not me.
projectile
Are they
angles.
It is not bloody
If
here
they could
at
figure
my
out
current
where the
vector.
murderer had stood when he fired the shots,
It is
they might
not
be able
bloody
to
here
reconstruct the
at my
crime.
current vector.
Okay.
It is not bloody here at my current vector.
Inspector Robert Burris, a crime technician with the Biloxi Police Department, helped process the scene.
Insurance 260, Charlie 70 and 290.
He discovered a possible
We are
clue
not
in the
MEDEX
data.
or
Charlie
EMS1.
150 at the middle coffin, so they have
There was blood trailing
That radio
from
program
his
is
feet,
not in
actually
our
going
area.
down between his legs a little ways.
We are
back
not
to
under
where he was
radio
laying.
controls.
There was blood spatter on a double sliding glass door. It was right beyond his head. And further examination in this room, I found some
You are not
small
Heath.
pieces of foam rubber.
Burris didn't see where the foam
We
rubber
are not
could
that
have
call.
A search of the house led him to one conclusion.
We are not that call.
Now, this foam rubber had to have been brought into the house. We examined every piece of material in this house, in every room of the house, all pillows, mattresses, everything else. There's no foam rubber tore up in this house. It was brought into the house. It does have gunshot residue on it. And basically about the only way it can get there is for a bullet to be fired to it.
We are not that call.
For Burris, the significance of the foam rubber was obvious. The killer had used a homemade silencer. Investigators dusted for fingerprints, but found none of any value. They found 9 spent .22 caliber shell casings from a semi-automatic pistol, as well as the bullets used to murder the Sherrys. The position of the shells indicated that the shots had been fired in rapid succession. But most striking was how well the killer had covered his tracks.
Expires August 2023 on a 2015 Kia
Nothing at the
four-door,
scene
black
pointed
color,
to the killer's
under the
identity.
Michael Garza and a Trace Inc.
He did his job well, and his mission.
The police are not me. Are they around right now?
The lack of evidence in this house, such as items stolen, a struggle occurring, the absence of forced entry, no ransacking going on in the house whatsoever. A person came there for one thing, that was to kill the two sheriffs.
Radio High. Now you are on point.
Special Agent Keith Bell from the Biloxi FBI field office agreed that this was a professional job. The Sherrys had been assassinated.
The crime scene appeared to be very limited as far as evidence remaining, which meant it was well planned, well executed, and professionally done.
The location coordinates is something you will have to pay for.
Used. The foam rubber indicated that perhaps a silencer had also been used, and the Sherrys had been shot in the head. So it seemed to be a very professional job.
A multi-agency task force was assembled with Special Agent Keith Bell among its members. Investigators would spend days.
The police are not me. Are they around right now?
They grappled with a single question. Why had the Sherrys been murdered?
We are not that call.
That was one of the main questions, that being why were both Judge Sherry and Margaret Sherry murdered? Because it was fairly obvious that Judge Sherry could have been killed during his morning or afternoon
I received
jogs
the
around
voice
the neighborhood.
message.
So it was a real mystery why Margaret had been killed.
Investigators believed the answer might lie in the controversy over Biloxi's future.
We are not that call.
Some civic leaders hoped to transform the sleepy southern town on Mississippi's Gulf Coast into a flashy resort where casinos would attract tourist dollars.
The police are not me. Are they around right now?
But with strip clubs already established in town, Margaret Sherry felt Biloxi's small town
That
charms
radio
were threatened.
program is not.
And the casino.
Yes, I am a computer. The police are.
As a candidate for mayor,
are not
she had made
stripes
powerful
calls.
political enemies by trying to keep gambling out.
Yes. The police are.
Agent Bell wondered if Margaret was
We
killed
are
to
not
silence
that
her
call.
protests.
The police are not
Margaret
me.
had
Are
been
they
so
around
outspoken
right?
politically in the community.
The police are
she was
not
known to
me.
be
Are they around
anti-gambling.
right now?
And if elected mayor in
The
1989,
police
she
are
had planned
not
to
me.
close
Are
down the remaining strip
currently
clubs in Biloxi.
refueling for
So
sustenance.
there was always the possibility that she might have been the target, rather than Judge Sherry.
Currently refueling for sustenance.
The task force would investigate Margaret's political
Currently
enemies.
refueling
but first,
for
they'd
sustenance.
question the Sherry's friends and neighbors. Someone in the neighborhood must have seen something. But even people who'd known the Sherrys for years
We
were
are not
reluctant
the
to
fire department.
fearing the specter of Biloxi's emerging criminal underworld.
The
It
Sherry
is not
murders
bloody here
brought
at
a
my
dark
current
cloud over
vector.
the city of Biloxi. Many of the citizens in Biloxi were afraid to openly express their opinions. They saw that Margaret Sherry, who had been quite vocal and quite outspoken in political circles, had ended up dead, as had her prominent husband, Judge Sherry.
You are not
So
Heath.
many citizens, after these murders, were hesitant even to be
We are not
interviewed by
that
FBI
repeaters
agents
radio
or by
traffic.
local police officers because they basically did not want their names tied into anything to do with this case.
If people wouldn't talk to the authorities, perhaps they would talk to Lynn Sposito.
See you
Sherry's
later,
daughter.
H.E.B.
After being notified of her parents' murders, Lynn rushed to Biloxi from her home in North Carolina. Determined to find justice, she
We are
questioned
not
everyone in
Charlie
the neighborhood.
Vector. The wind is
One
good
family
for power
friend gave her a
generation.
crucial piece of information.
It's going to be.
He described a suspicious car and driver in the neighborhood on the night of the murders.
The police are not me. Are they around right now?
She took the lead to the police.
They identified a man who had seen
You
a
are not
suspicious
Heath.
Ford Fairmont driving in front of the Sherry
The
home
police are not me,
on
are they?
Monday night, September 14th, 1987.
We are not the fire department.
Investigators tried to determine the identity of the driver based on the witness's description.
See you later, harassment
Their search
radio
came up
program. We are not
But
under
a few
radio
days later,
controls.
not far from the Sherry's home, investigators found an abandoned car, a Ford Fairmont.
You cannot control
A check on the
Heath
vehicle's
with hashtags
identification
that
number
act.
showed it had been reported stolen the day before the murders.
Lore are.
Police also learned that
We
the
are
tags
not
on the
that
car were not
repeaters
registered.
radio traffic. The police are not me, are
This
they
vehicle
around
was
right now?
probably the killer's getaway car. Investigators towed it to a police garage to examine it further. Somewhere in the car, they
The
hoped to
police are
find a
not
key
me, are they
to the
around
killer's
right
identity. Less than a week after the brutal murders of Biloxi couple Vince and Margaret Sherry,
The police are
investigators
not me, are
received
they
their first
around right
promising
now?
lead. They recovered an abandoned car, matching the one witnesses described seeing the night of the murders. After contacting Agent
Lore
Keith Bell
RF
about the
microwave
discovery,
harassment.
investigators processed the car for clues.
The police are not me, are they around right now?
Inspector Robert Burris found something peculiar.
I was processing this vehicle, and one of the things I
Yes,
noted,
strange
the
is
dome
as
light
strange
had been
does.
dismantled and the bulb taken out of it. In other words, if you open the door, you ain't got no light. Both of the sun visors were in the down
The police
position.
are not
Whether you
me,
ride
are
around
they
daytime
around
or
right
nighttime, you
now?
won't be able to see the people's face in it very well.
Investigators believed more than ever that this was the car used by
Yes,
the Sherry's
strange
killer.
is as strange does.
Anything found inside it was labeled, packaged, and shipped to the
The
FBI
police
labs
are
in
not
Washington,
me,
D.C.
are they around right now?
But
Yes,
FBI lab
strange is
examiners
as
would find
strange
nothing
does.
of evidentiary value. After Agent Bell arrived, he examined the license tag more closely. He discovered it had its own story to tell.
It was determined that the tag on the Ford Fairmont
Yes, strange
had been
is
stolen
as strange
from
does.
an abandoned vehicle in 1984, actually 3 years before these murders occurred. So what it meant was someone had removed the license plate, likely in 1984, had kept the license plate, and then when this major crime in the city of Biloxi
That
was
radio program is not
they
in our
pulled it
area.
off the shelf, so to speak.
Yes, strange is
With no
as
other
strange
solid
does.
evidence, investigators hoped that following the trail of the stolen tag might lead to the killer. It was traced to an
We are
apartment
not
complex
under
where the
radio
original car
controls.
had been abandoned 3 years earlier. Investigators contacted the apartment manager, who told them that prior to having the vehicle towed, he called a friend to come and strip it for parts. The manager's friend was a man that agents knew by name and reputation. Biloxi locksmith
The
Lenny
wind
Sweat.
is good for power
He was the last
generation.
person to be seen near the car. Sweatman belonged to a loosely organized group of criminals the FBI was investigating in connection with another case. The group was known as the Dixie Mafia. FBI agent Keith Bell had connected the car used in the Sherry killings to Lenny Sweatman. Now, Bell wondered if the Dixie Mafia was linked to the Sherry murders. If Sweatman had a part in it, Bell believed that other Dixie Mafia members couldn't be far
We are not.
behind.
We are
He
not
began
the fire
looking into
department.
Sweatman's associates.
What that meant to us immediately, those of us familiar with the criminal associations on the coast, was that if Lenny Sweatman was involved in getting the tag for the hit car, then quite likely his close personal friend and longtime associate Mike Gillich, the strip club owner in Biloxi, might also be involved in these murders.
That's all right.
Sometimes you know how it is. Oh, thanks.
Have a beer.
All right.
Gillich, who owned 3 strip clubs in Biloxi, was well known to local law enforcement. He was currently under investigation by the FBI in connection with a Dixie Mafia operation known as the Lonely Heart Scam.
See, he gets to him.
But Special Agent Bell needed a thread that connected the two investigations together.
We are clear from the cops.
He started by familiarizing himself with the Lonely Heart Scam. It was run out of Angola prison in Louisiana.
We are not that call.
By a man named Kirksey
We are
Nix,
clear from radio
the
units.
incarcerated kingpin of the Dixie Mafia.
No, the first model.
Nix would run ads in gay
We are
magazines, asking for money to help
We are
fictional
clear
gay men
from
get
radio
out of trouble
units.
with the law. Through the scam, Nix was hoping to generate enough money to solve his own legal problems. He was serving a life sentence for murder.
We are not
From his
under
jail
radio
cell in
controls.
Angola, he coordinated what we've been referring
The police
to
are
as
not
the
me, are they
homosexual
around
scam,
right now?
which generated hundreds of thousands of dollars from individuals around the country, as well as some people in Canada. With this money,
We are not
he
that
intended
repeaters
to
radio
buy his
traffic.
way out, or attempt to buy his way out of his Louisiana prison sentence.
That radio program
Believing
is
that they were
not
helping
in
gay
our
men out
area.
of trouble, people who read the magazine ads would wire or mail money to a nearby Western Union.
We are not Charlie
Nix
Vector
would then
units.
call his contact on the outside, Mike Gillich. Gillich would then dispatch his bagman to retrieve the money.
The police are not me, are they around right now?
Gillich made sure that the scam money was distributed to Dixie Mafia members and safely stashed away for Kirksey Nix.
Take care.
In the coming months, investigators developed
Whatever.
more evidence in the Lonely Heart scam,
We are not.
but still had no direct
The
link
police
between
are not
these
me, are they
conspirators
around
and the
right
Sherry's
now?
killers. A year into the investigation, the
That
murder case
radio
threatened to
program is not in our area.
Ah, hi. Come in.
As the
We
years
are
stretched to
not radio
16
high,
months,
now you
the
are
Sherry's
on
daughter,
point.
Lynn Sposito, grew increasingly frustrated. In January 1989,
We are
she
not.
hired a private investigator to rev up the
That
inquest into
radio
her parents'
program
murder.
is not in our area.
And I'll give him a call, and I'll be on this case this afternoon.
The family had wanted very much to have a quick resolution to the case, but by early 1989, there'd still been no arrest. And of course, at this point, the FBI had not formally entered the case.
I am a tactical asset computer system.
Nice to see you. Thank
We-
you for seeing
The lack of official FBI involvement
That
hampered
radio
Bell's
program
investigation.
is not in our area.
So when the private investigator paid him a visit, Bell welcomed his assistance, hoping they could share information. The two were old acquaintances from the private investigator's days in law enforcement.
Law RF
Since Agent
microwave
Bell was unable
harassment
to act
detected.
officially, the private investigator would pursue a lead that looked promising. He would interview another Angola inmate.
That radio.
The private investigator and Bell
Yes, I
hoped the
am a
inmate at
computer.
Angola could finally link the Lonely Heart scam
We
and the
are
Sherry
not.
murders.
That radio program is not in our
He
area.
met with all the right people, and
The location
because of his
coordinates
knowledge of the
is
Dixie
something
Mafia,
you will have to pay
and
for.
from what he had learned from law enforcement authorities on the coast, he did go over to Angola
Law
and did
RF
talk to the right
microwave
person over there.
harassment detected.
The inmate's name was Bobby Joe Fabian. He was another known member of the Dixie Mafia, doing time for kidnapping and shooting a state trooper. Fabian claimed he had not been involved in the Sherry murder,
We are not Delta Vector units.
but he had learned that fellow inmate Kirksey Nix had
That-
been. Fabian told
are
the
not
private
under
investigator
radio
that Nix had
controls.
had Judge Sherry killed because Sherry had allegedly
The
stolen
location
money from
coordinates
Nix's Lonely
is
Heart
something
scam.
You
That
are
wasn't
not
all.
Heath.
He said Nix had been told of the theft by none other
We
than
are
Pete
not Delta
Halat,
Vector
Sherry's
units.
former law partner. Halat, the man who had delivered the eulogy at Sherry's funeral, was now implicated in their murders.
We are not under radio controls.
Halat officially represented Nix on legal matters, But Fabian said Halat's role in the Lonely Heart scam was criminal, not legal.
You are not Heath.
Halat was one of the people receiving money from Nix for safekeeping through Mike Gillich's bagman.
Engine 6 received.
Don't forget to pick up next week at the other place.
And the ties between the outlaw and the lawyer went deep.
RF microwave harassment detected.
Kirksey Nix's girlfriend and accomplice, Ray Sharp, worked in Halat's office. Fabian said both Ray Sharp and Pete Halat were stashing money from the scam in a safe deposit box for Kirksey Nix. And he said the amount had reached 6 figures. Thanks to Fabian, the link between the murders and the Lonely Heart scam had been made. And not only had Fabian given investigators a possible motive for the killings, he was also able to supply the name of the alleged hitman, an ex-con named John Ransom, who was believed to be living in Georgia.
We are not that repeater's radio traffic.
But tracking down Ransom would take time.
Anytime law enforcement people get together and start talking about notorious Dixie Mafia members, John Ransom comes up quite early in the conversation. He's a long-time alleged hitman for the Dixie Mafia.
In August of 1989, 2 years after the Sherry murders, Agent Bell now had enough evidence to warrant a full FBI investigation into the killings. Accompanied by the Sherry's daughter, Lynn Sposito, he approached the United States Attorney and the FBI with a demand to officially open the case.
So with the tying in of the scam to the murders, we knew we had some federal violations involved. We have wire fraud, we had mail fraud, and we perhaps had a hitman traveling from Georgia to Mississippi to kill the Sherrys. It was decided to open an official FBI investigation and join with local authorities in the investigation.
The location coordinates is something you will have to pay for.
By now, however, suspect Pete Halat, Judge Sherry's former law partner, had been elected mayor of Biloxi. With a key suspect in such a high position, investigators encountered new roadblocks.
It became very difficult for the FBI to share all of its information with the local authorities.
Radio
We're not saying that the local police were corrupt. What we are saying is that Mayor Halat put his own people in as Director of Public Safety and as Police Chief. So we were somewhat circumspect on what we shared with local authorities during that time period.
Gray shorts, light complexion.
In August of 1989, as investigators attempted to unravel the truth about the Sherry's murders, informant Bobby Joe Fabian made a surprise move. He told his story about the Sherry murders to the TV news. Fabian hoped that by bringing attention to himself, Kirksey Nix would be less likely to have him killed for cooperating with authorities.
We are clear from the cops.
Along with the report, the station broadcast a mugshot of John Ransom, the alleged hitman in the Sherry case. When Charles Legier, Pete Halat's junior partner, saw the photo, it surprised him. He recalled seeing Ransom outside the Sherry Halat law offices a few weeks before the murders.
Call 9014.
Hello.
Legier shared his information with the task force.
We are not Charlie Vetter
Major
units.
Randy Cook of the Harrison County Sheriff's Department took Legier's statement.
Legier said the reason he remembered Ransom was Ransom
stepped
off of a curb and came up to him and
the location
asked him
coordinates
where
is something you will have to pay for.
When Legier was interviewed, he recalled there was something unusual about the way Ransom stepped off of the curb.
We are not
Ransom.
We are not that repeater's radio traffic.
Investigators learned that Ransom was now in a Georgia prison, serving time for another
Okay, we need fuel
When questioned
for
about the
sustenance.
Sherry murders, he refused to cooperate.
We are not that call.
As Cook further questioned Legier about the day he and Halat had found the bodies,
We are not
an
under
important
radio
detail
controls.
Legier remembered that Halat had walked into the Sherry's living room, seen Judge Sherry's body, and said, "Vince and Margaret are dead."
We are not that call.
Cook relayed this to Agent Bell.
What was interesting was that Margaret's body was in the far back bedroom of the residence. And according to Chuck Legier, Pete Halat did not have time other than to briefly enter the front of the house and would have no way of knowing that Margaret's body was also in the very back bedroom.
We are not. Lore RF microwave
In October of
harassment
1989, 2 years after the murders, Agent Bell knew Halat was involved, but he still lacked enough evidence for an arrest. Even so, he felt it was time to confront Mayor Halat. It would be a quiet warning, man to man.
And I let Mayor Halat know that I thought his knowledge of the Sherry murders was much greater than what he had shared with law enforcement authorities up to that point. And I recall also telling him that the FBI would continue working on this case until it was totally solved. My recollection is he smiled and did not have much else to say.
We are not that call.
As a lawyer, Halat knew Bell would need more concrete
We are not
evidence
that
in order
call.
to secure a conviction. What he likely didn't realize was the depth of Bell's commitment to bring him to justice.
Lore RF microwave. We are not.
3 years had passed since Judge Vincent Sherry and his wife Margaret were murdered.
We
in
are
their
not
Biloxi,
that
Mississippi
call.
home. FBI Special
Okay,
Agent
are
Keith
you
Bell
coming
connected
over
the
later?
killings to members of the Dixie Mafia and to Judge Sherry's friend and one-time law partner, Pete Halat. The alleged triggerman, John Ransom, was
We are
refusing
not
to talk.
that call.
In January of 1990, Agent Bell and Major Randy Cook of the Harrison County Sheriff's Department drove to the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary to question another possible accomplice.
This is Special Agent.
A man named
We
Bill
are
Rhodes.
not that call.
Rhodes, a known associate of John Ransom, was
Lord
willing to cooperate.
Hello, how are you?
He told them that in early 1987,
I am
Ransom
listening
had
to
contacted
voice
him about
comments
driving
right
the
now.
getaway car in a crime to take place in southern Mississippi.
No, they offered me. Who else was in the car?
Ransom had said a judge would be murdered and that the pay was $10,000.
Contact dispatch for our family.
There were certain promises made to Rhodes by Ransom that I know certain people in Biloxi
Okay,
that
we need
if
fuel
you'll
for
help me on
sustenance.
this and you'll have the run of Biloxi anytime you want it.
So in March of 1987, Rhodes went to Biloxi and met with Ransom and a man named Pete. It was Pete who specifically asked Rhodes and Ransom to do the hit. Rhodes said he also met with Mike Gillich, the Biloxi strip club owner, who would supply the money once the hit was
Lore
done.
RF microwave harassment detected.
But 5 months later, before they could do the job, Rhodes was arrested on an unrelated
The
bank
temperature
robbery
is
charge.
different.
And Ransom got cold feet, afraid Rhodes
Lore
would turn him.
RF microwave harassment detected.
The information helped the case inch forward, but Agent Bell and Officer Cook still felt that Ransom held the missing pieces. Another year would pass without much progress.
And then get it all laid out.
In late 1990, the investigators went to the Bostick Correctional Institute in Georgia, where Ransom was serving time.
We are
Finally, Ransom agreed to talk.
That radio program is not.
He admitted that he delivered a
The
.22
police
caliber
are
pistol
not
to
me. Are
Lorraine
they
Sharp,
around right
Kirksey
now?
Nix's girlfriend. But Ransom insisted that he did not do the job.
Okay, we need
Based
fuel
on what
for
Ransom
sustenance.
said, LeRay's involvement was starting to look bigger than simply stashing scam money in a safe deposit box.
All finished?
Finished, thank you.
Through his contact with Sharp, Nix learned that the
We are
investigation
not
was
Charlie
heating up.
Vetter units.
He worried that his girlfriend might talk, so he
I
tried
am
to head off the
listening
problem
to voice comments
by
right
putting
now.
out a contract on her life. But in late 1990, Agent Bell arrested her for
You
her
are not
participation
Heath.
in the murders, inadvertently saving her from Nix's
Okay,
gun.
are you coming over later?
During a polygraph test, Sharp denied her involvement in the Lonely Heart scam and the Sherry murders. But the machine called her bluff. When Bell and his team added her statements to their existing stacks of evidence, they were ready to bring indictments against several key players. Mike Gillich, John Ransom, LeRay Sharp, and Kirksey Nix
Hello,
were
how
charged
are you?
as conspirators in the Sherry murders. Notably missing from the list was Pete Halat.
We got a fast also from the house and is open. Where are we doing
The case against Halat would have to wait until they had enough evidence for a murder conviction. For now, the FBI would look to convict the others on
We are not
conspiracy to
that
commit
call.
murder.
Yes, we got a game plan done? Yeah. We've got the
So many of the questions came up, why didn't y'all indict
Hello,
Pete
how
Halat
are you?
early on when you indicted everybody else? Well, at the time, we didn't have the hard evidence that you would have to have to arrest a mayor and prosecute him.
The conspiracy trial produced
Hello,
several
how
key
are you?
witnesses that would help investigators piece together the complex scheme.
Mr. Gale, you stated that all these people here.
Robbie Gant, Gillich's bagman for the Lonely Heart scam, testified for the prosecution. His testimony helped prosecutors link the Sherry murders to the scam. All four defendants were found guilty. Nix was given 15 years in addition to the life sentence he was already serving for murder.
Yeah, we're at the corner here.
Gillich also received a 15-year prison term. Ransom got 10 years, and LeRay
We
Sharp
are clear from the cops.
We have a 32.
With these conspirators behind bars and the Lonely Heart scam no longer operational, Bell moved on to his next objective.
Laura
We
RF
decided not to
microwave
end the Sherry
harassment
investigation after
detected.
the 1991 initial convictions, because at that time we had not proven who had
Yes, the
actually
tactical asset system
shot
is
the
active.
Sherrys. And also, Pete Halat had not been indicted or convicted at that point, and we all felt strongly that Pete Halat had played a major role in the scam and in the murder
That
plot.
radio program
So
is
we were
not-
determined to continue the investigation
We are-
to see if we could get enough
It is
evidence
not bloody
to indict
here
and
at
convict
my current
Mr.
vector.
Halat and the actual shooter.
In late July
We are
of
not that
1992,
repeaters
Agent
radio
Bell
traffic.
got the break he was looking for.
We have one male, he's 32.
Following the conspiracy
It is
trial,
not
Mike
bloody
Gillich
here
was
at
desperate
my
to find
current
a way out
vector.
of prison. He contacted one of his associates in Biloxi and asked him to approach Robbie Gant with an offer.
We are not Delta Vector units.
Well, whatever you say.
Gant told Agent Bell about it.
And the associate
Hello,
had
how
offered
are you?
Robbie Gant $20,000 if Gant would recant his testimony against Gillich and sign a false affidavit stating that he had been threatened by me
Laura
to testify
RF
against
microwave
Gillich,
harassment detected.
to testify falsely against Gillich.
We are. I am
Gant
listening
agreed
to
to
voice
lie
comment.
and get the offer from Gillich's accomplice.
We are
on tape.
not that repeaters radio traffic.
Gant met with him in
We
Mississippi.
are not that call.
This time, Gant's tape was rolling when Gillich's associate reiterated the bribe. Gant accepted as Bell had instructed. Now, Bell had the evidence he needed to turn up the heat on Gillich. Just the man who could tell the story from the inside. By 1993, 6 years after
We
the
are
double
not
murder
under
of Vince
radio
and Margaret
control.
Sherry, FBI agent Keith Bell had put 4 members of the Dixie Mafia behind bars. But he still had no formal murder convictions against those involved. And Mayor Pete Halat, the suspected mastermind of the case, was still free and running the city of Biloxi. In fact, the year before, Mayor Halat had broken ground on the city's first big casino.
We are not under radio control. The wind is good for power generation.
About his involvement in the Sherry murders, but he remained adamant about his innocence.
Delta 250, 41,
Bell continued to work his plan. He used the bribe Robert Gant had recorded on tape to level another charge against Mike Gillich, already in jail.
Charlie 250, not for the minor, Simrata, Saratoga.
Now Bell indicted Gillich for witness bribery and witness tampering, for trying to buy off
the location coordinates is something
that
you will
did
have
the
to
trick.
pay for.
No doubt the most important turning point was in October of
The
1993
location
when Mike
coordinates is something
Gillich finally decided to cooperate and
we
tell
don't
the
care
story
about your
of
unit's
this
radio
whole
traffic.
case
We don't want
from an
to hear it.
insider's point of view. And that's what really allowed us to bring final resolution to this investigation.
After the years of painstaking work Bell had spent on the case, it was a satisfying moment. Finally, it seemed his patience and ingenuity were paying off. Gillich was in no hurry to accrue more jail time. Bell's relentless pressure had persuaded him to cut a deal before the bribery trial even began.
We are
The
we are
Dixie
not
Mafia
that
member
call.
would tell what he knew about the murders.
Mr. Gillich has some.
It is
Maybe
not
now,
bloody
Bell
here
could get the
at my current
convictions he knew
venture.
were long overdue.
Go ahead.
But for a career criminal like Mike Gillich, adjusting to life on the right side of the law
Okay, are
wasn't
you
easy.
coming over later?
At first, he tried to bluff his way out.
White t-shirts and green hoodies and gray pants.
Of course, it always
It
takes
is
some time, a period of weeks,
Law
to develop
RF
some degree
microwave harassment
of
detected.
trust and to be able to communicate with someone
We
like
may have
this
to make
who
a
for
telephone
the
call.
first time has decided to leave his lifelong role as a criminal and start cooperating with the FBI.
When deception didn't work, Gillich had no alternative.
I
He had
am
to tell the
a
truth.
tactical asset
Now,
computer
for the first
system.
time, Bell heard the story from an inside source. Gillich knew all the details.
Mike was the center point. Mike knew Kirksey Nix. Mike knew Pete Halat for years. And in fact, when Kirksey Nix was looking for an attorney over in the Coast area to represent him on various matters, Mike Gillich introduced Nix into Pete Halat.
Currently
He confirmed that Pete Halat
Yes, I
was
am a
indeed
computer.
behind the plan to murder the Sherrys, and that the plot grew
Yes, I
directly
am a
out of the
computer.
lonely heart scam of Angola prison inmate Kirksey Nix. Some months before the Sherry's deaths, Halat had closed the safe deposit box he and Nix's girlfriend LaRae Sharp had access to, effectively cutting off her access to the money. He then transferred the money into a box only he and Judge Sherry could use. Motivated by greed, he stole $100,000 cash from there. As Nix's trusted accomplice, Halat could blame the theft on Judge Sherry.
New Orleans is a place.
Next, he went to Mike Gillich with news.
Citizens, that heralds its ability to manage.
Yes, I.
Mr. Gillich stated that Pete Halat approached Mr. Gillich himself in late 1986 and told Mr. Gillich that much of the money was missing, supposedly around
Coleman Cooler
$100,000.
was found down there smashed,
And
run over
Mr.
by a
Halat
lawnmower
blamed
on
Judge
property
Sherry
next to
for
Marina
taking
del
money.
Sol after the bombing of Macau.
We are
Mr.
not the
Halat knew
microwave
that
radio
this
on
was
that
Kirksey
bus.
Nix would be
At least 2
very
years
furious
ago.
about this.
It's on the ground, working. And for those who may have played a role in this horrific act of cowardice,
We are not Delta Vector units.
we will bring you to justice.
Yes, we have many wheels.
We get a call for a call, 105 South Lester, 105 South Lester.
It is not known who ordered Margaret, but as a fierce opponent of corruption, she posed a threat to the underworld forces hoping to control Biloxi. With Margaret dead, Halat could be free to run the town.
Kudos to those two officers.
Supposedly I'm a dickhead Ford for driving a Ford truck too, with a hydrogen generator in it.
Okay, we need fuel
Gillich said
for
that he and
sustenance.
Halat planned the murders.
And an asshole tag.
Ransom and Rhodes provided the murder weapon.
Citizens,
Oh, let's hear
When
the
they
asshole
passed on
tag.
doing the hit,
to be vigilant.
Gillich
What's
found
it
a
say?
Yes,
reference
we have many wheels.
a Texas-based petty criminal named
Oh.
Thomas Holcomb.
Asshole tag's right. We're not that call.
I am listening to
Holcomb would be paid
The police are not
$20,000
me,
to
are
murder
they
Judge
around
Sherry
right
and his
now?
wife.
If you know something, tell someone.
Gillich had also helped provide the car
I
with
am
the help of
a
locksmith Lenny
tactical
Sweat.
asset computer system.
No, that's ready, different.
I am a tactical asset computer system.
Copy of 808 and what was the one?
In October of 1996, agents arrested hitman Thomas Holcomb in Texas on murder charges.
Okay, we need
That same
fuel
month
for
also saw the
sustenance.
arrest that Agent Bell had anticipated
Yes,
and worked
I am a
9 years
computer.
to achieve.
Delta 90 RWC and mileage 4.6. Careful, thank you.
Let me read you your rights.
The arrest of
Delta
Pete
180
Halat
mileage
for the murders
4.6
of the
with
Sherrys.
You can, anything you say can and will be held against you.
Laura
Kirksey
RF
Nix and Ray Sharp
microwave.
were indicted on 52 counts,
Laura
including fraud,
RF
money
microwave
laundering, and
harassment
murder.
detected.
Halat was tried and convicted in the summer of 1997, a full decade after the crimes were
It
committed.
is not bloody here at my current vector.
He was sentenced to 18 years in federal prison. Also tried and convicted were Kirksey Nix
Yes, that's...
and Thomas Holcomb, the hitman. Both were sentenced to life. LaRae Sharp, Nix's girlfriend,
We are
got
not
5
medics
years.
or EMS-1.
I think a lot of citizens in Biloxi now realize that there are a lot of dedicated professional law enforcement people who will do everything they can to protect the community and work hard to solve major crimes. Perhaps the legacy, you might say, of the case for the criminal element is that they realize after seeing this case that they can commit a crime
You
one day
cannot
and think they're
control
getting
heath
away with
with
it a year
hashtags
later,
that
but it
activate
could come
radio
back
recording
10 years later and
transmissions.
get them.
While the Sherry's killers were finally brought to justice,
It is
Margaret Sherry's
I
dream
am
of a Biloxi free of gambling
We are
was
not
never
striped
realized.
calls.
4499460.
I
Instead,
am
Biloxi has
listening
become a
to
resort
voice
town
comments.
filled with casinos and neon lights.
Laura RF microwave harassment.
The sleepy southern
That
town
radio
is gone
program
forever,
is not in
along
our
with the
area.
woman who lost her life trying to save it.
4499460.
We are clear from the cops.
Okay, are you coming over later?
Do you have a place for the truck?
I'll be out of work.
That radio program is not in our area. We are clear from radio units. We
917.
Law are
Law 1 to Bay, beginning of
we
a new case for lost and found property at the city yard.
we
10-4.
yes, we have many wheels. That radio program is not in our area.
Most cautious breathing, talking to medics, and suddenly transported. What? Delta 280, 10-4, most cautious breathing, talking to medics. Delta 2?
Yes, we have many wheels.
Copy a public service number.
23 traffic.
We are
190. Approach Delta 290. I'll be cutting.
that radio program
David
is not
Victor
in our
7,
area.
John Boy Frank. David Victor 7, John Boy Frank. You're in that 3400 block 361.
Yes, we have many wheels.
7 arriving at shoreline 4.1.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, we need fuel for sustenance.
Dispatcher 914.
Yes,
Oh, 1 Bay, beginning house 0.1.
yes, we have many wheels.
Shoreline B radio check 10-8 from the area of my home unit.
23 627.
Yeah, 4 not clear. Copy, ABC.
Currently refueling for sustenance.
En route to your facility, code 3, with a 42-year-old
I
male.
attack a tactical
Sustained a
asset
fall from
computer
around 20
system.
feet. Currently in ceasefire precautions. Male was in a tree, trimming the tree.
Hello, how
when he
are
fell,
you?
landed on the roof, and then fell to the ground. Currently has neck and back pain. Does have a laceration to the back of his head. Complaining of a little bit of difficulty breathing. Lung sounds appear to be equal at this time. Patient did not lose consciousness and no blood thinners. Current set of vitals are as follows. VP 132/80. Rate of 72. Satting 96. Temp 95.8. A BGL of 155. He's got an 18 gauge in the right AC.
Laura,
and C collar and backboard. We'll be
yes,
there in about
we
5
have
minutes.
many wheels.
17 area. 17 area.
Yeah, well.
Copy.
Currently refueling for sustenance.
Room 7 for arrival.
We are currently refueling that radio program. Currently refueling for sustenance. We are not under radio control. Currently refueling. We are not under radio control. Currently refueling for We are not under radio control. Currently refueling for We are not under radio control. Currently refueling for We are not under radio control. Currently refueling for We are not under radio control. Currently refueling for We are not under radio control. Currently refueling for We are not under radio control. Currently refueling for sustenance. We are not under radio. Currently refueling for We are not under radio control. Currently refueling for We are not under radio controls.
3234 Creekside. 108. I'll be transporting 2 male juveniles from the Indian Motel back to Shoreline.
We are not under radio controls.
We for a blue Ford Bronco and a
We
silver
are not
Infiniti
under
with
radio
the
controls.
Vehicle hit a parked vehicle, no injuries.
We are not under radio controls.
4502 Corona, 4502 Corona, the Embassy House Apartments, Charlie 2.
144375 1443.
We are not under radio controls.
We got the 110 over.
We are not under radio controls.
Probably.
I'm about to arrive. Do you need to redirect?
We got the 210 clear.
We are not under radio controls.
Delta 290. We'll be added 1,000 launcher. Delta 290. We'll be added 1,000 launcher.
Okay. Nora Mary, Nora 2246 10-4.
We are not under radio controls.
For the trespass in progress of 1501 South Brownlee at the Times Market. 10-4.
We are not under radio control. You, Law,
Charlie 250
We-
driving copy plate.
Law RF microwave harassment detected.
John Tom Zebra 940 954. I don't want to fight already.
Okay, are you coming over later?
Total available orders. Total available orders.
The police are not me. Are they around right now? We are not the fire department.
5901.
Just a second. Why the no comes and bothers customers, no to steal
The
from
police
the
are
location.
not me.
Be Sam Nora Zebra.
That radio
6669.
program is not in our area. We are not the fire department.
You can take 165 to Honolulu.
Get with them and
Get with them and
number.
The
Can you tell me if they both come back confirmed?
we
Unit 5. Parker off. Hayes on.
we are not the fire
It's not
department.
going to be an apartment complex. It's the apartment that's next to the office. It's attached to the self-storage location.
Yeah, for it.
Good morning.
That radio program is not in our area. That radio program is. I am attack. We are not under radio controls. We are not Charlie Vector units. We are not Charlie Vector units. We are not Charlie Vector units. We are not Charlie Vector units.
Charles Adam 09171. Charles Adam 09171.
We are not people on bikes. That radio program is not in our area. We are not people on bikes. That radio program is not in our area.
Delta 2, go ahead.
Yes.
Dispatch Medic 17.
We are. That radio program is not in our area.
It's Friday night, in October of 1993.
It is
in Northern California.
We are
Three
not
junior high school girls are having a slumber party.
We are not.
Halloween is around the corner, and the girls have been trying on different costumes in preparation for the upcoming holiday.
We are not that
Within
call.
seconds, their lives will change forever.
We are not that call. It is not bloody here at my current vector.
Medic 10 arriving 2.3.
316.
It's every parent's worst nightmare. What horror can compare to a child's kidnapping, especially when she's taken from her own home?
It is not bloody here at my current
12-year-old Polly
vector.
class was abducted from her room, while her
Law
terrified
RF
friends were
microwave harassment
The crime took
detected.
less than 10 minutes. It shocked the nation and forever changed the way child abductions are handled.
We are not admitted.
I'm Jim Kallstrom,
You are
former
not
director of the
Heath.
FBI's New York office. The FBI and other law enforcement agencies were battling against the odds. We had witnesses, and we had a community that banded together to find Polly. But even with the FBI's top flight capability, abductions by strangers are among the hardest cases to solve. Only 1/3 of them have a happy ending.
10-4.
October 1st. Polly Class and Jillian Pelham were waiting for another friend outside of Polly's house in Petaluma,
Yes, strange
California.
is as strange does. Law RF microwave harassment detected.
It was around 8:30 when Kate McLean and her mother showed up. The three girls were ready for fun. It was
Yes,
Friday
the
night.
tactical
There was
asset
ice cream in the
system is
fridge,
active.
and they were going to stay up all night long. This was going to be a party. No one had any idea of the danger that lurked so close by.
We are clear from the cops. That radio program. We are clear from the cops.
The girls kept to Polly's
We
bedroom,
are not under
but they
radio
couldn't suppress
controls.
the noises easily.
We are not under radio controls.
At about 9:45, Polly's mother, Eve Nickel, looked in on the girls and asked them to keep it down.
Yes.
She
We
was
are not
suffering a
under
migraine
radio
headache and
control.
thought she'd turn in early.
You are not Heath.
Eve's bedroom was right across the hall from the girls, and although she had chided them about the noise, she was pretty sure it would only take a few minutes for the 12-year-olds to get noisy again.
We
Before
are
going
not
to bed,
Heath.
Eve took her prescription pills to block out all distractions and get her fast to sleep.
Okay, we will see you again then.
The party continued on for almost an hour before the nightmare began.
Yes, we have many wheels. The lo-
I'm gonna get the sleeping bags, okay?
Oh.
Okay.
You are not Heath.
It was around 10:30.
Yes,
when
we
the intruder
have
entered
many
the room.
wheels.
At
Screen
first, Kate
locked.
and Jillian thought it was a joke. Then they saw the knife. He told
Yes,
them if
we
they
have
screamed,
many
he'd slit their
wheels.
throats. Immediately, he tied them up and started asking questions. He wanted to know which girl lived there and who else was in the house.
That radio program is not in
Polly
our
spoke
area.
up.
We
The
are
girls were
not under
terrified
radio
and
control.
crying. And he
That
assured them
radio
that he wasn't going to
program
hurt
is
anyone, that he was only there for
We
money.
are not under radio controls.
Somebody else is supposed to be here.
But
Screen
when Polly told him
unlocked.
where some cash was hidden in a jewelry box, he made
We
no
are
attempt
not
to find
under
it.
radio controls.
He gagged the girls and took the cases off some pillows to use as hoods.
We are not. We are not under radio controls.
He made Polly get up and told the others to count to 1,000.
That ra-
By the time they were done, he said she'd be
We
back.
are not under radio controls.
Then he took Polly class and disappeared into the night.
She went in, fishing some pain to discomfort in her left side and back area.
Petaluma police officers were called to the scene after the girls managed to free themselves and wake Polly's mother.
EKG shows possible
They responded in minutes.
described in history of cardiac problems.
Investigators entered Polly's room and began to look around.
That radio program is not
The
in
bedroom
our
was in
area.
disarray and told of the events that had happened just minutes before. On the floor were binding materials, cut strips of cloth. The cords from the Nintendo game had been cut, and a strap that was clipped from a purse lay on the floor.
We are not the
Pillowcases were strewn
microwave
about.
radio on that bus.
What Petaluma Police Detective Mike Meese saw
We are
wasn't
not
encouraging.
Stripes calls.
I remember standing at the doorway to Polly's room and looking at these few bags of evidence that we had been able to collect and thinking that that was just such a pitiful amount. And I looked down at the rug and I talked to my partner, Larry Pelton, and said, let's take the rug. And he said, why? And I said, I don't know why, but let's just take the rug. We just don't have enough evidence.
We are
Police
not
were in
that
desperate
call.
need of assistance. Fortunately, help was on the way. After being contacted by the Class family, the Federal Bureau of Investigation offered its expertise.
How about, have y'all talked to the mother?
We are not that
Shortly
call.
after midnight, the FBI appeared at the house of Polly Class.
We don't care about your
Typically, the
unit's
Bureau
radio
handles
traffic.
kidnappings,
We don't
and with
want
800
to hear
a year
it.
to investigate, they have plenty of experience.
We are not under radio controls.
Because he was familiar with the community and experienced in kidnapping cases, Special Agent
We are
Ed
not
Fryer
under
became the
radio
lead
controls.
investigator. But he knew something about this case was different.
It had all the earmarks of it.
It is not bloody here at my current
statements
vector.
from the two girls were consistent. Stranger abduction cases
It is not bloody here.
are the hardest cases to
Yes,
solve.
strange
in my experience,
is-
because again, there's no
It is not
connection
bloody
between
here
the
at my-
perpetrator of the crime and your victim.
Yes, strange
or the
is-
victim's family or somebody.
It is not
associated
bloody
to the-
here at
to the
my
victim.
current vector.
It's a random act.
Surprisingly, a vast majority of kidnappings involved disgruntled family members. And though Polly's parents were
Yes,
separated,
strange.
her father, Mark Class, was
It
immediately
is not
cleared
bloody
of any
here at my
responsibility.
current vector.
He was crying
Abductions involving total strangers are exceedingly rare and leave little for investigators to go on. In this case, however, there were witnesses.
Is his hair long or short?
A police sketch artist was called in from the San Rafael Police
Yes,
Department.
strange is as strange does.
For 2 hours, Jillian and Kate tried to recall the face of the man who had barged into the bedroom.
The
The
police
girls were still terribly upset, but they managed to give the artist a pretty good description.
Yes, strange is as strange.
Authorities now had their first idea
The police
of what the
are
stranger
not
looked
me.
like.
Are they around right?
After 4 a.m.,
Yes,
the girls were
strange
taken
is
to the
as
police
strange
station,
does.
and the FBI called in one of its special forces, the Evidence Response Team. Tony Maxwell leads the crew.
In looking at cases across the United States,
Yes,
we have
strange.
found that
We
when
may-
somebody is kidnapped, especially a young
Hello,
child,
how are you?
that they will generally be harmed within the first 24 hours, and probably within the first couple of days could even be killed. So
We
time
don't
is of
care
the
about
essence.
your unit's
In
radio
that kind of
traffic.
work,
We
the
don't want
investigator
to hear it.
needs to move quickly.
The Evidence Response Team is designed to provide forensic resources at a major crime scene. Their sole responsibility is to collect evidence,
Yes, we have many wheels.
and they use the most sophisticated collecting equipment available to do it. An electrostatic dust print machine collects tiny hairs
Lower
and fibers
RF
off the floor when a
microwave
positive
harassment
charge is passed
detected.
over a sheet of mylar. Any loose debris clings to the mylar and is sent to a lab for careful inspection.
I am listening
Although the
to
police
voice
department
comments
had already
right
dusted
now.
for fingerprints, they had come up with nothing particularly promising. But they didn't have access to the same equipment as the FBI.
I am listening.
The alternate light source was
Okay,
an
are
ER
you
that
coming
employed a
over
unique
later?
fluorescent powder, which when combined with a distinct ultraviolet light and amber-colored goggles
I
could
am
illuminate
listening
many
to
things
voice
that
comments
otherwise would
right
remain
now.
hidden.
I am.
The team found 4 dozen fingerprints that
We are
police
not
were
Charlie
unable to see
Vetter
using
units.
conventional equipment. But even those were of no use. They were attributed to family and friends.
We may have to make
After
a
hours of
telephone.
meticulous searching, something finally
We are
turned
not.
up.
That radio program is not in our area.
Delta 290, crash number 0049.
We are not under radio control.
At the outset seemed like the first real piece of forensic evidence left behind at the scene.
That palm print was found
Heath
on
is-
the bed, on a
We
crossbar
are not under radio controls.
of a bed, where he apparently put his hand up for just a second to lean on it, perhaps to support himself as he was grabbing something. And with the alternate light source and the fluorescent fingerprint work that we did, we were able to see it, collect it, and then gather that for the laboratory.
At that time, the FBI's fingerprint database, AFIS, didn't contain palm prints, only fingerprints. But even a palm print won't catch a suspect. It will only identify one
Yes,
once
I
it's
am a
taken.
computer.
It's a Hispanic male blacker with a walking cane and a
We
red
are
bag.
not under radio controls.
FBI Special Agent Mark Mershon explains.
People often think that when you have a fingerprint or a palm print that you quickly establish the identity of a criminal. The truth of the matter is, in most
Yes,
instances, you have to identify a
We
suspect.
are not under radio
have fingerprints for
controls.
that suspect in order to compare with a latent fingerprint.
Yes, strange is
The
as
hunt for the
strange.
suspect prompted authorities to cover Polly's
Lower
neighborhood
RF
inch by
microwave
inch.
harassment detected.
By dawn, more than 100 agents and officers had begun a 24-hour search for Polly and her abductor. Helicopters and bloodhounds had been called out, and an all-points bulletin was issued by local
Yes,
authorities
strange
to the
is
FBI.
as strange does.
Systematically, the authorities searched every house in the neighborhood. Agents went to
We may
Polly's
have-
school to talk with teachers and students.
We are
in hopes
not
that
Delta
somebody
Vector
might have some
units.
useful information.
It is not bloody here at my current
Investigators
veterinary.
canvassed the neighborhood in pairs, asking if anyone had seen anything suspicious that night.
We are not that
One by
call.
one, they interviewed all of Polly's neighbors. Several people recalled seeing a stranger around the neighborhood that fit the description given by the girls.
Last 5 is 00335 00335.
Thomas Georges and his friends were on their way to the video store at around 9 o'clock that night when he noticed a stranger standing in the
It
shadows
is
in
not
front of
bloody
Polly's house.
here at my current vetter.
Thomas knew everyone in his neighborhood, but he had never seen this man before.
Yes, strange is as strange does.
Returning home a few minutes later, the boys saw that the stranger was still
the guy in
there.
the orange shirt that said he was sent from Sparklight, but trying
The
to sell
description
him
Thomas
from
gave to
here.
the authorities
He
matched
advised the
the
man
suspect they were
argued
looking
with
for.
him, and he feels like he was harassed. He was like an officer to check the man and see if he's legit.
We are not that call.
Sean Bush was playing video games with some friends who lived
Yes.
in a small rental cottage directly behind
It
Polly's
is
house.
not bloody here
He
at my
didn't
current
say, he
vetter.
just said he wanted that guy to be checked out.
It was
Because
about
he said it was
10:30 when
weird
Sean
that
happened to glance
We
out
are
the
not
window.
the microwave radio
Sell
on.
Frontier. And he told the
It
man
is
that
not
he was going to
bloody
call cops
here
when the
at
guy
my
didn't
He was
current
surprised to
vetter.
see a strange man on the back porch of Polly's
We-
house.
It is not bloody here
He
at
appeared to
my...
be going for the back door.
Yes,
His description
may
of
have-
the man also fit that of the suspect.
it is not bloody here at my current vetter.
There were others who saw the suspicious man that
It
night,
is not
but
bloody
unfortunately
here at
none of
my
them
current
alerted the
vetter.
authorities. As Petaluma Police Chief Patrick Parks explains, time was working against them.
In stranger abduction cases of small children, there is no more critical factor than time. Time is absolutely of the essence. And for that reason,
police are
you have
not
to get
me, are
out
they
as
around?
many resources as you can. You have to put out the word as far as
We
wide
are
and
not
wide
that
as you
call.
can. You have to involve as many agencies as you can, get them focused, get their efforts channeled, and hopefully bring about a successful
I don't think
resolution.
that program is appropriate.
While officers continued to comb the neighborhood,
We are
FBI
not that
investigators began
repeaters
executing
radio
the
traffic.
standard operating procedure in cases like these. After eliminating family and friends as suspects, they focused on ex-cons who were registered as sexual
We are
offenders
not under
throughout
radio
Sonoma County.
controls.
Gradually, they branched out to surrounding counties, carefully questioning and investigating each registrant. But nothing turned up.
This is a hard case to believe it even happened.
Yes,
There's
I
three
go ahead
girls
and
that are,
you can leave the
they're in a
station
slumber
already.
We are
party.
not the
So you're
fire.
not
They're
running
playing
too far
games
behind.
in their bedroom,
Yes,
in
I-
their home, in a
Yes,
typical
strange is as
community.
strange does.
in a typical city.
We are currently following
And
posted speed.
Somebody can
We may
walk
have-
into your home,
Yes,
the sanctity of the home, the security of your home.
that radio
and
program
take your
is
daughter.
not in our area.
Is
That
it wasn't
radio
a person,
program
it's
is not in
inconceivable.
our area.
The following day,
We are-
the search for Polly Klaas had
We are not-
escalated into the largest manhunt
That
in the nation.
radio
A
program is
massive
not
community
in our
volunteer
area.
network was formed to assist authorities. While hundreds of
Cheers.
citizens searched, others passed out flyers,
Hello,
trying
how
to cover
are
the
you?
entire city as quickly as possible. Back at the FBI's Trace Evidence Lab in Washington, D.C., forensic expert Chris Allen was carefully surveying the items collected from Polly's house.
I noticed that in untying the pieces of binding to the thin nylon strips of bindings that were used to tie up Polly's girlfriends, that they had jagged edges to them. And I was able to line them up perfectly so that I was able to determine that these all came from one piece of cloth originally. And it was a piece of cloth like a lady's nightgown or a slip.
Other pieces of evidence found in Polly's room were not so easy to classify.
The police are not me, are they around right now?
Tiny fibers collected with the electrostatic dust print machine proved to be a challenge to identify. After painstaking examination and comparison, Allen concluded
We are
that they
not
had come
people
from the
on
interior
bikes.
carpet of an automobile. Eliminating the cars that could be accounted for at Polly's house, Allen suspected.
Adam 210 area.
The police are not me. Are they around right now?
Yeah, 220. 1115.
The police are not me. Are they around right now?
Officials face major questions tonight about security failures, despite apparent warnings before the deadly New Year's attack. We'll bring you there. And investigators in Las Vegas revealed new details about the driver in that Cybertruck explosion outside Trump Hotel.
The police are not me. Are they around right now?
You got it. All right. Good evening. I'm Brett Baer. As mentioned, New Orleans officials face major questions tonight about security failures, despite apparent warnings before the deadly New Year's attack.
Code response house, 056.
The police are not me. Are they around right now?
You got it. All right. Good evening. I'm Brett Baer. As mentioned, New Orleans officials face major questions tonight about security failures, despite apparent warnings before the deadly New Year's attack. We'll bring you there. And investigators in Las Vegas revealed new details about the driver in that Cybertruck explosion outside Trump Tower.
Whatever,
Trump Hotel
thanks
there.
for nothing.
Plus, you and your health. While the Surgeon General says you may want to skip a nightcap this evening. But first, breaking tonight, House Speaker Mike Johnson expressing some optimism after a dramatic victory today. The Republican leader reelected to the top spot on the first round.
The police are not me. Are they around right
the
now?
Conference falling in line. President-elect Donald Trump was in constant communication with House Republicans throughout the process. Now the Republicans' focus will be on
are clear from radio
with a
units.
razor-tight majority in the House. Senior congressional correspondent Chad Pergram tells us where things stand right now after a dramatic day on Capitol Hill. Good evening, Chad.
Brett, good evening. After some drama, Mike Johnson returns to the Speaker suite, thanks in part to the incoming president.
The police are not me. Are they around right now?
Norman and Keith Self all voted for someone else.
That radio program
Their vote
is not
blocked
in
Johnson,
our area.
But President-elect Trump intervened with a phone call. Self and Norman then changed their votes.
We are not under radio controls.
We had met with Speaker Johnson yesterday for an extended period of time, and I just didn't come away with the feeling that the oomph or the willingness to fight for Trump's agenda was there. The only way I had to let my
That
voice
radio
was
program
what I did.
is
I would
not
do it
in.
again.
Chip Roy of
We
Texas
are not
said
under
there
radio.
were, quote, many members beyond the three who voted for someone else.
We
who
are
had
not under radio control. We are not under radio control.
Congress unfolded.
We are not under radio control.
But we're going to be watching every
We
single
are not under radio control.
Johnson made no promises.
We
to
are
hold
not
out.
under
He
radio
says, now
control.
it's time to govern.
We are not under
We
radio.
will deport
We are not
dangerous,
under
criminal,
radio
illegal
control.
aliens and finally
We
finish
are
building
not under
the border
radio.
wall.
We are not under radio control. We are not under radio control. We are not under radio.
You said
We
you'd
are
work with
not
us on that,
under
Hakeem.
radio.
I'm counting on it.
We are not under radio control.
Underscores the
We are not under radio control.
Republicans as they try to
We are
govern
not under
with a
radio
slim
control.
majority. Brett?
We are not under
Chad,
radio
most of the action
control.
obviously on the House side today,
We are
but
not
the Senate
under
began
radio control.
a new Congress with a new
We are
majority
not
leader.
under radio
That's
control.
right, a new majority and a
We
new
are
Senate
not
majority
under radio.
leader. South Dakota's John
We
Thune
are
takes
not
over
under
from Mitch
radio
McConnell.
controls.
Thune promises to keep the Senate filibuster.
We are not under
One of
radio
my
control.
priorities as leader will be to ensure that the Senate
That
stays
radio
the Senate.
program.
That means
We are
preserving
not
the
under
legislative
radio
filibuster.
control.
The Senate
We are
ruled
not
that today
under
is perhaps
radio
the
con-
greatest impact on preserving
We
the
are
founders'
not under
vision
radio control.
of the United States Senate.
We are not under
But
radio
the Trump
control.
agenda hinges
We
on
are
using
not
a
under
special
radio
tool
control.
called budget
We
reconciliation
are not under
to
radio
bypass
control.
the filibuster.
We are not under radio.
We're watching it all.
We
Chad,
are
thanks.
not under radio
Later, we'll
controls.
discuss how Republicans plan to advance
We are not
President-elect
under
Trump's
radio.
agenda despite their slim majority.
We are
with
not
House
under radio
Majority
control.
Whip Tom Emmer.
We are not under radio.
Also breaking tonight.
We are not under radio control. We are not under radio control. We are not under radio control.
Real questions as to why certain
We are
security
not
measures
under
were
radio
not in place
control.
ahead of the
We are
celebration
not under
and despite
radio
previous
controls.
warnings. Senior correspondent Mike Tobin is in New Orleans tonight with
We
the
are-
latest. Good evening, Mike.
We are not.
Good evening, Brett. And sadly, we
That
stand in
radio
front of another
pro-
makeshift memorial. 14
That
wooden
radio
crosses,
program
14
is
innocents
not
killed
in our
cold
area.
blood while they tried to celebrate the new year. This, as we learned, the leadership here in New Orleans was warned this could happen. New security video shows the truck rented by Samshuddin Jabbar speeding up Bourbon Street as the attack begins. This as we learned that the city had been
We are
warned
not
the top
under
tourist
radio-
attraction for the Crescent City was
That
vulnerable
radio
to a vehicle
program-
attack. A security
We are not
assessment done
under
by
radio
Interfor International in 2020
We are
wrote,
not
the
under
French
radio
border is a
controls.
fish tank of bad behavior. We create victims here and don't have the means to protect them. Several reports said French Quarter crowds were at risk for a mass casualty event. The 2020 assessment specifically mentioned vehicle barriers. Interfor strongly recommends bollard mobilization
We
to be
are
fixed,
not under
improved
radio control.
immediately.
That radio
CEO
program.
Meridian Rapid Defense told
We are not under radio
had a
control.
stockpile of 48
That radio
Archer
program
barrels
is not
designed to
in
stop
our
an
area.
83-ton truck traveling at 60 miles per hour. They were put on the street only after the attack.
We are not under radio controls.
And so we have been able now to put them.
There's no question you would have a different outcome. It's difficult to say what that outcome would be.
It's now
We
known
are not
Jabbar had
under
domestic
radio
problems,
controls.
2 divorces, and a mountain of debt. In videos, he claimed he had aligned with ISIS. Investigators are still trying to learn why this Army veteran turned domestic terrorist.
That's going to help
We are not
everybody,
under
not
radio
just
controls.
us, but nationally to understand, what drives
We
conduct
are not
like this.
under
and
radio-
at the end of the day, we still have to plan
That
for
radio
it because
program-
we just never really know
We
who
are
is
not
going
under
to be
radio-
the person who snaps.
We are not under radio controls.
And the White House announced that
We
President
are
Joe
not
Biden will
under
come to
radio
New
con-
Orleans on Monday. The
We are
state
not
agreed
under
to
radio
meet
con-
with family members
We are
and
not
community
under
members
radio
impacted by this
controls.
attack.
Adam David Henry, call 239.
Mike Tobin, live in New Orleans.
We are not under
Las
radio
Vegas officials
controls.
are painting a fuller picture of the driver believed to have been in
We
the
are not
Cybertruck
under
explosion
radio
outside
controls.
Trump International Hotel in Vegas, and some of his apparent political beliefs. This as they work to determine a motive there. National correspondent Jeff Paul is following it all in Las Vegas. Jeff?
We are not.
Yeah, Brett, we are getting a better idea of the suspect.
We are not radio high now. You are on point.
Excerpts from a digital journal that the suspect kept on his phone up until the moment that explosion happened here outside the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. While he didn't hold any sort of animosity towards the president-elect, he did hold some personal and political grievances. Well, authorities read out one of those examples.
We are the United States of America, the best
We
country.
are not under radio
But
controls.
right now, we are terminally ill and headed towards collapse. This was not a terrorist attack. It was a wake-up call. Americans only pay attention to spectacle and violence. What better way to get my point across than a stunt with fireworks and explosives?
Investigators were able
You
to
are-
positively ID Matthew Littlesburg.
The location coordinates is something you will have to pay for.
Provided DNA. Through newly released videos, they were also able to confirm Littlesberger was alone
Yes,
the
the
entire
tactical
trip from
asset
Colorado
system
until
is
he
active.
ultimately shot himself and detonated the explosion outside of the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. Authorities say it was clear the suspect suffered from not only some personal issues but PTSD as a result of his time in the military. In one of those writings, Littlesberger wrote that he
We
needed
are
to
not
cleanse his
under
mind
radio
of
control.
the brothers he's lost and relieve
We are
himself
not
of
that
the
call.
burden of the lives he took.
Although this incident is more public and more sensational than usual, it ultimately appears to be a tragic case of suicide involving a heavily decorated combat veteran who is struggling with PTSD and other issues.
I am a tactical.
Investigators say they're barely scratching the surface and have
We are not that call.
They also said it is not lost on them that 7 people were hurt in this explosion. They are relieved to report tonight that they're all out of the hospital.
Jeff, thanks. President Trump will face sentencing in his New York criminal trial on January 10th. Judge
We are
Juan
not
Merchan
that
again
call.
denying Trump's request to dismiss the case, but promising today that he will not jail the incoming president. Merchan signaling in a written decision that he'd sentence Trump to what is known as a conditional discharge, in which a case gets dismissed if a defendant avoids rearrest. Trump was convicted in May of 34 counts of falsifying business records.
A tactical asset
involved an alleged scheme
computer
to hide
system.
payment to adult actress Stormy Daniels. President-elect Trump will be able to appeal the ruling. He tells Fox Digital he, quote, did absolutely nothing wrong, calling it a political witch hunt.
With John, Sam, Henry.
That's a power play by the New York, justice system that I think is just a slap in the face.
Law
United
RF
States.
microwave
That lawfare
harassment
was a,
detected.
Underhanded way to try to prevent President Trump from being able to be elected, and then since he's been elected, they're just trying to undermine his authority.
Joining us now, former federal prosecutor and congressman from South Carolina, Trey Downey.
That radio
Here's an excerpt
program
from
is
Merchan's
not in
decision.
our
Quote,
area.
finding no legal impediment to sentencing and recognizing that presidential immunity will likely attach once the defendant takes his oath of office, it is incumbent upon this court to set this matter down for the imposition of sentence prior to January 20th, 2025. That's Judge Merchan. You were in this courtroom during that trial for some part of it, and
I am a
what's
tactical
your
asset
perception
computer
of this
system.
move today, and it's going to happen 10 days
Yes.
before the inauguration.
Yeah, I've been in a lot of courtrooms. I've had bad judges and good judges, but at least they were the same for both sides.
That radio
This
program
judge,
is
I've never
not
seen anything
in our
like it, Brett.
area.
I mean, the strike zone was
I
like
am
the
a
size of
tactical
gnat's
asset
cotton ball
computer system.
for the defense, but it was a big strike zone for the prosecution. So I'm not surprised that he would take one more shot. Here's the silver lining, though. Now that the case
radio
will be
program is
over, the sentencing
Yes, I
is
am
what
a computer.
ends his involvement. Then he
That radio program is not in our area.
Evidentiary issues. He doesn't have the sword of Damocles hanging over his head. I get the unfairness that I'm sure he feels right now, and it was an unfair trial. And you stop and think of the issues going on in New York right now, and you're going to
Yes,
take
I
time
am a
to
computer.
prosecute a bookkeeper. So I get the unfairness, but in the long run, he, I think, is better off having this in the rearview mirror than in the windshield, despite the unfairness of Juan Merchan.
We are not.
So basically, you're saying by wrapping this up and actually having the formal sentencing, it opens the door to a pretty solid appeal based on what you saw in this case.
Yes,
Yeah, I mean, you have to have a sentencing before you can appeal trial errors. I mean, we would have been in a state of limbo had he sentenced him after his term ended in 2029. This way, he can perfect his appeals. If he wins on appeal, he also can make this a political issue in the midterms, Brett. I mean, I think one of the reasons he was elected is people are tired of the Alvin Braggs of the world. You have people being set on fire in New York, and you're going to tell your prosecutors to go pursue a bookkeeping error? It's going to be a political issue in the midterm. So I get nobody wants to be a convicted felon except some hip-hop stars. The rest of us don't want to be. But if you're going to be one now, and don't have it hanging over your head while you're serving as president.
We'll follow it all. Trey, as always, thank you. Up next, why President Biden is facing criticism over his decision to intervene in the sale of a U.S. company. And later, we talk one-on-one with House Majority Whip Tom Emmer about Republican priorities in the new Congress. Fox Weather Alert now. Several states bracing for what is forecast to be the first high-impact winter storm of the new year. Warnings now growing across the Midwest as the coast-to-coast event is expected to bring hazardous snow and ice across the central and eastern U.S. The storm is forecast to track from the northwest.
We are clear from the cops.
And Rockies.
We are clear from the cops. The
West and Rockies to the Midwest and Ohio Valley by Sunday night. The Mid-South, Central Appalachians, and possibly the Mid-Atlantic will be affected. Includes Washington, D.C. Several major airlines, including United, American, Southwest, and JetBlue, already offering travelers options to change or delay their travel to impacted areas. Well, President Biden is leaving White House officials to defend his decision today to block the sale of U.S. steel to a Japanese company. Both companies are slamming the move, which comes just weeks before the president departs the Oval Office. Lucas Tomlinson joins us from the North Lawn.
This is not about Japan. It's not.
Today, President Biden blocked the $15 billion acquisition of U.S. steel by a Japanese corporation. Biden did not speak about his decision. The White House issued a statement. This acquisition would place one of America's largest steel producers under foreign control and create risk for our national security and our critical supply chains. Japan is considered one of the U.S.'s strongest allies. More than 50,000 American troops are based there, along with dozens of warships since World War II. Japan's Nippon Steel had offered the U.S. government the ability to veto any restrictions to the company's steel production. The United Steelworkers Union supports Biden's decision, but many of its members, the workers, wanted the deal to go through to protect their jobs, according to the Washington Post. In a joint statement, Nippon and U.S. Steel are calling Biden's decision politically motivated, saying blocking this transaction means denying billions of committed investment to extend the life of U.S. Steel's aging facilities and putting thousands of good-paying, family-sustaining union jobs at risk. The White House rejected the statement.
Yes,
that's a hypothetical. I'm not going to get into hypotheticals.
Active.
A top economic advisor to President Obama accused Biden of being short-sighted. President Biden claiming Japan's investment in an American steel company is a threat to national security is a pathetic and craven cave to special interests that will make America less prosperous and safe.
Not often that President Biden and President-elect Trump agree. This time they do. They both want U.S. steel to stay in American hands.
We are not under radio control.
Lucas Thompson live on the North Lawn. Lucas, thanks. Stocks rallied today, led by technology as investors look to Trump policies. The Dow jumping 340. The S&P 500 was up 74. The Nasdaq spiking 341 today. Still, markets were down for the week. The Dow lost 0.6 of a percentage point. The S&P 500 and the Nasdaq both fell 0.5%. Up next, we talk to House Majority Whip Tom Emmer about how Republicans plan to advance President-elect Trump's agenda with that slim majority. First, here's what some of our Fox affiliates around the country are covering tonight. Fox 5 in New York, where a postal employee is stabbed to death after a dispute over who was next in line to order at a deli. A 25-year-old woman is now in custody and facing murder charges. The victim was pronounced dead at the hospital. Fox 5 in Atlanta, as an apparent carbon monoxide leak forces a hotel evacuation. Fire crews this morning discovered elevated CO levels throughout the Residence Inn by Marriott in downtown Atlanta. 5 people, including 2 children, were sent to the hospital for observation. They are okay. The cause of the apparent leak is under investigation.
We are not under
And this is a live look at Nashville. One of the big stories there tonight from Fox 17, our affiliate. Popular hemp products can remain on the shelves in Tennessee for now. A judge decided to temporarily restrict some rule changes aimed at changing the designation of THCA in Tennessee. THCA is the top-selling hemp product in the state. A judge will determine whether the temporary order will become permanent next month.
The American people have called on us to reject business as usual and throw out the status quo. We must and we will heed their call.
One should love America when you win and when you lose. That's the patriotic thing to do, and that's the America that House Democrats will fight hard to preserve because we love this country.
56th Speaker of the House, Speaker once again, Mike Johnson, and the Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries there. Joining us now to discuss how congressional Republicans plan to advance President-elect Trump's agenda, House Majority Whip Tom Emmer. Congressman, thanks for the time. You know, you're the only other person who received a vote besides those 2 men, Mike Johnson and Hakeem Jeffries. Thomas Massey, Congressman, voted for you for Speaker. He and 2 others caused quite a stir, a little bit of drama on Capitol Hill. Well, what's your take about what happened there today and what the message was from them?
I think the message is from the Republican conference, Brett. Again, thanks for having me, but the message is Republicans are unified behind Donald Trump and the incoming administration, and we're ready to get to work right now on enacting the Trump agenda, which is exactly what the American people voted for on November 5th. Were there people that wanted to be heard? Were there people who had things that they wanted our speaker to know were important to them? Yes. That's just the way this process works. But it happened on the first ballot. And if you'll recall, 2 years ago, it took 15 and almost a week to get it done. Today it was one ballot. We're one and done, and we're ready to get moving immediately.
Well, it's definitely a much different situation. But, you know, if you look at the breakdown and that majority and how it sits right now, 219 to 215, and then you're going to lose two more Republicans with Mike Waltz becoming National Security Advisor and Stefanik, Representative Stefanik, eventually, if she gets confirmed to UN Ambassador, that's 217 to 215. With that slim majority, how do you get through the big ticket items that President-elect Trump wants to get through?
Well, nothing's going to be easy, but Brett, everybody talks about this narrow margin that we have. Does nobody remember that for the last 2 years we started out with 222 with a 5-vote advantage, which went down to a 4-vote, and then at times was 220. And we passed things that nobody thought we could pass, including a debt ceiling increase, including the Parental Bill of Rights, including the strongest energy bill in the last 30 years, in a border bill that's the strongest in 20 years. We did all that with such a narrow majority, and yet nobody knows because all of it sat on Chuck Schumer's desk. We're going to do it again, Brian. We will be able to perform. The biggest thing that we're going to have to be careful of is member health and making sure that they can be here. Attendance is going to be a very important thing.
Yes, yeah, they have to be there, otherwise you lose the numbers. What about this back and forth about whether there's one package, one bite at the apple for budget reconciliation, or there's two this year to kind of break up immigration and taxes? How do you see that right now?
Well, that's Donald Trump's call. He's going to make a call soon and say, this is what I want. And as soon as he does, Brett, we're ready to take it either way. If he wants to do two bills with one in February, and that's where the speaker goes, we'll get it done. And I imagine that will be a much slimmer one. That's why you could do it in a shorter period of time. And the second one would be sometime probably before Memorial Day. We could get it out of the House pretty early, but then the Senate would have to do its work. If it's one big bill, well, then the thought is, if that's what the president decides to do, we could probably have that out of the House by the end of March, and the Senate does its work. We could have that to the president's desk by Memorial Day.
You are not Heath.
Listen, you're a tough guy. You talk straight to people whenever you do interviews, but House Majority Whip, when you're counting these votes with that slim majority, that could be a tough job trying to herd Republicans. It seems easier for Democrats year after year. Why is that?
I don't know. I just told you we had a lot of success. I don't know why it seems easier for Democrats. Let's just make it clear, and you know this, Brett. It's much easier to be in the minority. You're not going to see the divisions within that group because they don't govern when they're in the minority. They can work with Republicans, and we'll see if they're going to show an ability to do that. Hakeem suggested today that they would, but for us, nothing's ever going to be easy, Brett. Nothing here is easy. When we had 247 members, we could not pass the strongest border bill. We did that with 222. So I just don't underestimate what we can do. You just got to have the numbers here, and we got to do our job. Our job is to make sure that the members and the public know exactly what it is that Donald Trump is moving, why it's important, and how it's going to benefit their lives. We do that, and their constituents. We do that, we'll be able to pass things that you wouldn't expect we could do.
We are not people on bikes.
Congressman Emmer, we appreciate the time. We'll be following it all.
Thanks, Brett.
Breaking tonight, federal investigators are on the ground in Houston working to determine a motive in the terror attack in New Orleans that killed 14 people on New Year's Day. Correspondent Brooke Taylor is there, spoke to a family member of the man accused in this massacre.
FBI agents and evidence trucks back at the Houston home of Shamsuddin Jabbar this afternoon. Sources confirm they were collecting additional evidence. Fox Digital got access to pictures inside the home after the front door was left open, leaving people to just roam freely in and around the property. Our cameras capturing a car being towed away near the property before the evidence units left. Meanwhile, Jabbar's family is trying to understand how this happened.
I can't wrap my head around that. It's truly unbelievable.
His half-brother Abdur Jabbar, who didn't want to show his face out of safety, says that Shamsud was trying to find guidance in his life.
Him being in the military was more trying to find something to set him straight, to ground him, and maybe a viable career path.
He says he and his brothers were raised Muslim, but Shamsud took a step back for a bit.
I think after his most recent divorce is when he decided to take a step back and, maybe do some self-discovery.
Jabbar's brother blames radicalization for the attack and says his family didn't see any of the warning signs. The FBI says Jabbar posted a series of videos on social media claiming he was inspired by ISIS and that at first he was going to attack his family and friends, but it wouldn't generate the same headlines.
It's chilling. It's shocking. It's heartbreaking.
An FBI at Houston tells me that their agents were out here earlier today, but they wouldn't answer any of my questions as to why this was not treated as a secured crime scene. Also, Fox News confirms with sources that when this house was first raided, they found chemicals. They're not saying what exactly those chemicals are, just that they are used to make homemade explosives. Brett.
Brooke Taylor live in Houston. Brooke, thanks. Up next, dry January takes on a whole new meaning, why the Surgeon General says you may want to think twice before your next drink. And then the panel on the House Speaker drama, Republicans' next steps, and what we're learning today.
Laura Art. Whatever, thanks for
Fox News has learned that Vice President-elect J.D. Vance underwent a planned minor surgery this afternoon. Vance spokesperson confirms he will be back to work tomorrow.
Cheers.
Vance was on the Hill today before the sinus surgery as Vice President Harris swore in new senators. The U.S. Surgeon General wants you to think before you drink. A new advisory tonight warning about possible links between alcohol and cancer. National correspondent William Largeness tells us about some of the risks.
Just like cigarettes, it's not going to stop everybody from smoking. It's not going to stop everybody from drinking.
The U.S. Surgeon General today warned that even moderate amounts of alcohol increase the risk of cancer. Dr. Vivek Murthy wants warning labels on cans and bottles updated specifically to reflect, quote, evidence documenting the link between alcohol consumption and cancer risk, including breast, colorectal, mouth, throat, and liver cancer.
Over 1 million people are diagnosed with cancer every year. That's a big concern.
Today's advisory underscores new research about the risks of even moderate amounts of beer, wine, and spirits.
Science now tells us that drinking any alcohol has risks.
A Canadian study recently found people who have just 2 drinks a week through their adulthood may knock 2 to 3 days off their lives. 7 drinks a week, 2.5 months. That jumps to 2 years if you drink 5 glasses a day.
Most people in the world globally believe a little bit of alcohol is good for you. It's quite a big shift to say, no, actually, it's a tiny risk.
U.S. dietary guidelines currently recommend no more than 1 drink a day for women, 2 for men. Murthy suggests lowering that number. The wine and spirit industry say that new dietary guidelines should be based on sound science. The beer industry says drink in moderation. But none responded to the Surgeon General's call for a new warning label, which can only be mandated by Congress. Brett?
William, thank you. Now overseas, political turmoil for a major U.S. ally. A 6-hour standoff in South Korea today as investigators tried to enforce an arrest warrant against the country's defiant president ahead of Monday's deadline. Senior Foreign Affairs correspondent Greg Palcott has the story.
Defiance at the presidential residence in Seoul. The conservative, anti-China, pro-U.S., and now suspended South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol, who was impeached for issuing a martial law order last month in response to a challenging parliament, now fending off an arrest warrant on criminal charges of backing a rebellion. Dozens of investigators and police moving in on Yoon's home. After a tough 6-hour standoff with soldiers and presidential guards, they were blocked and turned away. Hundreds of Yoon supporters gathered outside, doing their own scuffling with police.
윤 대통령이
President Yoon needs to return so he can normalize the country.
Many taking a page from the Trump handbook, waving American flags and holding "Stop the Steal" signs. Opponents of the unpopular president also out in force.
He needs to be criminally punished, so he won't be allowed to do anything.
All this in a country critical to U.S. interests. 28,000 U.S. troops there, dealing with an increasingly anti-U.S. North Korea. And nearby, U.S. foes China and Russia. While President-elect Trump has yet to comment and could change things, this came from the White House.
We're going to continue to remain committed to maintaining peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula.
It's not over yet. Yoon has promised to fight to the end. His arrest warrant expires Monday, but could be extended. The impeachment process begins before a court January 14th.
I will judge independently, only by the Constitution and law.
That could last 6 months.
We do stand to lose a lot of good work if we were to lose the influence that we have in Seoul.
Yes, we have.
According to the South Korean government, Secretary of State Blinken will be coming to Seoul on Monday to meet with officials. The stakes are high. Brett.
Yes, we have many wheels. 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 Yes, we have many wheels.
These carpet fibers were most likely.
Yes, we have many wheels. Yes, we have many. Yes, we have many wheels. Yes, we have many wheels.
A little more personal.
You are not Johnny.
I found in the vacuuming of
I am listening to voice comment.
Ollie's bedroom that she was playing.
You are not John.
A dark
I
brown,
am listening to voice
headwear.
comments right
And I say
now.
forcibly removed because it had a 3 or 4 millimeter root sheath on it. Actually, it's skin material that comes out of the scalp when
I am listening to voice comments right now.
If Ollie had pulled a hair,
I am listening to voice comments right now.
But even a hair with DNA evidence couldn't bring investigators any closer to finding the suspect.
I am listening to voice comments right
from the
now.
bedpost and sent to Michael J. Smith, a fingerprint specialist with the FBI.
I'm Lisa Booth in for Laura Ingram, and this is a special edition of the Ingram Angle. Brand new information tonight about the terror attacks in New Orleans and the Cybertruck bombing outside of the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. Fox's Mike Tobin is on the ground in New Orleans and has details on both incidents. Mike.
You know, Lisa, as night falls, we see a New Orleans that wants to rebound and start the party again, but all around us are reminders of the sadness. Here we have 14 wooden crosses for 14 innocent lives lost in this attack. Also tonight, we have video of the start of this attack. It's a security video from the Crescent restaurant, or the Crystal restaurant, I should say. They caught the moment that Reddit truck sped into the crowd, killing 14 and injuring 37. Witnesses react.
Just the traumatic parts of it, of human nature and what anyone's capable of, like the bodies mangled, strewn, like several unrecognizable.
Couldn't believe my eyes. Immediately it was like, I'm done. I don't even want to party anymore. I just went home. Like, depressed.
While the FBI claims the New Orleans attack is terrorism, the Vegas Cybertruck explosion at the Trump Hotel is very different. Investigators released portions of a digital journal kept by Matthew Livelsberger, a combat veteran. The journals say he didn't hold a grievance with the president-elect. Livelsberger wrote that he wanted to create a spectacle to make a point. He was a troubled guy with mental health issues. His point rambles and isn't entirely clear. What is clear is that he suffered from post-traumatic stress. Livelsberger wrote, Americans pay attention to spectacles and violence. What better way to get his point across than a stunt with fireworks and explosive? Investigators say Livelsberger shot himself in the head. Back here in
Breaking news now. Word that things are already starting to move positively for the presidentially pardoned Hunter Biden. The gun case is over in the eyes of the court. Judge Mary Ellen Noriega has terminated any further proceedings against Hunter, a move that we were expecting. She did, however, not fully dismiss the case outright, as Hunter's legal team had wanted. The case will not be erased from the
We are
historical
not
record.
Charlie
But,
Vetter unit.
as we know, President Biden's pardon absolves Hunter will now wait on the Los Angeles judge presiding over Hunter's $1.4 million owed on taxes. That case, we'll let you know how that comes to an end. That pardon is a gift that keeps on giving. A range of reactions now from liberal and legacy media after President Biden did pass along that wide-reaching pardon to his son. Many are reeling after they praised Biden's promise not to use his powers to benefit his family. They believed him. Again, I shake my head. Like, why would you believe him? Anyway, his 180 has left
We are not Radio High
MSNBC
now.
analysts, one of them, speechless. Look at this.
I just heard it. I have to process it. I don't have a take. I'm sorry.
He was dishonest with the American public about whether you give a pardon. He said pretty right before the election. He was still in the race a couple months out, but he would not give a pardon. He said that repeatedly. He said it. Karine Jean-Pierre said it repeatedly to the American public. What he said publicly, they were not straight with the American public, and people remember that.
Yeah, I think Biden's a bit of a honey badger on this one. I don't think he cares what those people on CNN are saying. President Biden with one last defender for today. Whoopi Goldberg.
I take issue with lying about it. I wanted to ask him here when he came on The View, but the thought was he said so many times he wasn't going to pardon him. That to me is lying to the public. I respect it as a parent. I understand why he would do it, but I wonder to understand why lie about it for so long. I'd stop calling it a lie.
This is very different than any other situation.
Biden said that the Russian disinformation, the laptop, all of it was lies. How could you not know he'd get to this point? A new op-ed argues the legacy media enabled Biden's Hunter pardon, quote, their job is to lie for the Biden administration and to stay silent when Joe Biden publicly humiliates them afterwards. Flanked by a dedicated gaggle of shameless media propagandists, Joe Biden is as free as Hunter to deliver his final insult to the American people, end of quote. Clay Travis, Outkick founder. Clay, your top line thoughts.
Joe Biden's a complete and total liar, and everybody who has a functional brain knew he was lying, Harris, when he said that he wasn't going to pardon Hunter. And we know that they were having conversations in June when this conviction happened, and they knew that it would look bad because Joe Biden at that time was still in the office, and he thought there were two ways he was going to beat Trump. One was with abortion, and we know Kamala Harris spent $1 billion on abortion ads, and it didn't work, but that was one idea. The other was by arguing that Trump was a direct assault on democracy and that he was a felon president. And so if he had pardoned his son, you're taking one of the two arguments that he thought was the most coherent and concise for his campaign off the table. So they made a calculated decision to lie to the American public because it benefited them politically based on the lies that they were spreading about Donald Trump. And Harris, my takeaway, as Trump is going to take office here in a little bit less than, 7 weeks, is I want him to pardon immediately on day one. I can't get here fast enough, Harris. I want him to immediately pardon on day one every single January 6th political prisoner, even those that engaged in acts of violence. People say, what are you talking about there? You can look at the way that they were treated. If you commit a violent crime in D.C., you hardly get prosecuted at all right now. Even the people that engaged in violence have been prosecuted more than the average person would be in our nation's capital. I want a blanket and complete pardon for all of those people because Joe Biden has demonstrated he'll do whatever it takes to protect people who are close to him.
I'm curious about, just real quickly back to Joe Biden, since he is president for 48 more days. I mean, what is that going to look like? Will he try to continue protecting his legacy? Would he even pardon Trump? I mean, there's so many things that could be coming down the pike here. You mentioned one of them. I do want to talk with you just real quickly, if I can ask my team to go back to that, because I want to try to get to it today. The 2024 election may signal the end of the defund the police era. The movement successfully pushed progressive criminal justice policies. Now voters are abandoning those reforms, even in Democrat-led and what we call purple states. California California voters just kicked out progressive district attorneys and voted to reverse soft on crime policies. What's happening here?
There was no way around it. You could not ignore
Look, I think the problem that Democrats have is their worldview fails, even and especially when they have complete control of city and state governments. Look, you know, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Portland, Seattle, these are some of the most beautiful places geographically in our country. They are filled with a lot of amazing people. Unfortunately, they keep electing left-wing leaders, and left-wing leadership has devolved all of those cities into a worse place than it would be if they had Republicans and Democrats both attempting to run those cities. So I think in states, I think what you're seeing is Democrats are being rejected by Democrat voters because their policies fail.
Well, we will cover it all. Thank you for your time, Clay. Always. Breaking news, the liberal district attorney Fani Willis, who went after Donald Trump in Georgia, just got kicked off the case. Georgia's Court of Appeals has just disqualified her from prosecuting the 2020 election case against Donald Trump and his co-defendants. They are citing conflict of interest. Well, no kidding. The court began looking into whether Willis should continue the case after that romantic relationship with the ex-prosecutor Nathan Wade came to light. The court said this: well, we recognize that an appearance of impropriety generally is not enough to support disqualification. This is the rare case in which disqualification is mandated and no other remedy will suffice to restore public confidence in the integrity of these proceedings. Yeah, well, she put in there he was making more than anybody else on the staff and his resume didn't really match up what his job was going to be to go after Trump. There's that.
During the day, during
the court did not outright, though, dismiss this case.
We conducted searches.
It will now be up to the prosecuting attorney's council of Georgia to find another prosecutor to take over the case and decide whether to pursue it. That process could be delayed if Fani Willis decides to appeal to the state Supreme Court and tries to get back on the case. President-elect Trump told Fox moments ago, quote, "The whole case has been a disgrace to justice, and that should not be allowed to go any further." Bill Holloway, former assistant to district attorney, former Georgia police officer, and legal advisor to Georgia's Sheriff's Department. So, you know that state, you know its legal system. Fani Willis, talk to me about what they saw outside of what we all knew.
Well, Harris, you know, the statement or the part of the opinion that you referenced in the lead regarding there's no other remedy that will suffice is, I think, the very best and most important language in this opinion, because the appearance of impropriety, as the courts note, is oftentimes not enough. But this is the case because, look, this is the one that has the elected district attorney, taking lots of taxpayer money, funneling it to her admitted paramour, and then benefiting from that financial arrangement by virtue of all the romantic trips and the getaways and all of those things. So if it's not a direct kickback, it certainly has the smell of potentially a kickback. And her testimony, of course, they said had the odor of mendacity, which means that nobody believed her testimony when she tried to explain this, but it's more than the conflict of interest with Nathan Wade. This is also about what we call forensic misconduct. There's out-of-court statements where Ms. Willis goes into the well of a local church here in Fulton County, Georgia, which is full of potential voters and full of potential jurors, by the way, I might add, and she maligns and impugns the various defendants out in a very public way. Prosecutors are not allowed to do that. They're not allowed to try their case, so to speak, on the courthouse steps nor in the well of a church. This is something that was actually predicted. I predicted this outcome. She can appeal it to the Georgia Supreme Court, but I've got news for her. The Georgia Supreme Court is not going to take this case. It's discretionary. They don't have to do it, and they won't. They are going to affirm the Court of Appeals, and this case is going to be effectively over because the Prosecuting Attorney's Council of Georgia is not going to be able to find another DA if they wanted to, Harris, that wants to take this monstrosity.
Is that the only issue with this case? Because, you know, that can change. People can come in and out of those jobs and so on and so forth. Is there anything else inherently true about this case that would get it dismissed at this point?
The former President-elect Trump has asked the Court of Appeals to dismissed the case. And of course, in this opinion, they said, look, this is not, this doesn't rise to the level of dismissal. That's a separate issue. Now, there's other requests being made of the courts on the grounds of presidential immunity and that sort of thing. But this effectively kills the case, Harris. It's an orphan indictment. It's now going to be an indictment without a prosecutor, and the prosecuting attorney's council is not going to find any other DA that wants this. Look, they'd have to shut down their whole office, and they'd have to, just for this case, basically shut down all of their operations. They would have to redo everything that she did and try to fix the problems that she created. It's not going to happen.
All right, I want to get to this. Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin is pushing back on sanctuary cities in his state. Watch this.
Any state adopts a sanctuary practice, meaning a practice that impedes communications and cooperations when an illegal immigrant who commits a crime in Virginia and is detained and is subject to an ICE detainer, they don't comply, they should lose their funding.
We have watched as at least 5 Democrat-led cities have reinforced and enhanced their sanctuary policies in defiance of President-elect Trump and his plans to deport illegal immigrants, particularly criminals first. But San Diego could be facing another major roadblock. The county sheriff is not having it. And after the city adopted its new policy designed to stop jails from working with ICE, she said, quote, "The Board of Supervisors does not set policy for the sheriff's office. The sheriff has the sole and exclusive authority to operate the county jails." End quote. Last week, I spoke with a Republican city council member.
And a small duffel bag in the back.
I think this is a knee-jerk reaction to Trump, and even with Newsom trying to double down on, trying to Trump-proof the state. They say it's about breaking up families. Well, if these people hadn't committed the crimes, we wouldn't be in this place. So it's more about criminals and making sure we deport criminals.
So here's what's happening. There's now a major constitutional showdown forming between the sanctuaries and the incoming administration. Phil, I go right to you for your thoughts on this.
Yeah, as a former deputy sheriff, I can tell you that the policy set by the sheriff in San Diego, and look, it's not just San Diego, California. Sheriffs across the country are going to do the same thing, I predict. When local law enforcement and federal law enforcement are not working together, when they're working perhaps at cross purposes, it only serves, well, it disserves the community. That's what it does. It doesn't do anything to promote the public good, the public welfare, the peace and the tranquility and the lawfulness of the local jurisdictions. And so you're going to see local sheriffs doing the right thing regardless of local policymakers. And look, it's talking about the power of the purse. Even the federal government here has some room to operate. The federal government can cut off funding for lots of these jurisdictions and perhaps cities or counties, sheriff's offices, police agencies that get federal grants and federal funding. The power of the purse is very, very powerful. And I think over time we're going to see more and more of the local law enforcement leaders doing the right thing, regardless of what their local officials might otherwise want them to do.
I mean, what you're talking about is a little bit of that Doge working its way into the legislative side of things. That attitude of where can we cut and make it more efficient. Great to see you, Phil Holloway. Always agree. Daniel Penny is breaking his silence. And an exclusive interview with Judge Janine Pirro. On Monday, a jury found the Marine veteran not guilty in the subway death of Jordan Neely, a homeless, mentally ill drug user who was violently threatening people. And his words were, "Someone is going to die today." It's Daniel Penny's first and only interview televised since being acquitted. He's expressing gratitude after more than a year of being vilified by so many people. And across the country, the story migrated from New York. It was huge news.
Over 300 volunteers. I believe
so a jury of your peers, Fanny, felt unanimously, beyond a reasonable doubt, that you committed no wrongdoing. What would you say to them?
That she was still alive, which was the premise.
I'd like to give them a hug. I'd like to thank them. Yeah,
as the search commenced, everything began to snowball.
It takes a lot of courage, especially in this climate in New York City, to stick up for me.
Accessing his criminal record.
So I'm very thankful that they were able to do something like that. And It was very courageous of them.
What we learned about Davis initially was
In focus now, Judge Janine Pirro, co-host of The Five. We all know you as a tough.
And
you can close like no one else. You teared up as you watched that. We both did. What a young man.
Danny Penny is, Harris, one of the most incredibly young men I have ever met. And his strength, his determination, his stoicism, while there was complete chaos around him, people cursing at him, calling him names, prosecutors trying to bring him down, violating their own rules, medical examiners contradicting their own testimony in order to get him convicted. Nothing changed that face. And I was in that courtroom for 5 weeks. Nothing changed the face. He was stoic, he was tall. And then, when I did the interview, I found a man that was so incredibly powerful, kind, courageous. You know, he was trained as a Marine. He is sensitive, but he's also had the courage of a lion. He said he could have turned away. But he said, when I saw those women and those school children hugging each other on that underground subway car, I couldn't look away. And I said to him, were you afraid yourself of him? He said, yes. Of what? Being killed. That was deadly physical force. And he legally had the right to use deadly physical force, although if you watch the whole interview, and you've got to watch it on Fox Nation, he said, I didn't use deadly physical force, and he didn't. Because he died of something else. And the medical examiner in New York City should be embarrassed because they made a decision without the toxicology, without the histology, the anthropology, without the hyoid bone analysis, the larynx. Terrible.
What's fascinating about what you're saying, and I want to show more of the interview just momentarily, but something about that immediate situation also communicated to New York's finest NYPD, because they didn't hold him. He was not arrested for 10 days. They felt that there was not enough evidence to keep him. So, I mean, you didn't have all of that either, but they are experts. There are first eyes, New York Police Department, NYPD. There are first eyes and first ears on the ground, and they did their job and told the world what the truth was, and then Alvin Bragg, soft on crime.
Yeah, well, and then
DA gets involved.
Al Sharpton comes in, all the protests start, they go right down to the F train, and then the political Alvin Bragg does his political dance.
All right, let's watch more now from Judge Janine's exclusive interview with Daniel Penny.
He calmly called it into the
When he said he was willing to kill people, did you believe him?
Yeah, totally. It was unlike, you know, because there's outbursts on the train all the time. Unfortunately, in New York City, there's always people coming on and saying kind of talking crazy, and
Detective
this was unlike anything that I've ever experienced, and it was.
Step out of the van.
He informed him that he was under arrest.
It was very serious. It was. I completely believed what he was saying.
I'm Detective Meese.
He's emotional there too.
Important to understand
what was your impression of him as someone who now is known by everyone, a hero?
Mike Meese,
he not only is a hero, he's more than that. He is, to me, an icon who, at this point in America, represents true masculinity. You know, in the last election, we tried to talk about what is masculine, what isn't masculine. That guy is. He wants no attention. He's very uncomfortable in any kind of public setting. He doesn't like the limelight, doesn't like politics, doesn't want to criticize people. But he was willing to carry the burden, as he said, of 1 million court appearances because he couldn't live with himself if he didn't interfere because of all of those victims. And they were white, and they were black, and they were Hispanic.
That's right.
And the people helping him hold on, Jordan Neely, were black and Hispanic. People on the jury were black, Hispanic, Asian. So, you know, they weaponized his military experience against him. They tried to make this a racial case. It was not. And you know what? Kudos to this jury. And when he said he wanted to hug him, yeah, we all teared up. The cameramen teared up. He teared up. This man, by the way, he's a classically trained musician. He studied classical music since 3rd grade. He's very zen. He's not macho, man. And I think every law enforcement person, every military person in this country should support this man and respect what he did.
100%. And it's great to have you here. The perfect person for him to sit down.
I was very lucky. Great lawyers, Tom Knuth and Steve Racer. They did a phenomenal job. Phenomenal. This was not an easy case.
No doubt. Thank you. I'm so glad you were focused to be here to talk about it. Okay, now I've seen bits and pieces of it, so I cheated a little bit, but I'm going to watch the whole thing now on Fox Nation. So should you. Judge Shanine's full interview.
Well, unlike many pundits and members of the media, veteran political analyst Mark Halperin predicted President-elect Trump would prevail over VP Harris. Now the liberal media are gearing up to cover a second Trump presidency. He says they're going to have a tough time.
This was really very
you have to respect the fact that tens of millions of people are going to vote for him, and you have to be prepared for that. And some people listened to me, but most of them didn't. And of course, it's particularly exacerbated by what I call the dominant media, which creates this fantasy world. All these things add up to a blue bubble that they just can't see. Most people on the left, if you say, why do people like Donald Trump? They're paralyzed. They can't answer the question. For some reason, they can't appreciate that tens of millions of their fellow countrymen and women feel differently than they do.
It's concrete.
Someone who apparently understands those tens of millions of Americans, the mayor of Dallas, Texas, Eric Johnson, penned an op-ed titled, "My switch to the GOP last year should have been a wake-up call for Democrats." He told this to Fox.
The news of the matching print had gone public.
I didn't think I was going to be some anomaly that everyone needed to worry about. I thought that I was going to be a harbinger of things to come. All the things that people have been asking for generations from our cities that have been under Democratic leadership that have failed to deliver on those things.
Our power panel, Leslie Marshall, Fox News contributor, and Jessica Patterson, chairwoman of the California Republican Party. Welcome to you both. So, Leslie, I'll ask you the question to Mark's point. Why do people like Donald Trump? Can you explain how this problem got in politics?
Yes, I can, and many Democrats do, and I don't know what rock Mark's living under, with all due respect. Look, less than half the people in this country voted, and about half of them voted for Donald Trump, and about half of them voted for Kamala Harris. And we've seen that cycle after cycle, every 2 years, every 4 years, Sandra. That is where our country is at. We are divided. Why do people like Donald Trump? Some people like him being a former businessman and the economic gains they think they have, or that they felt better with him as president with the economy. Some people who are concerned about crime or immigration feel that he'll be different and feel he'll be tougher on crime and immigration than Joe Biden or Democrats or Kamala Harris. I mean, there are a plethora of reasons why people like Donald Trump, plethora of reasons why they don't. But this is not some huge, rocket scientist class that we need to take at MIT. Elections have consequences. One wins, one loses, and the loser always says, what do I need to do differently next time?
Well, I don't think you can accuse him of living under a rock. I think it is a difficult question for so many on the left who are not looking within to find out what happened and what they got wrong here. Jessica, when it comes to Donald Trump, I'm looking forward to Thanksgiving this Thursday, and I'm thinking there are going to be conversations on dinner tables everywhere, all over this country, and there does seem to be those folks who have a tough time understanding how someone, even in their own family, can feel differently than they do.
Absolutely. It's pretty amazing how Democrats and their allies in the liberal media have kept their head in the sand. They wanted this election to be about issues that they believed that they had the upper hand on, when in reality, people were mostly taking into consideration what was happening at the grocery store and the gas station. Even 20 days later, we're seeing in the media the outrage that Joe and Miko would go and meet with President Trump, the daily meltdowns that were happening on The View every day, or watching, just individuals go to their TikToks and their Instagram stories. I don't think any of this is helping people get to a place where they can look back and say, what could we have done differently?
That's a good point. Leslie, Democrats are looking to dig out of this depression after their election drubbing. May have a long road vote ahead of them. Many asking, what went so wrong? So how do we fix it? Should be the question. Who is our party's leader now? Congressman Adam Schiff with some introspection, but also softening the blow for the president.
I think the entire Democratic Party bears responsibility, myself included, and the former president, and mounted an effective campaign, and you have to give him credit for that. Our party became associated with the status quo, and that was too much to overcome.
DNC Chairman Jamie Harrison is calling it quits. Two Democratic strategists say the election for a new chair could mean a seismic shift for the party. Long quote, there's a lot of resentment right now directed at the kind of old guard. Politically, when it comes to messaging and to outreach, there needs to be some serious changes, a changing of the guard. Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger argues that change should look like this. Democrats need to not ever use the word socialist or socialism ever again. People think it doesn't matter, but it does matter, and we lost good members because of it. Senator-elect Alyssa Slotkin says, quote, I personally think that identity politics needs to go the way of the dodo. One Wall Street Journal columnist doesn't see much hope for that. Her piece titled Gavin Newsom and the Democrats' delusional recovery. They know they have a political problem, but their solution is to pour another shot of progressive policy. So will there be lessons learned here, Leslie?
Of course there are lessons learned. Look, I think we're going to see a very different, not just Democratic Party, but I think we're going to see a very different outcome in the midterms. I should say so different because Democrats have flipped quite a few seats in the House, and I think we'll see that going into the midterms. Like I said, whether it's the economy or whether it's a political election, it's cyclical. In 2008, Republicans had a come to Jesus moment with their party. In 2024, right now, Democrats are having the same. And they should. I think it's important. Look, I always tell my kids, Sandra, if somebody comes home and they didn't do well on a test, you can play the blame game, but that's not really productive. And I put that out there on social media to Congress people like Torres and others. It's good to look back in the sense that what did we do wrong and what could we do differently? But it's very important to move forward. And, pointing fingers of blame, just not productive, doesn't help moving forward and doesn't help make the change that obviously our party needs to bring about.
Jessica, do you believe that there will be some real changes on the part of Democrats in their party after this?
Well, it'll be certainly interesting to watch, especially with the election of the new DNC chair. Which direction does the party decide to go on? Because we're seeing these progressive or regressive governors all over the country, like Gavin Newsom, who are doubling down on their failed efforts. Even in deep blue California, we saw a shift of 72% of counties moved towards Trump in this election cycle. He was running against a California Democrat. We saw London Breed, who was ousted. We saw a liberal DA in Los Angeles who is ousted. So this is really interesting to watch if the party goes in that direction and then what their candidates end up doing as well.
Well, there's a lot of work to do for both parties, the incoming administration and, of course, Democrats, to look back at what happened. Pleasure to have you both on. I mean, we have the two turkeys have been pardoned. I believe Peach and Blossom.
The Washingtonian with a headline now, clashes are coming,
just a few
clashes
yards away is
for
what's
Trump
left of a
officials
very
dining
beautiful,
out in D.C.
innocent 12-year-old.
That sounds physical.
The polyclass case
Bartenders told that outlet they'll make these people uncomfortable to take their power back.
This is the last
it does sound physical. An area pizza owner has already found herself at the center of backlash after she issued a congratulatory post to the president-elect after winning the election. Congratulations! We gift the White House a nice Italian wood-burning pizza oven. Election Day, hashtag Election Day 2024, so on and so forth. Well, internet trolls were not happy about it. One person said, are you trying to go out of business? Another one-star review coming. And this one, tone deaf. Maria Rusciano is the owner of that pizza restaurant. I want to first of all find out, did it even occur to you? Like, did you even say, maybe I shouldn't send out this post? What made you do it?
Well, quite frankly, restaurants in D.C. talk and post about politics regularly. There was one particular establishment, I don't remember the name now, that was posting that they'll be popping bottles of champagne if Harris wins. So quite frankly, we were just hopping on a trending topic, trying to promote ourselves, and while I did expect some unhappy comments, I did not see that it would go as viral as it did.
So, if anybody had any doubt, perhaps the establishments are not bipartisan, because Kamala Harris was getting love, as you said, and when you gave some to Donald Trump, it was problematic for your restaurant. Tell me some of what you've experienced there.
Yes, so people started wishing for our restaurant to go out of business. Now, we've been here since 2012. Then they started saying how DC doesn't establish pizzerias. They asked how can we, as immigrants, congratulate President Trump. Then, of course, we were called all sorts of names, and one lady in particular yelled profanities at my husband on the street. But outside of that, it's been mostly limited to social media. But there has been some upside to what we did, because as the post started going viral across DC and the region, we received many more messages of support, far outweighing the negative comments, which really showed me that people, even in a blue place like DC, are tired of the divisive rhetoric, and it's about time we come together and start honoring one another as fellow Americans.
Amen. Maria, I have to ask about your workers, because I know you talked about that one woman who was yelling profanities at your husband, but protecting your workers has got to be something that's crossing your mind at this point. I'm glad most of it is relegated to online, but things have a way of shifting, and I'm just wondering, what is the pressure like to keep them safe at this point, or do you feel any?
No, thank God for now things, or thank goodness as the name of our pizza place translates to. Things have been calm and it's business as usual.
All right. Maria Rusciano, I love pizza. So when I'm in DC, I'll drop by and I'll be there for the inauguration. So you may see me sooner than you think. God bless you and stay safe. And you know what? Lead with what you believe. Post whatever you want. Elon Musk has a space for you to do that now. God bless you. Merry Christmas. Absolutely. We have objects in the sky that are the size of an SUV over any city, over any state.
The FBI.
It's an invasion of our airspace. In focus now, Republican Congressman Jeff Van Drew of New Jersey, member of the House Judiciary Committee, on the Hill right now. How do you address this at this point?
Well, here's the real deal, Harris. You know, I'm also on the Transportation Committee, on the Aviation Subcommittee, and I've gotten to know people. And from very high sources, very qualified sources, very responsible sources, I'm going to tell you the real deal. Iran launched a mothership probably about a month ago that contains these drones. That mothership is off, I'm going to tell you the deal. It's off the east coast of the United States of America. They've launched drones. Everything that we can see or hear, and again, these are from high sources. I don't say this lightly. Now, you know, we know there was a probability it could have been our own government. We know it's not our own government because they would have let us know. It could have been some really glorified hobbyist or hobbyists that were doing something unbelievable. They don't have the technology. But let's pretend that's possible. The third possibility was somebody, an adversarial country, doing this. Know that Iran made a deal with China to purchase drones, motherships, and technology in order to go forward. The sources I have are good. They can't reveal who they are because they are speaking to me in confidentiality. These drones should be shot down. Whether it was some crazy hobbyist that we can't imagine, or whether it is Iran, and I think it very possibly could be, they should be shot down. We are not getting the full deal, and the military is on alert with this.
Look, you've given us some pretty dire information just here, and I want to make sure that our viewers are digesting.
You cannot control.
Iran has the capability to pull up along our eastern seaboard and launch drones the size of an SUV into the skies of several states, particularly New Jersey, where we know the incoming president has a large home. Also in the same county or nearby where some of these drones in New Jersey have been seen. That capability exists. It's possible some of those drones are here. So I have two questions. How are they fueling them? They have to land somewhere. Drones don't fly forever. Why don't they close down the airspace? Yes, it's inconvenient. Yes, it's the holidays. Shut it down. But if you start shooting things and you don't know how they're fueled, that's going to be mass explosions. This isn't like one spy balloon. Congressman, this is serious.
We've got to bring them down, and we've got to find a way to bring them down. I don't know exactly where they're landing. Obviously, I have some information, and again, this isn't just Jeff Van Drew. Oh, let's get on Harris Fault. We'll go and say something outrageous. I'm telling you, a straight deal from very high positioned individuals who are telling me this. And the bottom line is they're launching them. They are across the country. We don't even have anything like this. Our government and also certainly our hobbyists don't. So think about it. Not only do I have the information, but it's also common sense. We've got to get them down. We've got to determine how they function, what they do, make sure that we can get them, and you're right, in a safe way. When I say shoot them down, get them down any way that we can, but right now they're probably extracting information. This is a clear and present danger to the United States and to our president-elect, and it's a serious business.
Well, and if one of them happens to fall.
LAPD's Van Nuys station had run the truck's plates.
Okay, I'll call back.
Through DMV
We
records,
are not
Detective
under
Mike
radio
Koblenz
control.
was able to confirm that Sandra Gallagher owned the truck.
We are not the fire department.
We'd done some work at the office and learned that she was in fact married to an individual, Steve, who lived in the Los Angeles area.
We are not
We attempted
that
to
call.
contact him and made arrangements to interview him at Van Nuys Station.
Detectives suspected it was Sandra in the truck, but identification through dental records would take a few days.
We are not the fire department.
All right, thanks for being with us right here for the second hour of
to identify.
Torino. So we've got much to cover here in this final hour, and we start in New Orleans. President Joe Biden and the First Lady, they're going to visit New Orleans on Monday.
He said the
law enforcement officials and others impacted by that deadly New Year's Day terror attack. 14 people were killed, at least 35
The police
injured.
department had developed
The
a roll of
FBI
film
has
to
released new
survive the
photos
fire.
of the suspect planting explosives ahead of the attack.
Stephen
The FBI
identified his
confirmed
wife in
that
the
despite
pictures.
previous
the
reports,
tactical assets.
investigators believe Jabbar acted
We
alone.
are married
Let's bring in
husbands are
correspondent
killed by their
Jason
husbands.
Jones, who's been following the investigation very closely. Jason, how are you, and what's the latest?
Currently refueling for
with you. Look, we're at that 120-hour mark,
There's a
which
lot
is
of
very
domestic
significant. This
violence
is where you really
Yes,
try to
we
get
have
the
many
motive, but also
wheels.
what we call the why
a
factor
direction
here.
to go
What
to
drove
initially.
these individuals?
In
What
our
was that
case,
major tripwire
as
that
it
drove them to
related to
do what they
Sandra
did?
Gallagher,
And look, as we look
once
back at
again,
these
we
two
went to
investigations, we have to
examine
remember
the
something.
husband as a
There was a real
suspect
bad
and
start
determine
to
a
this in
little
New
bit more
Orleans. I
about
mean, the New
our
Orleans
victim,
FBI
Sandra.
office getting off to bad information out that this wasn't a terrorist
Stephen
event.
said he had seen his
Finally
wife
bringing
on
in the
September
deputy
28th, the day
director from
before the truck
Washington has
fire.
really opened up, some good transparency what they
We
have.
are
And
not.
we
That
had
day,
a
the
real
couple had
issue
met
here
for
for a
lunch.
while.
Yes, we
Remember,
have many
18
wheels.
hours or so. We had a
He and
time
Sandra
where
were
it looked
experiencing
like we had a real
marriage problems, and
complex
they'd spent
attack
the last
across
couple
this
of
country
nights
in multiple
apart.
states.
Laura RF
But now what we're finding out is that these were two
microaggression
completely
detected.
separate incidents that
They
took
had
place.
talked about
But look at the
reconciling.
communication here. You've heard me be very, to be frank, I've gone after the FBI
But
and
things
how
were
they've
still
handled
strange.
I
issues in
am
the past
a
from the
tactical
president's
asset
assassination attempts
computer
and others.
system.
Look at how they've communicated
Stephen told
differently between
detectives he
New
last saw
Orleans and
Sandra
Las
around 2
Vegas.
p.m.
We are
The
not
sheriff, you
his
got to
wife
give him a
later
lot
that
of credit.
evening.
He's done a fantastic job. As he gives information to the
Yes,
American
we have
public, what does he
many
do? He
wheels.
overlays it with charts, validates it with
Yes,
proof, and then
Sandra
shows
called him from a
video
local bar
from
full
the
of red.
scene
You cannot
or from
control-
the vehicle itself
She was very
involved in
Yes, we have
linking the
many
suspect
wheels.
to it,
$1,200
validating that
for
information. That's a great example about how far local and state law enforcement have come in the country.
Since that
and to be
call,
quite
Stephen
frank, how
hadn't heard from his
behind
wife
the
and had
Federal
no
Bureau of
idea where
Investigation
she had
has
gone.
been in being upfront, transparent, and honest to the folks out there
Detectives
about
had
what
to
takes
corroborate
place in
the
these major
story.
incidents. And I'll say
We
one
are-
more thing. We've not heard anything from the FBI
Wanted to
director.
mention the
This is a
Bar
great
McRae.
example of the
That
level of
was our
failure of
director.
leadership
We wanted
we've
to
had
get
in
in
the
there and find out
FBI.
who
Why it's going to be good
units.
moving
who
forward to
the
see
owner
things
was,
change
who
and
was there
hopefully
that
get some real
particular
change in the
evening,
FBI
and who
moving forward.
could identify some photos of Sandra.
We have not heard from Ray at all.
That's
Just to
right.
know, he's still the FBI director, just like Biden is allegedly still the
detectives
president.
visit
Jason
the bar.
Jones, thank you so much, and Happy New Year. All right, for more on this,
We are not
I want to bring in
Delta
retired
Venture
U.S.
units.
military
When
intel
shown a
officer
photo of
for the
Sandra
FBI's
Gallagher,
Joint
the
Terrorism
bartender
Task Force, that's
recognized
Steve
her.
Rogers. Also with us is former FBI agent, also on the JTTF,
That
and
radio
he's the
radio
author of A
is
Cop's Son, One G-Man's Fight Against Jihad, Global Fraud, and the Cartels. Very strange. So, first of all, Steve, you know, obviously the attack shook everybody. It was deadly in New Orleans. What's your assessment right now of the security in a major city like that, that had the Sugar Bowl happening the next day, and the response so far to the attack?
Some customers ordered the detectives' questions and said they had also been on
within 24 to 48 hours to come to the conclusion that there was no one else involved. I know they gathered evidence, etc., but I don't believe this investigation has been concluded with regard to gathering as much evidence that they could.
Mentioned to us that they recognize.
We don't care about your unit's radio traffic. We don't want to hear it.
By the name of Sam. This is the name that they knew her by, Sam. And everybody had mentioned she was with a person by the name of
I'm confident now that the Super Bowl and any future events are going to be well defended. But it's after the fact, and after a terrible fact.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously the Sugar Bowl was delayed a little bit, and you know, New Orleans wanted to say, hey, we're back, we're ready. Nobody's getting into this dome that shouldn't be in there.
Okay.
But Steve, you know, you got the Super Bowl coming up. That's going to be in New Orleans.
Came across as a big spender, buying drinks for Sandra.
What difference will there be between what happened that day, what they did at the Sugar Bowl? And by the way, and they said they were going to take new measures and learn from what happened for the Sugar Bowl. Shouldn't they have been all ready for that to begin with?
Well, yes, but the difference will be, and I hope it is the difference, that they will now be gathering more intelligence and more information.
We are not
they will
under
have
radio
human
control.
resources on the ground.
The customers
They'll have
haven't
drones
seen
in the
her
air.
since
They
that
will
night.
use all the sophisticated technology that we have in order to make sure that there is no.
They believe
The
Glenn's
location
last name was
coordinates
Roger,
and
is
hopefully
something
they'll
you
prevent
will
it
have to
if
pay
there's one
for.
in the plans. But I believe there's going to be the difference. You
Their
didn't see that.
description
are not
As a
under
result of the
radio
man's
control.
This is
the
what we
burning truck.
ended up having.
So Ken, let's talk about the issue of radicalization, right? We know there was an ISIS flag on the truck. The attacker had posted videos
sources were
sympathetic
able to
to radical
identify Glenn
Islam
Rogers
on
as a
his
resident
social
of the
media
Van Nuys
prior to
area.
the attack. This is what
And
the
we're able
FBI
to
Deputy
obtain
Assistant
photographs
Director
of
Christopher
Mr.
Ray had
We
to
Rogers.
are
say.
not Delta Vector
These
Unit.
photographs
As far as
the
that
next
path
day
to
or two,
radicalization
not
that we're
shown
really going to be
to
digging
various
into and making a
witnesses at the bar
priority, making
in
a
the form
priority,
of a
making a
photo lineup.
priority of. So
Mr.
what I can tell you
Rogers
right now is that he
in this photo
was
lineup as the
100%
person being
inspired by
ethnic red
ISIS,
with
and so
Sandra Gallagher.
we're digging through more of the social media, more interviews, working with some of our other partners to ascertain just how to ascertain a little bit more about that connection.
So, Ken, I mean, first of all, what's your reaction to that? And
We are not
I mean, this is what the
at all.
JTTF is supposed to be doing all the time, right? And I know,
perhaps with a
you know, we're Monday morning quarterbacking that they should have seen this guy, but you tell us. I mean,
We
should
are
they
not the
have,
fire
or is this like these lone wolf attacks that are impossible to stop?
Well, you know, you're right. They're almost impossible.
We are not
to stop.
radio control.
Because you're dealing really with one person who may be just sitting in his house and listening to these social media outlets such as ISIS and Al Qaeda. So it is very, very difficult. However, you know, that's the role of the Joint Terrorism Task Force. You know, you have to be, in the field working at, talking to people in the communities, finding out, is there anything on it? Have you seen any person who's having significant troubles that might pose a danger to the public? So that's what I did when I was in the JTTF. You know, I was on every day talking to everybody, trying to get as much information as I could about
positively identified the remains.
One of the biggest security issues, I guess, in the wake of this attack was that those metal bollards that you see protecting different locations, embassies and places like Bourbon Street, where it's just packed with people. But they were being replaced on New Year's Eve, and according to the city's police chief, there were these metal wedges that were malfunctioning as well. So watch what the chief said.
The wedges that you see out there as well,
Cheers.
we knew that had malfunction problems. And I want you to understand, let's say we put the wedge up and it got stuck. There is no way that ambulance could get in or out, people couldn't get in and out, so we knew that these were malfunctioned.
Steve,
we are not that call.
What's your response to that? I mean, maybe a garbage truck or something in front? I don't know. You tell me.
My goodness, what an excuse. I don't know if this was the same chief the other day. Could be somebody else who said they were unaware that they even had these types of
that informs other agencies around the United States that Glenn Rogers in this case
there's an
is
event.
in fact
And
wanted
you
in Los
test
Angeles
everything. And you
for
look
murder.
around, you see, can the
It was the
suspect go around
agency
the
Los
barriers?
Angeles
Can they
Police
break through the
Department,
barriers?
Van Nuys
Absolutely
area with
no
my
excuse.
name and my phone
None
number.
whatsoever. It was an epic failure on their
If
part.
they have any
Hopefully they
contact with
learned a
Glenn
lesson, but
Rogers
it's
and
a
happen
real
to run
terrible,
him,
terrible lesson
this warrant
to learn
will show up
and view
in
the
the
fact of what
jurisdiction.
happened.
Ken, your thoughts real quick.
Custody.
Yeah, no, I agree with what Steve said. Epic failure. This police chief shouldn't have even been there to begin with. You know, evaluation protocols, they require constant review. And if they're lacking, then they have to be revised.
I am a tactical
And if you don't
asset
review
coming
and
into
you're
the
on top of
system.
your game, presidential candidates can get shot, and car trucks can go right down a street full of
Certain
people.
witnesses
Ken
and
Straight,
learned that
Steve
Glenn,
Rogers, thank you
did
so
have a
much.
temper,
My pleasure, thank you.
and that when he
All right, all this
drank,
intra-party
he did
fighting
become
almost
enraged.
prevented Mike Johnson from returning as Speaker of the House.
Violence involved
Are
with,
Republicans
former girlfriend.
ready to govern
Yes, I
as the
am a
Biden era
dealing
comes
with
to an
someone
end?
who could
Mike
become
Johnson
violent and
retains
generally
control
violent
of the gavel,
when he
and new
drank,
members of Congress
as
have
it
been
was in
sworn
our
in.
case with Sandra
Republicans are convening in Washington to map out the ambitious legislative agenda. GOP leaders are holding meetings at the historic district of Fort McNair in D.C.
It is not bloody
Now the
here
leadership
at
votes
my
are
current
over, at
factory.
least. We think so. Our national correspondent Alana Austin reports on the next steps from our D.C. newsroom.
He said
Hey,
Rogers
Alana.
had phoned him from a motel
Hi,
outside
Rob. Good
Jackson, Mississippi.
afternoon. Well, with President-elect Donald Trump set to return to Washington in just 16 days, House Republicans are convening
That
this
radio
weekend to
program
discuss
is
the
not-
legislative strategy moving
Yes, I
forward.
am
And
a
source
computer.
familiar confirmed that these meetings are underway now. They kicked
We
off
are clear
this
from
morning.
radio
The
units.
GOP is in charge of the House, the Senate, and the White
The
House
room
come
was
January
empty.
20th. And leaders don't want to waste any time in putting forward a conservative agenda. They're convening in the historic Fort McNair
In the fall
district,
of
home to one of the
1994,
oldest
the search
U.S.
committee
Army
of the
installations in continuous
Police
use.
believe he fled California after killing a
They're
woman on
back
September
to the
28th.
1700s. The location, perhaps a bit
Tipped back to a
symbolic of the
Mississippi
upcoming
motel.
chapter in Washington.
But Rogers had
where the
disappeared
political
before police
battles
arrived.
come. Figuratively speaking. On Sunday, a
Police
source
issued an
familiar
APB
also
local.
confirms the leadership team will be
They hoped
meeting
someone
in
would spot the
Baltimore.
suspected
That
killer
radio
We know
before he
a
left the
razor-thin
area.
majority,
Not in our area.
party unity, smart strategy
Days
that
later,
will be
November
key
3rd,
for the
1995,
Republicans. Officials
Jackson,
are
Mississippi
expected to
detectives
discuss
power
plans
generation.
to secure the border, revamp America's energy
Family
policies,
members had found
and
Linda
reform
Price
taxes.
dead in her
now,
bathtub.
to avoid the 60-vote
The
threshold
34-year-old
typically
single mother
required
had been
in the
stabbed
Senate for major
repeatedly and her
policy
throat was
agenda
slashed.
items, GOP lawmakers are hoping to carry out plans through the reconciliation
Investigators searched
process.
the apartment
That's
for
one of the
evidence.
big talking points today of exactly
We
how
are not
that is going
that
to go.
call.
One round or two
Technicians
rounds.
photographed the scene and
President-elect
lifted
Trump is
numerous
weighing in
latent
there as
fingerprints.
well. Now, a reconciliation process, we've talked about it before, it would allow the
They found
members
no
to
murder.
pass
Police are not we, are
significant
they.
goals
No
along
valuables
party
seem to be
lines
missing.
and avoid the likely Democratic opposition on
There
the
was
way.
no apparent
Now,
forced
this
entry,
week, Speaker
and the killer
Johnson
had
went
locked
on
the door.
Newsmax and
We
told
are
our
not
Rob
that
Finnerty,
call.
meetings so far with Trump,
The
VP
details of
elect
the crime
JD
scene
Vance,
led
and others
Jackson homicide
are going
detectives to
well.
conclude Linda Price had
We
been
are
killed
not
by
in a
some
lawmaking
cruisers.
radio
phase now.
traffic.
We got to stick together and advance this agenda.
In the
So I
morning,
think
they
we will. I
interviewed
think
her
everybody
mother.
understands the necessity of that.
Perhaps she knew
and
the
the
killer
promise
as well.
of what really can be the
That
new golden
radio
age in America.
program
President
is
Trump talks
not
about that all the
in our
time. I was with him
area.
at Mar-a-Lago just yesterday. He and I
She said her
and the Vice
daughter had a
President-elect
new
JD Vance,
boyfriend.
and we talked about the agenda and the sequence
His
of the play
name
calls and all
was
of that.
Glenn Rogers.
We're excited. Everybody's excited. We're ready to deliver, and we got to stick together to do that.
That radio
A month
program.
earlier,
Well, after
on
some of the
October
fighting
3rd,
on the House
Linda
floor,
had
Rob,
met
we
Rogers
saw
at the
lawmakers
Mississippi
in the
State
U.S.
Fair
Capitol
assisting
taking
workers.
pictures, bringing their family members over for photographs, celebrating,
charmed,
and there
and
are
Linda fell for
welcome
him
parties
right
going on
away.
throughout the weekend. President Joe
They
Biden
soon
and the
rented
First
an
Lady
apartment
also
and moved into
welcoming
it.
new Democratic members to the White
We
House
are
with
not
a special
Charlie Vetter
reception on
units.
Sunday
At first,
night.
Linda seemed happier than ever.
All right, a nice night
But
for
recently,
all the new members of Congress. We wish them luck. Alana, thanks so much.
Not heath.
All right, let's discuss a little further. We got Hilton Beckham, who is the Director of Communications with America First Policy Institute. And David Goodfriend is a former Deputy White House Staff Secretary to President Clinton, now an adjunct professor at Georgetown. So it wasn't pretty, but in the end, Mike Johnson, once again Speaker of the House. But this very well could be a preview of what's to come, as Republicans right now can only spare one defection as they move forward, and at least until some vacancies are filled. But Hilton, this is going to be a very bumpy ride in the House.
They entered his
yes, I think you just described that perfectly. Listen, I couldn't bet my life savings to tell you if it's going to go perfectly or not, especially with the things that they have there on their agenda, including the border and rescinding the tax cuts. I think Johnson has it really cut out for him. I think what he has to really stick to right now is making the House Freedom Caucus feel included, because they sent a very strong message last night when they kind of withheld their votes. Then he had to flip, two people at the very end. They're telling him that they'll play ball if he plays ball with them. And so he's really, really going to have to include them and continue good relationships with them to move Trump's agenda forward.
Investigators believe that
and he's not like he's some swamp creature. I mean, he got elected in 2017. He's very conservative, but he's got an immensely important and difficult job walking that tightrope on everything. But David, I had to tell you, I got a good laugh on Democrats scream about how the House needs to be bipartisan and work together. I mean, tell Nancy Pelosi that. She wouldn't give Republicans the time of day when they were in the minority. But that's just the way it is. Whoever is in the majority rules the roost.
The detectives contacted the FBI field office in
the majority really does rule the roost with pretty much unchecked power. The thing that I am looking to is the month of March.
They believe Rogers had left the state
resolution
after the
California radio control. And as Hilton was pointing out,
I am a computer.
You have to have
agents filed a federal warrant for unlawful flight to avoid prosecution.
That raised within margin if the Republicans want to call the shots entirely.
Perhaps federal resources could help stop the killing.
I think will happen is just like what happened to Speaker Boehner and Speaker Johnson in prior go-arounds.
FBI Special Agent John Huber helped coordinate
multi-state
investigations to add their votes. What will be the price of those votes? I thought it was a little bit telling when President Trump and Elon Musk sort of killed
the location coordinates is something that you will have to pay for.
Because what it said to me is they may
on that date, police in
the location responded to
anything in there that Democrats like
the police are not being around right now.
Even 3 Republican factions from a big reconciliation bill like you just heard.
Linda Price, a young woman laid dead in the bathroom.
The location coordinates is something you will have to pay
Democratic votes. And the only question I have is what price is too high
but investigators
for the Trump
noted a tattoo
administration
of a
for the
cross on
Republican
her
majorities
shoulder.
to accept when that horse trading starts
jeans and
in March.
shoes were piled near
Yeah,
the
that's
toilet.
a good point. And there are going to be
The
some
bracelet
elections
was
that have
found
to
in
feel like
Wind
Elise
is good
Stefanik's
for power
seat,
generation.
Waltz's seat in Florida. So
From the evidence
they
left
will
behind,
restock
Tampa
some
homicide
votes,
detective
but
Julie
Hilton,
Masucci
it
attempted
is
to
going
piece
to be
together
really
the
interesting
details
because
of the murder.
every
The
single
location
member
coordinates
of
When we
is
removed the
something
clothing,
you will have to
it
pay
appeared
for.
that she had been
proverbial gun
stabbed
to the
through the
head
clothing,
and
which
demand
means that
something.
she was never undressed.
Oh, 100%. But
And it was from
see, this is the
the
problem.
rear
Congress
portion, which appeared that someone
is
might
such a
have come
picture,
up
which is
behind her
different.
of
and stabbed
ideas
her.
and values, and we have
The
what,
location
over
The shoes
400
had blood
members
spots on the
of the
top,
House
indicating she had
who
them
all
are
have
not
big
stabbed when she was
personalities. They
attacked.
all think they know the best way to run government. Which,
Under her
granted,
body
you know,
was a man's watch.
There's good things in that. I mean, they were
Investigators
elected
believed
for a
it
reason.
belonged to the
But
cabinet.
the problem here is we have such a
The
small
location
majority
coordinates
that there
is
has
It
to
was
be
significant that she was
and if
placed
we
in a
don't have
bathtub,
that,
and it
especially
appeared that
with some
someone
of our
tried to
purists
clean up
on
any
the House side
evidence
and the
that they left
Republican
behind.
Party,
We
then
had
we're going
found
to get nothing
towels
The
done.
location
People are going to
coordinates
point fingers
is
at the
something
Republican
you
Party
will
saying,
have
we
to
won't
pay
let you
for.
in. You had the majority
It
both
appeared
in the
that the
House
bathtub
and the
water
Senate
had been
and
run
in
to
the
try
White
and
House,
clean up
and
any
you still
evidence that
can't
was
get
left
anything
behind.
done, and there'll be a price to pay when it
The
comes to
detective interviewed the
2026,
housekeeper who
2027, you know,
discovered
all
the
the
body.
next elections. If Republicans don't get it together
That
right
morning, she
now
had been
and
making her daily
compromise on
rounds just
areas
after
to
checkout
get
time.
things moving forward.
It's what my wife loves to say to our kids and me. Figure it out. So, David,
Outside room
I
119,
want to
she
go back
spotted
in history a little bit
written,
because
"Do not disturb"
you
sign.
walked out of the White House on January 20th, right? With Bill Clinton. What's the final days of a presidency like?
She said she didn't clean the room the day before because she saw the sign and wanted to respect the privacy of the people staying.
In the Obama administration, he came up with the best description. I still use it to this day.
We are clear from radio news scheduled to have checked out.
When everybody hugs goodbye, it's over.
That radio
you got to go
program.
back home to wherever you came from.
We are
now it's just a
when she ended she made the gruesome
we are not most of us have been through
that radio program is
very
not
much
on our
feeling
air.
in the Biden White House.
Detectives asked the hotel manager if she knew about the people staying in room 119.
You are not
because of the losses in Congress. There are a lot of unemployed Democratic
She recalled the man who rented the room because he requested a do not disturb sign.
The location, coordinates, is something you will have to pay for.
They told him he didn't have one. So he paid for another night and told them at the registration that he did not want them
back
cleaning
into
his
the
room.
real world.
He
Yeah,
wanted
because
to be
lobbyists
left
don't really
alone.
need them. They need Republicans lobbying.
Apparently
so,
he went back
David
to the
Goodfriend.
room
Can I just jump in?
and
Yeah,
tore
I know we're
off
out
a
of time.
piece
I
of
just want to say
a
to
phone
Hilton,
book
I
and
think
made his
what would be
own
great,
do not
that he would ever
disturb
take my
sign,
advice, but
and he
if-
hung it on
if
the
Speaker
door.
Johnson could pick a couple things that really do have some
The
bipartisan
motel manager
support,
remembered
like
the same
making sure
man
big tech
packing
is
up a
accountable,
small white
or
car.
making sure that there's China trade protections. There
He had
are
paid for
areas of
another night, so she
bipartisan
didn't think he was
agreement.
leaving.
That would be a great way to start to get the ball rolling. I hope
She
he
warned
does
him
something like
about
that
recent
early.
break-ins at the motel and told him not to leave anything in
No,
the car
I agree,
overnight.
but I know that if border and the economy isn't taken care of first, we're gonna have issues.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. David Goodfriend, Hilton Beckham, great to see you. Happy New Year.
Thanks,
You
guys.
too. Thank you.
All right, back with us is Republican strategist and a political humorist, and
The
we'll see
detectives checked the
later on
office
in our
records,
Theory of the
finding the
Absurd.
registration card
TJ
for room
McCormick.
119.
So, I mean, that was a good discussion
That was
because
It had
fantastic.
Glenn
analysis.
Rogers'
seriously,
name and
you know,
signature.
I don't think people realize
Technicians would later
how
recover
difficult
prints
it is
matching
going to be
Rogers'
to
from the car.
continue to herd all of the cats together and make sure not
Detective
not
Masucci
two
ran
of
a
them run
computer
away.
check
One
and saw the
can.
California and Mississippi murder.
And to get this big agenda in the next couple of months,
contacted the
because
other
when this
agencies
year
and the
starts to
FBI.
evaporate, forget it. They're thinking of re-election.
Then we started to realize
and you got a window that's
very
open for a
quickly
short
into
period
the
of time.
investigation that there was a
incumbency
possibility that
that
this
they're all
man,
concerned about
Mr. Glenn
is
Rogers,
all
was a
predicated
serial
upon
killer.
getting this job done. That was some fantastic analysis to listen to
investigators
both of them
knew
go
the
at
killer
it, or
was.
not even go at
The
it, but to
Tampa
contribute.
detectives still
It was
had
great
not
stuff. And
identified
Hilton made a
the
great
female
point where she said,
victim.
this is a group of hundreds of
She remained
unique
at the morgue
type A
as Jane
personalities, each of whom thinks that they have all the answers. Well, you know
they could
what?
identify
It's their
it
job.
might help them
They
find
were
the man who
elected
had
not
killed
to
her
just sit there
and at
and
least two
pontificate
others.
and stick their head in the sand or plant their flag on
In
their
the
own
fall of
ideologies.
1995,
They were elected,
after
each of
Lincoln
them, to
murders
do
in
what is
California,
best
Mississippi, and
for
Florida
their
to one man.
constituents. And
The FBI
and the
and local
speaker was
detectives
elected
searched for
to,
accused
like you said,
serial
like the cats,
killer
bring those type
Glenn
of
Rogers.
personalities together and get the job done. Because this president
The latest
is
victim
ready
had
to
been
lead.
found
He's
in a
already
Tampa
leading.
motel
He's
room.
already he's already in charge.
She was still
And so the
unidentified.
people of America who came together gave this president
Responding to media
a popular
coverage,
vote
a woman
victory.
whose daughter had been missing
They're
for 2
ready
days
to see
came forward.
change, and if Congress gets in the way, they're all going to pay the price. And so it's
She
about
positively
look, it is a
identified
big
the
job,
body
but
of
you
her
know
daughter,
what? That's the
Tina
job
Marie
you were elected
Cribbs.
to do, and so do it. I think
Tina had two children of
I
her
think it's
own.
up to Johnson to
Tina's mother
flex
told
that
Detective
muscle
Julie Masucci
and,
about her
and
daughter's
to do
last
it on
day.
behalf of the president and
We
the
learned that
American
Tina
people.
had
It all
worked
comes back to the
and that
American
she
people.
went to the Showtime
And,
bar, which is in Gibson
I think
and she met
I
some
think
friends
everybody
there.
is ready
She was
to
supposed to meet her mother there.
take a breath here.
Apparently, it's like a family
and
bar where a
exhale,
lot of
and
people go.
and we'll see who
television
does it.
and
And
just
those
go
who
and
don't,
gather and talk.
they're going to pay the price in really short order. But again,
Detectives visited the
everybody
Showtime
knows
bar.
we have the House, we have the Senate, we have the White House. Let's
Okay,
go. Let's
we
roll.
need
Let's
fuel
roll.
The
for
bartender
The
sustenance.
said she
American
knew
people
Tina.
said, all right,
You are
Democrats
not
broke
heath.
it, Republicans go fix it, now they better
She
do it.
confirmed that Tina
Old
had
Man
been in the
Winter,
bar on
full
November
force
5th.
right now. The Arctic
are
weather
not
about to
heath.
hit the
The
U.S.
bartender
Not going
also
to get
remembered
better
that a man
anytime soon.
named Glenn was there the
Newsmax
same night.
meteorologist Amy Metz has the
He
chilly
talked with Keith
forecast.
and the others.
That's right. Winter is definitely settling in now. So what we have on the schedule for today is
Bartender
snow
said the man was
across
very
numerous
friendly.
states. It's not in places that are that unusual yet, but that could change as we go through this forecast, it's going to start out east of the Rockies today. The storm system's biggest threat is going to be icy roads, mainly Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, and lots of snowfall to the north. For some, just a few inches, but others up to a foot of snow.
We are
That's going to
not
be across
that calm.
Nebraska, South Dakota, Kansas, Missouri,
When
Illinois,
the
Indiana,
mother
Ohio,
came to the
then into
showtime,
Kentucky, and
she
off
sat there
to
and
the
waited,
East
and her
Coast as we
daughter
go
didn't
into
show up. So
tomorrow,
she said she
where we could
started
be
beeping
seeing
her
lake effect
to find out where
promote
she
even
was.
higher snowfall
And she
totals
said
into
that
New
she had
York
such a
and
close-knit
the
relationship
Northeast
with her
before
daughter
this
that
system
she immediately
exits.
knew something
It's going to
was
leave
wrong
some
when she
very
didn't
cold air in
answer
its
her
wake. A lot
pages.
of us are already feeling that, but it's as we go into the next
Detective Masucci
weekend that
also
things will
learned
get
how to
even
handle
colder
the
with that
Ford
second low
Festiva,
pressure.
the
Snow,
same
at
kind
that
of car
point,
the
has
Tampa
a
motel
chance
manager
to
had
be
seen
falling
Rogers
as
packing
far
with
south as
suitcases.
Texas and into
Yes,
Oklahoma.
she updated the
We'll see what
NCIC
happens in the south, but
report.
it's not out of the question to get some
Adding
of
the
that
Festiva
across
and
the
its license
southern
plate number
states
to
as
the
well, like we
fugitive's
just had
information.
some in northern Georgia and North Carolina. So those mountains typically do see some snowfall
you
every
later,
year,
FBI
but a
Special
little
Agent
further
John
south
Hoover was
is also in the
surprised while
forecast
Rogers
as we
was
head
trying
into
to
next
conceal
weekend. Back to you.
We are not that calm.
I can't say I'm looking forward to it.
Seemed to
Well,
not
the
care
MAGA
if he was
resistance
his
to
daughter
Governor
had no
Gavin
fear of
Newsom.
the law.
Surf City-
He would
look
always
at him.
use his real name.
Yeah, I'm
when
going to get to
dealing
you.
with people
Oh, he's
and
angry.
checking
Surf
into
City
motels.
USA wants to
He
break
would
the
drive
Gavin Newsom
cars
wave
that weren't
before it
stolen,
becomes a
either belonged
tsunami.
to the victim,
Sorry
which he
there,
could easily
Gavin.
be linked
The
to,
Orange
or his
County,
own
California
vehicle.
coastal city of
He
Huntington
was
Beach
he didn't
is
seem to
shaping up
care.
as a fly in
People
Newsom's
knew what was
ointment.
happening. He wasn't trying to
Voters
hide.
swept away the 6 liberal Democrats who took control
The
of the
search
city
for the serial
council,
killer hit the news.
which now has a
we
7-0
need fuel for
MAGA
sustenance.
board that ran on
TV
stopping the
stations across
radicals.
the
And
southeast
boy, are they doing
broadcast
it.
pictures of
Matt
Rogers,
Burns is the
asking
mayor, and he
someone
joins
spotting
us
him to
now.
call
So,
authorities.
Mayor, it's great to have you. Many people
are
in
not
places
that
went a little nutty during
Hundreds
COVID.
of stripes.
Was that when
the
things kind of
FBI.
reached its boiling point with you and others?
One promising tip came from a Jackson, Mississippi motel. 2 separate callers claimed to have seen Rogers there.
And we are clear from radio
Rogers
units.
had
It made no sense in closing our beaches during that time. I surfed, and you don't come in contact with us while you're surfing.
Around
To close the
hotel,
beaches was pretty stupid.
And we had an entry team go up to the door.
Well, that was actually a galvanizing moment, I think, across America when people saw that, how ridiculous and intrusive and just
agents were
such a bad
until they could
decision. So,
identify the man.
what happened since then? I mean, what's the MAGA 7 agenda, if you will? How did you guys take over, and what were the promises?
Well, it was during that time that our council, Tito Ortiz left council.
We identified,
and
We are clear from radio
it got
units.
taken over. It was kind of a
and determined
4-3.
it was not him. We then later searched the
conservative,
entire
but
hotel
then
and
Tito
searched
left.
are
It
not
became a
hotels, they are
6-1
the immediate vicinity.
progressive
but,
council.
Yes, we
did
have
find
many
it.
And
wheels.
they were taking us
Very important in
into
this
our
case
city
to
into a
apprehend this
very
individual
the
as soon
wrong
as
direction
possible,
that
because
I really
based on his
believe
history,
that
he was
myself
gonna
and
continue to
the rest
kill
of most
until
The
of
he was
location
apprehended.
coordinates is something
desires.
you will
Authorities
have
so
to pay.
The serial
we
killer was
formed
out
a
there
pack
somewhere,
for to
and it was likely
run.
that he was
There's
searching
4 openings that
for
year
his
in
next
22,
victim.
and we formed a
We are
pack,
clear
ran,
from radio
won,
units.
and we took over the majority
In
back
the
to
fall
a
of
conservative
1995,
Huntington Beach
suspected serial
representative
killer Glenn
council.
Rogers
You know,
had
we
been
put
last
Huntington
seen
Beach
in
first,
Florida.
not progressive agenda, not
We are-
Sacramento's
The
agenda,
FBI believed
definitely
he
not
Yes,
his
we have
agenda.
many
After
It was
killing
just
women in
Huntington Beach
California
first.
and Mississippi.
And the trans flag and all that became an issue, right?
The
I'll
FBI
take
soon
credit
learned
for
that
some of that.
Louisiana had been his next stop.
Everybody's. I've given.
On November 10th,
I'll tell you, I got so much
1995,
flack for
Andy
that from the
Sutton, mother
queer
of
I
community and
have
stuff.
the technical
And
message
they,
City,
computer
Louisiana.
system.
they don't think as much of their community
That
as I do.
radio
I don't think
program
anybody
is
needs
not
to flag
like
the
two
problem
others.
up
She had
to
multiple
be
stab
equal.
wounds to her
I think
upper
we're all
body.
equal. In
That
Huntington Beach, we
radio
all treat each other
program is
fairly.
not
And
your
to sit
area.
there and say they need a
Questioned
flag
the
with
victim's
special
roommate
prong
and former
privileges, I don't agree with. And government
The
flags on
location
government
coordinates
property.
His
is
roommate was
something
And
you will have to
I don't
pay.
like
before Andy
identity
was killed.
politics, special interests. We're here for everybody to make Huntington Beach one community and representative of all.
When she returned home
That
in the
flag
early
behind
morning
you
hours,
says it all.
she heard the
That's
bedroom
Oh, I
door.
love that
everybody
flag.
is equal. You're right.
She
So
assumed it was
that's the
Andy, her new
representative representative of us all, the best representative. I love that thing.
Bedroom.
So, illegal immigration, has it gotten worse the last 4 years in your area, in Orange County, Huntington Beach, because of Newsom and Biden?
You know, to be honest with you, I don't really see it affecting Huntington Beach that much. But
after daybreak, she was awakened by someone at the apartment door.
Man, that guy is so shameful. He is that guy is amazing to me. He's just a poor representative. He's out to push his agenda rather than community service. He's self-service, and I think he's a tyrant. And he's sitting there saying we need housing. We have a shortage of housing, and we have a budget deficit. But yet he lets in a bunch of illegal aliens, open border almost, and he's giving them free food, free housing, free phones, and medical. And now I think they're trying to give them help to buy houses. And I'm all for coming and making your life better, but do it the legal way or you're illegal. And we're not supposed to be supporting illegal. And by him basically enabling them, he's assisting an illegal act. And I don't know why the feds don't go after those policies and stuff as illegal
City detectives ran Rogers' name through the NCIC and saw the three other murder
he's sitting there boasting how he's an open border, but yet then there's a housing shortage, we're in budget deficit. He's pushing a program that's very progressive, it's anti-American, anti-California, and definitely anti-Huntington Beach and the cities that have to live with his policies.
Mayor, three scary words. President Gavin Newsom. Hope not, but thanks for shedding some light on how communities can actually take back their communities when these progressives run wild. Huntington Beach.
Together, have a plan.
What's that?
Stick together, have a plan, and go after it. Don't let
Special Agent John Huber and the other investigators were frustrated.
We did it with the federal level. We did it with their city, and I really feel that we're on a turnaround.
Was killing people faster than we
Mayor
could
Pat Burns, thanks so much for being with us.
Where he was.
And
thank you.
Speaking of California, by the way, you can get sued the final goodbye. The late President Jimmy Carter is making one last journey to Atlanta.
The
Special
FBI
ceremony and services are planned for our 39th president,
6 weeks.
who lived to see 100 years old. Newsmax correspondent Carolyn Ryan is live in Atlanta with more. Hey, Carolyn.
Let's try to
Hey, Rob, good afternoon. Yeah, the official funeral proceedings are underway here in Georgia at 10:30 this morning. A motorcade departed from a hospital in southwest Georgia where the late president was being held. They began a procession through the small hometown of Jimmy Carter, Plains, Georgia. They stopped briefly for a moment of silence at the peanut farm where he grew up, and now that motor
They posted wanted flyers on truck stops and rest areas.
Motorcade is en route here to Atlanta, and what a lot of people may not realize or know is that Jimmy Carter was actually a governor here in Georgia in the early 70s. So once the motorcade arrives here to Atlanta, the first stop is going to be to the state capitol for another moment of silence there, led by the governor and the lieutenant governor, as well as other elected officials. And then it's going to make its way here to the Carter Presidential Center, where the former president will lie in repose for the next couple of days. And during that time, of course, the public is welcome to come and pay their respects. And if we come back out here live, there has been a steady stream of people stopping by here to the Carter Center ahead of the motorcade's arrival. And you can see, if I step out of the way, there a growing memorial behind me. People just coming by to leave flowers and mementos here at the entrance of the Carter Center since last Sunday, when he died at the age of 100. Jimmy and his wife, Rosalind, founded the Carter Center in 1982 after he lost his second presidential bid in 1980 as a nonprofit to do humanitarian work. And it's been a gathering place for people to pay tribute to the former president. Now, one woman I spoke with told me she grew up about 8 miles from Carter's home back in southwest Georgia, and she felt compelled to pay her respects in person today to the first and only Georgian ever elected to the White House.
Heart is really heavy, and I would not have missed the opportunity to come out and lay flowers for someone who is very special to the nation. He had peace, and I stand on peace. So I would have not missed this opportunity to come and pay my respect to him.
Family and friends were mostly located in the
once the services wrap here in Georgia, the late president will be flown to D.C., where he will lie in state in the rotunda at the U.S. Capitol until January 9th. And then later that day will be a state funeral at Washington National Cathedral, where President Biden is expected to deliver the eulogy. And then Carter will be brought back here to Georgia, where he will be buried in his hometown next to his wife of 77 years, Rosalind Carter, who passed away last year, Rob.
Carolyn, thank you so much. Well, let's talk politically about Jimmy Carter. Political analyst Mark Halpern has some thoughts on Jimmy's life, and so does the author of the book, The Real Jimmy Carter, and fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, Stephen Hayward. So, Mark, I mean, obviously we should respect Carter for his service, but his record is totally fair game. He may end up at the bottom or move up a notch now that Joe Biden is going to be in that column. But what was the best and worst of Jimmy Carter when he was in the White House?
Peters had last been seen with Rogers.
Well, I think the best was a feeling that an outsider can get to the White House and that he brought an outsider's perspective, not a member of the Washington establishment. And I think having two volatile presidents, Reagan and then Carter, to fit that mold was quite important for the country's understanding of how outsiders could do. I think the worst thing was his failure to inspire Americans to greatness in terms of confidence that the United States, despite all the turmoil that he presided over, could in fact feel good about its place in the world.
Real quick, who was worse in your opinion, Biden or Carter?
So we had a hard time trying to know where his next step was.
I want to see more about what Joe Biden does in the last few days. I think he's got a chance to up his score quite a bit with what I suspect he may do.
Well, he wins worse by just giving George Soros the Medal of Freedom. Stephen, you think Carter is getting a pass from the media and even the public since he left office, don't you?
County, Kentucky.
Well, to some extent, look, I agree with Mark that he had substantial accomplishments as president that were underappreciated and that I actually favor and praise. It's Carter's ex-president that I think is dubious. We've never had an ex-president like Carter, and I think we should hope that we don't ever have one again. It's now sort of forgotten in the mist, but for nearly 20 years, he got in the way of the foreign policy of three presidents in a row, both President Reagan, President George H.W. Bush, and President Clinton, who didn't like him very much. And I don't know what it is about Carter. I think he thought he was the citizen of the world. His own phrase was he injected himself, that was his own term, in lots of foreign policy crises, including the first Gulf War, including Clinton trying to deal with the North Korean nuclear arms program back in the early 90s. And boy, all presidents at all three parties, if Carter hadn't been an ex-president, would probably have arrested him and prosecuted him for violating any number of statutes about citizens interfering with American foreign policy.
Stephen Hayward, Mark Halpern, quick but good. Thank you guys, I appreciate it.
Picture I had.
Good to see you.
You too. All right, folks, stay with us a second.
So somebody called in on that. It's already taken care of. 123.
The detective requested backup. A local police officer was parked nearby. He joined the slow pursuit. They followed Rogers for a distance.
He was kind of watching me, and I was watching him. And I think by then he must have pretty much figured out that he had a police officer behind him. So we pulled up to a stoplight, and he ran the stoplight, and pretty much ran some people off the road as he was going through the stoplight. I fell in behind him at that time and activated my emergency equipment.
Rogers didn't stop. He sped up.
He's on to us now. Stand by.
Several miles ahead, police set up a roadblock and tried to clear the road of traffic. They hoped this would be the last stop for the elusive killer.
I'll check on that suspicious.
On November 13th, 1995, Kentucky State Police set up a roadblock in an effort to apprehend suspected serial killer Glenn Rogers. Armed officers waited at the roadblock.
Shoot his tire! Shoot his tire!
They fired at his tires, but they didn't stop the killer. Detective Bob Stevens was close behind.
We followed him down the road. He had run several cars off the highway, ran a school bus off the highway. He was driving on the wrong side of the highway. And so it was determined that he had to be stopped. Sergeant Barnes was able to get up the other side of him. And when he came back, he tapped him, spun him out of the highway, off the highway into a ditch.
They didn't know if the fugitive was armed.
When I first approached the car, and I was one of the first ones to approach the car, you could see that he looked very upset, very aggravated that he was in the custody. He was very defiant and just didn't want to be taken into custody at that time.
After a 2-month killing spree that spanned the country and left 4 women dead, Glenn Rogers was finally in custody. The vehicle identification number of the white Festiva confirmed the car belonged to Tina Marie Cribbs, the victim in Florida. Technicians scoured the car for evidence. They found shorts with blood on them, a blanket, and a woman's purse. These and other items linked Rogers to the murders in Mississippi, Louisiana, and Florida.
Tell me a little bit about what you guys have.
The FBI served as the clearinghouse for the evidence. FBI agents and detectives from 5 states met in Kentucky to outline the case. Special Agent John Huber helped plan the meeting.
What they did do was put together all the information that everyone had, share information, and also that the FBI laboratory would process all the evidence in this case so that one agency would have custody of all the evidence and do the analysis.
Agents and detectives agreed that their best case against Rogers was in Florida. Tampa detective Julie Masucci met with detectives and prosecutors to review the evidence. They believe the watch found in the tub with the victim belonged to Rogers. A photograph of Rogers with Mississippi victim Linda Price revealed he wore that type of watch. Detective Masucci was confident in her case due to the physical evidence implicating Rogers.
We had Tina Cribbs' car that he was apprehended in. We had some shorts that belonged to him that had some of Tina Cribbs' DNA on them. The registration slip that Mr. Rogers signed himself. Fingerprints that were found inside of motel room number 119 where the victim was found. And miscellaneous items that were found inside of the car when he was apprehended.
On July 11th, 1997, almost 2 years after the murder of Tina Marie Cribbs in a Tampa motel room, Glenn Rogers was convicted of first-degree murder and later sentenced to death in Florida. 2 years later, Rogers was extradited to Los Angeles to stand trial for the strangulation death of Sandra Gallagher, whose body was burned in a truck fire.
She poured over the victim's body and in the cab of the truck. He was seen.
Prosecutors outlined the victim's final hours for the jury. They showed that Sandra and Glenn Rogers left McRed's bar together on September 28, 1995.
925, radio check.
At some point, there was a struggle, perhaps as Rogers made an unwanted sexual advance. He strangled her, crushing her windpipe.
ETW issued. So they're on his way. He shows good. Go for 1014. Yeah, go ahead.
Attempting to destroy evidence, Rogers doused Sanders' body in the truck with gasoline and set it ablaze.
Do you want me to pull into Bay AM just to make sure I'm not blocking the way? Call from 913 for a sick call. 1543 15th Street, 1543 15th Street, emergency on 3307.
On July 16, 1999, a jury again found Glenn Rogers guilty of murder.
I was just going to get him to do that, but...
He was sentenced to a second death penalty in the state of California.
That was 4116.
Los Angeles detective Mike Koblenz was impressed by the nationwide partnership of everyone involved in the hunt for Rogers.
And that's really what made this case come together, was the interagency cooperation, and not just in Los Angeles, but in Jackson, Mississippi, Tampa, Florida, and later Bossier City, Louisiana, the FBI, the press, the different news agencies that were able to get the information out. We truly worked together on this, and it came to a successful conclusion down the road.
Since Glenn Rogers already had 2 death sentences, Louisiana and Mississippi prosecutors decided to spare the families of the victims emotional trials. Glenn Rogers left at least 11 children without mothers. The importance of stopping him was clear to Detective Giulio Succi and the other investigators.
As a woman, not as a detective, not as a police officer, but as a female, I think that there should be a lot of women that feel safe that he's off of the streets. He had no regard for human life. He had no regard for the feelings of the families that are left behind. He didn't care. And I'm happy that he's behind bars. And I'm happy that he'll never step foot outside of a prison system that he could put other females at risk.
Investigators suspect Rogers is responsible for more unsolved murders. He told family members during his rampage that he had killed dozens. Authorities continue to pursue those unsolved murders to close the cases that can be linked to Glenn Rogers. In Los Angeles, a band of gunmen invade an armored car company. They grab millions and then vanish. When the FBI does find suspects, insufficient evidence prevents their arrest. Agents and detectives try to penetrate the gunmen's secretive world to bring them to justice.
Call for 1 units for GPS activation. And for Bullseye, at 832, Tower 48, 832, Tower 48, Ortiz on 10.
An armed robbery is a terrifying ordeal. When a gang descended on a Los Angeles cash vault, they threatened to kill anyone who resisted. The violent assault was the largest heist in U.S. history, and a piece of plastic was the only evidence. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. The FBI, LAPD, and the IRS joined forces to unravel a complex network of money laundering, fraud, and a tight code of silence.
The Los Angeles warehouse district is a tough, bleak part of town. Street gangs and violence are common. The area's businesses are housed in nondescript buildings, many surrounded by barbed wire fences. One secure block was occupied by a leading armored car company. Friday night, September 13th, 1997. Employees of the armored car company were going about their routine, counting and sorting over $20 million. The money would be dispersed to automated teller machines across Los Angeles to meet the weekend demand for cash. There were 5 employees, including 2 security guards working the graveyard shift. At 12:30 a.m., one guard took his break in the lunchroom as he did every night. But he wasn't alone.
Defendant must protect everything without letting any gathering of people being vulnerable against an attacker. And that is why attackers are always in advantageous position, and that's why terrorist attacks will continue independently of how good we protect ourselves.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Dr. Solmeni. And for those who have been to Bourbon Street, you know that it's such a narrow street that it's hard to take cover or run either left or right. It is very long, but it's also very narrow. Perhaps that's why so many people were injured and so many deaths in such a short amount of time. Of course, we'll be following this story very closely, and we'll be speaking to you as well. Thank you for that analysis. Now, I do want to say that we have some updates. New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell has released initial information on the attack that killed 10 people early on New Year's Day, the attack that we've been covering for you, this breaking news. She says, we do know that the city of New Orleans was impacted by a terrorist attack, and noting the incident is still under investigation. Shortly later, the FBI agents told reporters this is not a terrorist event. It was not immediately clear why the mayor and the FBI had different information. Take a listen.
The employees in the Vault Prep area were unaware that the building was under siege.
Good morning. First of all, we do know that the city of New Orleans was impacted by a terrorist attack.
The gunman threatened to shoot if anyone disobeyed orders or made any sudden moves.
You'll hear more after me. However, I have been in direct contact with the White House, with Governor Landry, and of course a unified command who is present here.
Direct access to the vault. And
what I'm asking at this time are prayers for those who have lost their lives in the city of New Orleans due to this tragedy.
To his accomplices.
In addition to that, I'm asking the public to stay clear of 8 blocks around Bourbon
He also
Street.
used a concealed
Stay
radio
clear
headset to
from
direct
Bourbon
others
Street,
somewhere
8 blocks
outside.
around.
We had this event started at about 3:15. It did involve a man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace, and it was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could. It was not a DUI situation. This is more complex and more serious based on the information we have right now. This man, this perpetrator, he fired on our officers from his vehicle when he crashed his vehicle. 2 of our officers have been shot.
Moving on, in a new revelation to Tesla's Cybertruck explosion outside the Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas, the FBI has said that the suspect had no enmity towards U.S. President-elect Donald Trump, but likely had post-traumatic stress disorder. The FBI also asserted that there was no definitive link between the New Year's Day New Orleans truck attack that killed over a dozen people and the Cybertruck explosion in Las Vegas later on the same day, which left 7 people with minor injuries.
The employees no doubt feared it was to eliminate witnesses.
He does offer additional information that is varying on the spectrum in terms of political grievances, issues about the conflicts elsewhere, not here, domestic issues, societal issues, a variety of other things, including personal challenges as well.
However, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department added that the decorated U.S. Special Forces soldier involved in the explosion seemed to have left behind 2 letters, as it released more pictures and videos of the suspect.
In the note application, he seemed to have 2 letters. One letter in particular, as you can see here, this is an excerpt from that letter. He says, fellow service members, veterans, and all Americans, time to wake up. We are being led by weak and feckless leadership who only serve to enrich themselves. He goes on to explain a variety of other grievances and issues, some political, some personal.
Meanwhile, in New Orleans, the Bourbon Street reopened a day after a deadly attack on New Year's Day, which killed at least 14 people. Tourists walked along the popular New Orleans tourist destination where the attack unfolded, mixing with police patrolling in fatigues and FBI agents. Law enforcement authorities said that the U.S. Army veteran Shamsud bin Jabbar drove a truck into a crowd and was then shot by the police after an exchange of fire. The FBI on Thursday said Jabbar had pledged allegiance to the Islamic State, but he acted alone in the attack. The French Quarter are now being replaced ahead of the upcoming Super Bowl and the Mardi Gras celebrations, while people mourning the loss of life are hoping that the attack will force the local leadership to better prepare to prevent future such attacks.
To the station in the morning to study a photo lineup of former employees.
I think with some more police presence and some things that they can do with the ballers that are on the street and some barricades and stuff, I think they can tighten it up pretty good. You know, we have the Super Bowl coming, we have Mardi Gras coming, it gets packed in here, and it does seem like it's a vulnerable target to have done. You know, I mean, I would think somebody would foresee this and have the precautions in place, but obviously our leadership did not.
The U.S. President Joe Biden has stated that the suspect in the New Year's Day attack in New Orleans had pledged allegiance to Islamic State and he acted alone.
But he couldn't think of it.
The driver, now identified as Shamsud bin Jabbar, a 42-year-old U.S. Army veteran from Texas, drove his truck into a crowd celebrating New Year's, killing at least 14 people and injuring over 30.
Initially, damage found on the doors and locks.
As I said yesterday, the attacker posted several videos just several hours before the attack.
But later examination by technicians in the police lab proved otherwise.
Federal law enforcement and the intelligence community are actively investigating any foreign or domestic contacts and connection that could possibly be relevant to the attack. And so we're also continuing to investigate whether or not there's any connection between the New Orleans attack and the explosion in Las Vegas. As of now,
company officials later estimated the loss at a staggering $18.9 million.
Meanwhile, the FBI, in collaboration with local law enforcement, is actively probing the deadly attack. Officials have released posters seeking information about the attacker, Shamsud bin Jabbar. The investigations have revealed that the attacker had published videos on social media proclaiming support for the Islamic State group.
Contained stamps and cash checks.
First and foremost, let me be very clear about this.
This suggested that the assailants knew how the company stored its
act of terrorism. It was premeditated and an evil act.
Also appeared to know where the company had
The
installed its video
counterterrorism official
surveillance
further stated that 2 homemade improvised explosive devices were planted near the attack site, although these bombs were made safe by authorities before they could
Employees had
detonate.
heard the assailants destroy the lock to get to the backup VCR.
FBI bomb technicians also recovered 2 IEDs in coolers, one from the cross-section of Bourbon and Orleans Street, and the second at an intersection approximately 2 blocks away.
Didn't know about the
As investigation continues, Bourbon Street reopened in less than 36 hours after the attack. The reopening coincided with the Sugar Bowl college football game, which had been postponed due to the attack. Officials have increased security measures in the area to ensure public safety as locals and visitors returned to this iconic part of the French Quarter.
I personally spoke with the maintenance person.
Day feels like a completely normal day back on Bourbon Street. Obviously think about all the victims and the families, but I feel safe. I think it's probably the safest and cleanest Bourbon Street will ever be that I will see, and just still praying for the victims, and I feel safe, and the police presence is huge, so I feel great out here.
Have a lot of clues as to what
And for more on this, we were earlier joined by correspondent Susan Pirani, and we asked her how New Orleans attack highlighted the threats of Islamic State and how it could perhaps impact U.S. national security priorities.
Terrorism experts say that the New Orleans terror attack underscores the persistent threat posed by the Islamic State, and that this incident may force a reassessment of U.S. national security priorities, which have recently been focused on Russia and China. Also, experts are warning that the ongoing turmoil in the Middle East region, coupled with the Islamic State's ability to inspire lone wolf attackers, necessitates a renewed focus on counterterrorism efforts here in the United States. Also, given the attack's characteristics, such as the use of vehicle ramming tactics and the suspect's struggle in his personal life, really makes it clear that Islamic State propaganda continues to resonate with vulnerable individuals.
We also asked her how New Orleans attack fits into the broader context of Islamic State's evolution and the global jihadist
committed the robbery as far as height and weight and clothing.
Say that the New Orleans attack is consistent with the Islamic State's methods of operation, which often involves attacking public pedestrians to maximize casualties. The tactic has been employed in previous attacks as well, like the one in Nice, France, here in New York where I am, and also in Barcelona, Spain. Now, experts also note that the Islamic State's ability to inspire attacks like this one has persisted despite its military defeat back in 2019.
They were not able to see anybody's face.
The President Joe Biden has stated that the suspected New Year's Day attack in New Orleans had pledged allegiance to the so-called Islamic State. However, it acted alone as a lone wolf. The driver and the attacker in this case has been identified as a certain Shamsuddin Jabbar, who is said to be a 42-year-old American Army veteran who was born and raised in the United States of America. And the night of the 1st of January, on the night of the New Year, he drove his truck into a crowd that was celebrating the New Year's, killing at least about 15 people and injuring more than 30 others.
As I said yesterday, the attacker posted several videos just several hours before the attack, indicating his strong support for ISIS. Federal law enforcement and the intelligence community are actively investigating any foreign or domestic contacts and connections that could possibly be relevant to the attack. And so we're also continuing to investigate whether or not there's any connection between the New Orleans attack and the explosion in Las Vegas. As of now, they've just been briefed. They have not found any evidence of such a connection thus far.
Meanwhile, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, in collaboration with the local law enforcement, is actively investigating the deadly attack. Now, officials released the poster seeking information about the attacker Shamsuddin Jabbar. Now, the investigations have also revealed that the attacker had published videos on social media proclaiming support for the Islamic State group.
The agents were able to corroborate his statements about being.
First and foremost, let me be very clear about this point. This was an act of terrorism. It was premeditated and an evil act.
Gentlemen, have a nice day. Thanks a lot.
So he was
the counterterrorism official further stated the two homemade improvised explosive devices were planted near the attack site, although these bombs were made safe by the authorities before they could be detonated.
But whoever the gunmen were, they left little behind.
FBI bomb technicians also recovered 2 IEDs in coolers, one from the cross-section of Bourbon and Orleans Street, and the second at an intersection approximately.
In September 1997, the FBI and the LAPD were unable to identify any of the 6 masked men.
As the investigation continues, Bourbon Street reopened in less than 36 hours after the attack. The reopening coincided with the Sugar Bowl college football game, which had been postponed due to the attack. The authorities have also increased security measures in the area to ensure public safety as locals in part of the French Quarter.
In his second interview, the vault manager on duty during the heist
today
realized
feels
he
like a
recognized the voice
completely
of
normal
the
day
lead
back
gunman.
on Bourbon Street. Obviously, think about all the victims and the families, but I feel safe. I think it's probably the safest and cleanest Bourbon Street will ever be.
He thought Pace was one of the two gunmen who stole the keys to his pickup truck.
Meanwhile, U.S. President Joe Biden has stated that the suspect in the New Year's Day attack in New Orleans had pledged allegiance to the Islamic State and
FBI
acted
Special Agent
alone.
John McCarran
The driver,
Pace's
identified
employment
as
history.
Shamsuddin Jabbar, a 42-year-old U.S. Army veteran from Texas, drove his truck into a crowd celebrating New Year's, killing at least 14 people and injuring over 30.
As I said yesterday, the attacker posted several
had no
videos
criminal record,
just several hours
but when
before
the
the
company
attack,
suspended him for disciplinary
indicating
reasons,
his strong.
he had not turned in his keys.
The intelligence community are investigating any
Investigators went to
foreign
interview Pace
or
at his
domestic
home in Los
contacts or
Angeles.
connection that could possibly be relevant to the attack. And so we're also continuing to investigate whether or not there's any connection between the New Orleans attack and the
Pace told them
explosion
he
in
knew
Las
about the
Vegas.
robbery through the
As of
media,
now,
but assured the
as
agents
of
that he
now,
had nothing to do with it.
they've just been briefed. They have not found any evidence of such a connection.
He said he was at a party with his girlfriend on the night of the crime.
Right, can you go and drop off Christina first?
He gave them her address and phone number.
Attack. Officials have
Investigators needed to
information
verify Pace's
about the
alibi.
attacker, Shams. The investigations have revealed
They
that
called in for
the
a
attacker
background
had
check on the
published
girlfriend.
videos on social media proclaiming support for the Islamic State group.
Detective John Licata
The
learned
counter-terrorism
she was a
official
former
further
employee,
stated
too.
that they recovered 3 phones and 2
girlfriend
IEDs
worked in the
from him.
facility in the cash vault area and specifically had a
First
position
and foremost,
that
let me be
required
very
her
clear
to
about this
handle
point.
security
This
video
was
equipment.
an act of
She
terrorism.
had,
It was
been
premeditated
terminated
and an
approximately
evil act.
prior to the robbery.
As the investigation continues,
Investigators
Bourbon
asked
Street
Pace's
reopened in less than
girlfriend about the night of
36
the
hours
robbery.
after the attack. The reopening coincided with the Sugar Bowl college football
She
game,
confirmed
which
that
had
on
been
that
postponed
night,
due to the attack.
Pace and several of his friends
Officials have
attended an
increased the
all-night
security
party in Long
measures
Beach.
in the area to ensure public safety as
She and Pace
locals
stayed at the
and
party through
visitors
the early
return
morning
to
hours
the
of the
iconic
following
part of the
day.
French Quarter.
And there were plenty of witnesses who saw them there. Though suspicious, Pace's alibi was corroborated, and it was enough to block investigators temporarily.
Communication to the Airport 63.
They would need a different tack to keep the case moving forward.
I reject it, sir. I reject it, sir. I reject it, sir.
The only physical evidence was a cracked amber lens found at the crime scene. They believed it came from a diesel truck used as one of the getaway vehicles.
Go ahead.
I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
They needed to find that truck.
I got the assistance of some of my partners and half a dozen of us for the next 5 evenings between the hours of 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. Went to the location of where the armored car facility was and interviewed anyone that frequented the area either on foot or in a vehicle.
A week after the robbery, they patrolled the warehouse district near the scene of the crime. After several nights, they found a homeless man who lived on the streets in the area.
A few questions. What's your name? Henry. Henry, is this where you stay?
He said that on the night the robbery took place, he saw a mid-size rental truck idling near the armored car company.
What kind of truck?
It sounded like a diesel.
Big white truck?
He noticed it that night because usually there was little business or late-night traffic in the area. But he didn't see the driver. He'd never seen the truck there before or since.
Take care of yourself, Henry.
Okay.
The description of the diesel rental truck fit the victim's statements that they heard a diesel truck in the company loading area. Investigators suspected that the amber lens found in the loading area had fallen off that truck. Teams of agents and detectives canvassed facilities in the Los Angeles area that rented diesel trucks. They showed employees a photo of the partial lens found at the crime scene. Several recognized the lens as the type used on the running lights for a certain model of truck. The lenses were a problem because they frequently fell off and needed to be replaced.
There were 83 rental truck facilities that rented the truck that the lens most likely came off of. We subpoenaed documents from all the rental vehicles that they had rented 2 months prior to the robbery, for a period of time 2 months after the robbery.
Investigators spent hours poring through the rental records. But there were no rentals by Alan Pace or his girlfriend. It looked like another dead end. Authorities contacted Assistant U.S. Attorney Alka Sager for legal advice on how to proceed.
You can't just go get a warrant because somebody's a suspect and you think that they did a crime. You have to have evidence that they committed the crime. Alan Pace had denied any involvement in the robbery and had even claimed that he was at another place. He had an alibi, which witnesses that we spoke to corroborated. So at that point in time, all we had was the fact that he was a disgruntled employee who had been fired the day before the robbery, and one of the employees believed that one of the robbers had a voice that was similar to his, and that clearly was not enough evidence.
To find out more, the FBI and LAPD began watching the former armored car company employee. If Pace was involved in the multi-million-dollar robbery, he might show signs of his newfound wealth.
We did do surveillance of Mr. Pace, and he did not appear to be living beyond his means. He didn't appear to be spending a lot of money. He didn't appear to have a lot of cash at his disposal.
Nothing implicated Pace in the robbery beyond the circumstantial evidence they already had. As the months passed, there was little movement on the case. The reward for information leading to a conviction now totaled $250,000.
Despite the extensive media publicity this case received, and the rewards for any information about the perpetrators of this robbery, there were absolutely no leads, no forensic evidence, no eyewitnesses. The investigation just came to a grinding halt.
Pace was still the primary suspect. Without more substantial evidence, the FBI was unable to make an arrest. For now, it appeared that Alan Pace and 5 accomplices had gotten away with nearly $19 million in cash. By September of 1998, a full year had passed since 6 masked gunmen made off with almost $19 million. The prime suspect was Alan Pace, a former armored car company employee, suspended the day before the crime. Assistant U.S. Attorney Alka Sager was frustrated by the lack of evidence against Pace.
It didn't appear that he was out there spending money. It didn't appear that he had the fruits of the crime. So there really wasn't any legal basis to go out and arrest him or even to search his house.
Then, press coverage of the 1-year anniversary of the crime prompted a lead for case agent John McCarran. An informant called the FBI, saying he thought he might know one of the robbers. Investigators went to the informant's home in suburban Los Angeles. The informant explained he had been an employee of the armored car company a year earlier, around the time of the robbery. He had since left to become a real estate agent. He claimed that shortly after the robbery, he was given $100,000 in cash to purchase a home for a man he knew, Eugene Hill. Hill asked that the deed to the home be listed in the name of his girlfriend. At his girlfriend's apartment, Hill stored a trunk filled with smaller boxes. He gave one of the boxes to the informant. It contained cash, still bundled by bank wrappers, totaling $100,000.
The informant, when he received the money, noticed that the $10,000 bundles had these bank straps on them. He kept those bank straps.
They were dated the 2 days prior to the heist.
We were able to later determine the paper type wrappers actually came from some of the money stolen from the armored car company.
The informant said Hill changed his mind and asked for the money back, but in cashier's checks, not cash. The informant had kept $15,000, and Hill had recently begun threatening him. He hoped the FBI could protect him. Eugene Hill had no criminal record and had never worked at the armored car company. But a background check revealed Hill had a connection with prime suspect Alan Pace. Both had worked for another security agency in Los Angeles. Investigators began surveillance on Hill. At one point, they followed him to a business named Extreme Entertainment. The company billed itself as an entertainment service that provided everything from children's games to exotic dancers. Business records revealed that Eugene Hill was a partner in the company, along with Alan Pace. Investigators suspected that Extreme Entertainment was likely established to launder money from the robbery.
The Internal Revenue Service was brought on board and supplied with information from records and documents which would assist us in preparing money laundering charges against some of these individuals.
The investigative team learned more about the company. Besides Alan Pace and Eugene Hill, Extreme Entertainment listed 2 other men as partners, Terry Brown and Fred McCrary. The 4 had worked together at the same LA security agency before Alan Pace was hired at the armored car company. Extreme Entertainment's accounting books looked suspicious to Los Angeles IRS Assistant Special Agent in Charge, Philip Mullins.
There were 4 suspected robbers involved in Extreme Entertainment. Extreme Entertainment wasn't really generating very much income, but there was a lot of cash going through the business, into the bank accounts, and then a lot of money being paid out in salaries.
Investigators began to dig deeper into the financial backgrounds of the 4 partners. They subpoenaed bank statements, credit card reports, and tax returns. In the personal bank records of Eugene Hill, they found the suspect had a second source of income.
One of the things that we discovered were deposits of checks from a company called Rainforest. Now, we'd never heard of Rainforest, and we didn't know what kind of company it was, so we went and looked at the Rainforest bank records. And we found that in addition to writing regular monthly checks to Eugene Hill, Rainforest was also writing checks on a regular basis to somebody named Thomas Johnson.
Like Hill, Thomas Johnson's position at Rainforest was listed as a consultant. It was unclear what type of consultants they were. Rainforest was in business developing new recycling technologies. Johnson and Hill had invested $2 million in the company. The investment in a legitimate company was a classic money laundering scheme.
You take bad money, you invest it in something, you hide it, conceal it, and ultimately end up with something that looks legitimate.
So you think you know Wix, but do you really?
The 5 men were strong suspects, but so far,
First up, we've got shape video masks. You can use different shapes to create completely different vibes and aesthetics. Or you can create your own graphic. I use the shape composition here. Just import any SVG file and set it as a shape mask. Nice. Next up, we'll keep it moving with the hover box. You can use it to animate any element and create these really eye-catching interactions. And what I love is that the level of control you get here is crazy precise. You can set your animation ease, scale size, and position to create this really dope effect. Third, we've got the mega menu. This not only lets you organize your site menu into different subcategories, but it also looks amazing when you add in different elements like text, buttons, images, and pretty much anything you can think of. And last but not least, we've got My Designs. This feature lets you save any section or component that you've...
And we removed the light assembly and had the FBI forensics lab compare it to the lens that was found on the loading dock area.
They needed to know if the amber lens had fallen off that truck. While waiting for the lab results, investigators looked further into suspect Thomas Johnson. Johnson lived in an expensive home in an upscale Las Vegas neighborhood.
The IRS conducted surveillance of his residence, and during that period of time, his girlfriend at the time was identified.
Agents flagged the girlfriend's name. If Vegas police ran into her, they should call LA. On the night of September 10th, 1999, nearly 2 years to the day after the robbery, the team in LA got a call and boarded a helicopter. There had been a domestic disturbance at Thomas Johnson's Las Vegas home. Johnson's girlfriend had called the police. They hoped to use the disturbance call as an opportunity to question the girlfriend. She alleged that Johnson had beaten her. She was more than willing to answer any questions they had about him. She said Johnson was laundering money from the Las Vegas casino. He and his friend would buy thousands of dollars in checks that he would later have her exchange for cash. The exchange was always in amounts less than $10,000 before filling out cash. Johnson had mentioned a big job that he had taken part in back in Los Angeles. She said Johnson had invested in the company with a gambling friend. When investigators showed her a photo of Gene Gale, she confirmed that he was not her friend or the but it was still not enough to make any arrests. Agents would need to turn the suspects against one another if there was to be any hope of conviction.
Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protected. My adrenaline's flies when I'm flowing. And if you stay in my way,
Circumstantial evidence against 5 suspects, but had nothing that directly tied the men to the crime. The only physical evidence recovered was a cracked amber lens found in the loading area of the armored car. Investigators believe the lens fell off a truck rented by suspect Eugene Hill the day before the robbery. They sent the broken lens and the other lenses from the truck running to the FBI lab in Washington, D.C. Forensic metallurgist Michael Smith compared tool marks from the broken lens to those on the other lenses.
Pump up the bass line.
The same way, indicating the broken lens will very likely come from by or the other 4 suspects
girlfriend, who also appeared to be spending not large amounts, but amounts of cash as part of his actual crime. He had gotten to the point where we needed to talk to women that were in Eugene Hill's life.
Worried that charges might be filed against her, one of Hill's girlfriends, Lori, telling investigators what she knew. She told them that after the date of the robbery, Hill suddenly had a lot of cash. She said Hill stored 2 foot bags filled with boxes of cash. She and a friend helped him count and sort. Hill told her that before the new crisp bills could be spent, they needed to look normal. So she watched them. Usually, Thomas Johnson took part in the operation. She said they would go to Las Vegas, buy gambling chips with the washed bills, and then turn them in for new cash. Her story corroborated the statement previously given by Johnson. In return for her testimony, prosecutors agreed not to file charges. I had some questions about bank accounts with
there were a lot of unexplained cash deposits into those records, and it also appears that checks were being written for motorcycles, vehicles, and other consumer goods. So now we've had a little bit more indication that Eugene Hill was perhaps spending money that he really couldn't explain receiving.
He agreed to talk to the investigator, but said she first needed to make a phone call.
Eyes on a prize, look in your vision. Straight up, man, that's what I make a decision. Stay focused, man, I got a goal. Can't be going backwards or can't be going slow. Gotta take the lead and I gotta steal the show. So straight up, madness, you know how we roll.
She was evasive, claimed to be unaware of any of her brother's financial affairs. Moments after the phone call, Eugene Hill. When questioned, Hill denied any knowledge of the only car. He told investigators that he didn't have time to answer questions of the FBI called Assistant U.S. Attorney Alka Safe for advice. showed Hill had purchased real estate in other people's names. Prime suspect Alan Pace was also as having purchased real estate in other names. Finally, IRS agent Philip Mullins had something on Pace.
This was very significant in that there was $400 million worth of real estate purchased for that he had no different source of income to purchase the property.
If convicted, Eugene Hill was facing up to 40 years in prison. Hoping for sentencing consideration, he confessed and promised to tell police everything he knew. He said Alan Pace recruited him and 3 others to the robbery.
Alan Pace told them that he had already spoken to Terry about his operating the prairie. They were ready to do the job. And he wanted Eugene Hill to come on board and maybe bring another person. So Eugene Hill approached Thomas Johnson, who agreed to participate, and that's where Hatch discussed.
Hill confirmed Pace was the mastermind of the heist, the leader of the gang. Hill knew all the men except for the six. Personal friend of Pace. Pace told the others his plan would set them up for money.
5 to 6 employees.
Alan Pace told them that they would do the robbery on Friday night. There were very few employees working there. He said that he knew who those employees were. They wouldn't offer any resistance, and then there wouldn't be a problem. They would just tie up the employees, take the money, and they'd be in and out, within half an hour.
Following orders, Hill rented the shooting party on the day of the robbery and met up with the gang at the party in Longview. Shortly before midnight, they left the party one by one. They drove to the warehouse district, then 5 walked to the other party. During the robbery, one man stayed in the truck, waiting 2 blocks away from the falling over. When the truck arrived, they loaded it up. Pace knew that there was surveillance on him. Later transferred the money to a storage unit rented by Thomas Johnson, where it remained for 2 weeks. 4 of them left in the wreckage. Eugene Hill and Pace drove away in the Volvo, since Pace knew where he parked each night.